Chat, what's up? Hello, hello. Let me turn this up. There we go. EMEA. First day of Heretics, first day to see FUT.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT EMEA. Week 1 left us wanting more Valorant action.
Yo, what's up
the
everyone?
Stakes are about to be raised with 8 teams up for elimination this week. I am your host Yingsu and I'm coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany, joined by Kukuka.
Sideshow was admiring me earlier. What does that mean?
Week of all time, all year, because you don't want to be eliminated now. It's too early.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many teams that still have to show their full potential, but as you're saying, 8
Should
of
I be
them
worried
are going
or?
to be up for elimination this week. And after last week, with all the maps, all the matches going to a third match,
why is he doing that?
A lot of hours.
Yeah, honestly,
what's going on?
Why
is that randomly been brought up from him?
Capable of from last week, so going into this one,
nicely done, Bacan.
Sad to be saying goodbye to
Dude, my accountant rang me as well today, so hopefully I'll be the same with you soon.
Yeah, but we will see them
Elizabeth, you're
today.
here. Thank you for that.
Schedule as well. There's like I said, there's a lot of crazy teams already dropping down in the lower bracket. And Kuku, as you said, if we do see 3 maps every single match,
it's savage, Bacan. It's really savage, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think
It's the
we're
way
in
of the
for
world,
it. I
though.
think that we saw a lot
Cobbs,
of
thank you so much for the
competitions
gifted. Thank you so much, Cobbs. I appreciate you doing that.
That are going to make the
5
top,
gifted
but
from you.
also, like,
Thank
if we
you
look
so
at the
much, Cobbs.
bracket,
Chat, you know what to do?
tomorrow saying goodbye to either
The slug
Fnatic
oiler
or
goer.
Navi. I think that everybody
5
has their eyes on
gifted
that match.
from
Yeah, I have to
Cobbs.
agree.
If you
I
got
mean, there's been
gifted,
a couple of upsets
please
last
at
week
Cobbs
as well, right? The
_O
one that BB's
and say
BBL
thank
are
you.
on at
Thank
the
you for doing that,
moment
Cobbs.
seems to be the
Appreciate the
underdog
5, mate.
so far. So yeah, I'm
you
looking
so much for the
forward to
support.
getting stuck into the matches that we have today, though.
And of course,
Who's
one of the
wondering how you
reasons
go
that
gym
don't
with the
wanna
watch
be,
partying?
going out this early is all those
Honestly, it was a lot of
important
off season.
points.
I've gone
Last
to,
year,
since
of
the
course, our team
since
had them, but maybe
the
this time around, there's some
since the actual
Yeah,
games
and
have
you know what?
started, I've
I
gone
like the
gym
changes, right? It's
twice.
rewarding teams for being consistent throughout the year, and of course this year, obviously you've got the 2 places in champs coming up.
It ends up being like a
but also you have those
unplanned
champs
bulk,
points that you're
really,
gonna
every
accumulate
time I
throughout the
stream.
year, and we'll be
So I
sending
just
2
don't
teams
move
to
and just
champs
start
based
eating.
off of points, which is just great. It's just
And then
more
when the off
reward
season's here, I
for
can actually
teams
go
being
gym, and that's
continuously
nice.
consistent throughout the year.
Sonia,
It's
thank you so
rewarding,
much as
as
well.
we're
Thank
saying,
you,
right?
thank
It's
you.
not only
3
you winning,
gifted,
which
bringing you
was
up to a
the T
total
for
of
last year. It's actually
135.
how
Thank you
far
so
you
much
make
for
it
doing
is
that, dude.
always, everything
Thank you,
is going
thank
to
you.
sum up
The
for
new
you
mods
to
out
get
here
one of
gifting.
those, stages. Of course,
Getting
during
some
the
nuts
regular
levels. Thank you so much,
season,
Sonia.
each,
Appreciate that.
1 point for every win, but
If you got
I
gifted,
think
make
the
sure you say
important
thank you as
is,
well,
like,
Sonia.
once we get to this international
And
event, the fact that not only the winner is going to get a
DG
lot of points,
with the
also
Prime as well.
second,
Thank you for the
third, fourth,
22 months,
you know, I
mate.
think that
Appreciate
for
you that as
Heretics,
well.
that's
Thank you.
necessary.
Yeah, and of course, before the 3rd, 4th teams, they didn't get any points at kickoff. So now you want to make top 4, which you can't do if you're eliminated this week.
I will say, we remember every year we say it. We know that the permutations.
But it's your
once we
birthday as
get
well
to
today,
the
Elizabeth.
last
Happy
bit,
birthday.
everybody has their eyes on
Thank you for
them.
the constant
Every single
reminder
point
to
is
put the ads on
important,
for
and every
EMEA.
single
Because I
one that you
do.
cannot just say, oh, we're not going to make it.
I
we
do
just
honestly
don't care
forget
about
every
this.
single
It's so
time.
important getting far.
Even that 1 point, it is very
Yes.
important indeed. But let's have some fun, Kukuka. And I know you always bring some good games, so I'm looking forward to this one.
There's a
Thank you.
walking
I
pad,
mean,
Lexi,
this
it's
one
so
we
loud.
kind of did
It's
in
not a
Game
thing.
Changers Championship, and I
Like, I'm
thought
telling
we
you,
would
it's not a
bring it in
thing.
as a little bit of a recap of what we
The
saw
idea was great,
last week.
but I
So
should
basically, I'm going to
have
give you
done
a
more
player
reviews before I
and
bought
an
this one.
agent,
But it's
and
still
based
like,
off on that
it's still
combo,
good
and
for.
obviously the opposite,
It,
you have
honestly,
to
it's
choose
good for playing
which
TFT.
one you pick for your team or you
But
think
I've
is
done
more
about 1
relevant
game
or
of
you think
TFT
has
in the
more
last.
impact.
Okay.
Okay, so
I
I'm
mean,
going to start
since
with
the
you,
game
Yusuf,
started
that's
as well.
okay. I'm going to start right over there.
No, you're going to start with Billy if you're going to start right up
I
there.
have to choose.
Arcade
I
one
need
that was
to
very
dodge.
quiet.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'll
the
give
issue
you
is
that.
like
I'll give you
trying to
that.
find
Absolutely right. So Billy,
one like that in Iceland.
based on what we saw last
We've got
week,
limited,
Aves and his gecko, or
We got a
Crumble
limited
and
supply of
I say nothing.
limited choices out here,
I'm
basically.
Actually, do you know what? I'm going to go with Aves and his gecko because
Why?
I feel it because Casey's bind. We cannot. Like, it was just insane, right? The way that he was able to use flashes and then bring them back as well, I think his utility
Had I
usage was
spend
on
the
point, I
break,
think as well,
had a
for someone that's
shower,
rookie
I
this
ate,
year, remember,
and that was about
he's
it.
a rookie this year. Yeah, I was
And I
really
chilled out for a
impressed
little
with his
bit.
performance last week.
Okay, but also, you know,
What's
kudos
my
to Chronicle.
weight
I
right
think that
now?
when he moved on to the breach, he was unstoppable,
What is
but
my
you
weight
made
right
a
now? I
very,
think I'm like
very good point.
85 kg.
Yinsu, let's go with
It was like
the
that a
other
week ago.
side.
Oh, easy.
Okay, I was gonna say this might be difficult or the easiest one. Loon and his Euro or Fluorescent and her Jet.
I'm gonna throw this game out the window. I don't really care about what happens, stats, performance, whatever. You put a floor in a bracket about
Prediction for
anything,
this
it could
game?
literally
I
be
went
my
for
mother,
FUT.
I pick floor. So let's just move on.
Yeah, funny
Yeah.
enough, Floor
Let's
was the
move on.
previous winner of this game.
Yeah,
So
sorry,
Floor and
Loon.
her
Sorry,
Jet.
sorry.
Still, we're gonna get a kudos to Loon the first time that he was playing Euro, and he was doing it pretty well.
If
Unless
it
there's
was Loon
anyone
versus
from
anyone
Liquid
else,
here,
it would be Loon. It's just
Good.
that he's unlucky.
that pays me money,
you know,
then
we're
obviously I
just
pick
gonna
Liquid.
let that go. Now, this one's also, I mean, I'd say that
This
all
is
of them are,
evil.
yeah,
This
that,
is
Zeus looks like a
straight up
demon.
evil.
Yeah, Zeus is good.
so Billy,
You're really gonna make me do that one?
exactly. So
I'm not sure the
Kiko,
gifted counts, Bacan,
Brimstone,
but
you know, with that
I like where you're
reroll
coming
onto
from.
Smokes, or Profic and his Astra.
There are only wrong answers. With
Yes.
this.
You cannot choose between the two of those. The fact
You
that
have to.
the way you make
need
me
to
do that.
decide what is more important for you.
Okay. Kiko has been good so far. I really like. I mean, I know we'll
Kiko-
speak a
Kiko's
little
been a
bit
beast.
more about him today, but I like his transition from Duelist to Smokes.
honestly,
However,
you
if
kind of
I'm
fit the
gonna go
build,
off
to be
of
fair, Bacon.
Consistency, I'm gonna have to go with Profic, just because they've caused so many upsets so far.
Did I hear
this
what Frost was
tournament, I
saying
would
about
say.
Zeus? No.
Yeah,
Tell
I
me.
think the way in which Profic has been playing Astra has been really impressive to me. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Profic for this one.
Also, Profic, after BBL has been winning, he's been staying every day to watch the matches, so he's invested,
Shout
he's
out Profic.
dedicated.
Honestly,
Yeah.
my lukewarm take that he's the best player on BBL. I know the stats say differently, but I feel like he is the heart of the team.
Zayparky, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
we'll get back
Sparky,
to that.
right? Is that how we meant to
Yinsu.
say it? Thank you so much for the
Safe
2 months, dude.
and
Appreciate the
Sadak. I'm
prime.
just gonna move
Okay.
here so you can see them better.
I believe that I made
Watches
the
Primi
very,
every day
warm
and said that
statement
Zeus is very
Sadak
similar
the
to him. I mean,
greatest
Zeus
deadlock
is
player in the
a
world
beast.
last week.
Mhm.
No
And
doubt about it.
Safe, I think you're very
And hopefully we see
talented,
it.
great
And he can play all the
IGLA.
duelists,
I know he
which is
actually
awesome.
won that game, but it's the agent that pulls me in. I feel like that deadlock
If
is
DRG
just so
win, will I
oppressive.
oil up?
The
No,
entry
not a
also,
chance.
like, Sadak only baits one person. You know, he still
You've been
baits a
spending
little
too
bit,
much
but
time
it's
on
only one
TMV's
person.
stream.
So I think purely for the fact that he is leagues ahead of everybody else in the world on that agent, I got to put Sadak.
Okay, I
What
like
maps
it.
do I wanna
I think that
see?
You explained it perfectly. Billy,
Do I
what do you
want
need
to see?
resolve before we
Do
go
I
into
want
the
to see
head-to-head?
Liquid's
Oh, wait,
fracture
can we
again?
Because
Do you wanna-
then
I don't
she
think
can do
so.
the ones I
Yeah,
have.
I
Okay,
wanna-
yeah, okay, that sounds
Okay.
good. Then so you go. Aves and his Gecko, or
Why did I read that? Dude,
Okay,
people are having a go at me
I
for not
already
reading chat
spoke a
enough,
little
so now I'm
about
just reading
this,
everything.
I think Profic is the
Mazel,
heart of that BBL
_3
team.
with the
I think
prime.
he
Thank you so
probably
much,
is the
dude.
best
Welcome
player
into
on
this
that
love
team, in my
club.
opinion.
Thank you, thank
And I
you.
think I almost think he's flawless at this point. I think
Read
it'd be
this,
more
there we go.
difficult for me to tell you what he's bad at than what he's good at. So for that reason, I'm gonna have to send him through.
Okay, so Profic makes it to the last round. Billy, you have the hard
Money
task now
changed me,
of
dude. I'm
deciding-
just trying to
I
be
would
a
not
people
like to
pleaser,
be
but
in your shoes, girl.
apparently you can never please
Loon
everyone in the
and
world.
Jet or Sadak and
Sue has deliberately done this to me. I know you. Listen, I'm gonna back up my girl Floor.
Did narrate count as an EMEA import
I
even though he's
just have
originally
to-
from Americas?
I
Nah,
don't
he's got an
think that
American
we've seen
citizenship,
the
passport,
ceiling of
whatever
what
you
she's
want to call
capable
it.
just yet, right? She was dropping numbers in game changers, and I just think, you know, that first match was nice, a nice little warm up to tier 1. But I think that we're gonna see a lot more.
The gentlemates have a chance.
Yeah,
They've got a
Flo,
chance.
I love you,
They
but
definitely
I
have a
think we need
chance.
to not take the piss
It's a
too
good time
much.
for an
Okay,
Okay, so
upset.
now, girls, I need you
But
to agree because
Come on.
It's gonna
you
be
know,
rough.
You've been building.
It's like
for
it's
a while.
doable.
You agree?
No, come on. I love you, Flo. I really do. But
Tom Powell, thank you so much for the prime,
I
dude.
feel like
22
we'll not be in
months.
the allegations if we put
I'm
Floor,
excited
I
for
think.
Yeah,
some.
yeah,
Okay,
I would
thank
agree.
you for that.
The
Yes,
sole
I am.
winner, you know, the
I am, though.
two-time
I'm excited to watch for.
She won this already.
Realized you had
at
a
GC.
prime laying around and you
Two-time,
had to
GC
use it.
champion, two-time
Damn, that was your first
winner of
message
this
as well.
wonderful
Thank you so
bracket.
much for
I
that.
think this is
We
very
appreciate
possible
that.
for her to win, but I think it would be
Mazel.
a massive insult to Profic
Thank you,
if
Mazel.
we don't put him up there. Yeah.
Okay, so then let's choose Profic as definitely the prospect for 2025, and very surprising throughout the first week. And you know where to go.
Yeah, we definitely didn't troll in the slightest, so we'll bring this back. Don't worry, guys. We'll bring this back and hope you guys
Make
are
your
playing.
own. We'll drop it in
Yeah.
socials. Honestly, give us your answer.
I hope you were playing along with us as well.
sure.
But as you see,
I'll check it out.
Kiko, the reason that this bracket was so difficult for us to choose one player to go through is because Kiko Billy was not playing Smokes last year, but he looks so good on Smokes this year.
Yeah, I really love that story of him moving from the duelist to the smokes, and what we've seen from him so far has been really.
What about a
really
5-minute
impressive.
timeout after
The question
agent
for me is
select?
if
It
he
pretty
can
much
keep up
happens.
this kind
I
of
wouldn't say it's
performance,
5 minutes. I would
Lord
probably
knows
say
what's gonna
it's
happen in
more
the match
for
against
like
FUT
3
today.
minutes.
Yeah, and it's very
But that
difficult,
basically
especially when the
happens.
matches run as
You get it.
long as
You
they were
pick
running
your
last
agents. You
week.
go into the
To keep up
server.
this kind of performance, not only with the
Then
roll swap, but
it
also
takes
with
a
the
while
pressure coming from
for
both sides. This was a
everyone to
very,
check
very
from like
even
broadcast
matchup.
and stuff that
But
they're
every
ready. So you normally have like
single
3 minutes to
unforced
actually
mistake
talk about
that
the
Boy was
comp that
making on
you're
that
playing
line,
against.
Kiko was punishing time after time. This highlights you think this is
Dr.
highlight, but this was
Kickbutt with the Prime as
every
well. Thank you so
single
much for the
round.
7
The right
months.
time in the right position and the right
Thank you for the Prime as
And
well,
I'm
dude.
surprised out of all of the talent and players on the side of Liquid that it
Way
was
more
him
than 3
that
if it's
stood out.
fast map. You get
I mean,
walkouts.
I was,
but they
really
haven't
looking
been
forward
picking
to
them.
what Natsar's going to do. Do not get me wrong.
Wait,
pushing for
actually,
smokes with
in
the
Americas it
operator.
has been.
Very
Maybe you're, yeah, you
nuts.
must be right, Bacon.
But I want to see more from players like Kamek that I think were in a different position. You
'Cause,
know,
yeah,
like,
they
for
get
example,
straight
playing
into
the
it in,
Saints and all that. I think that there's
in
still
Americas, yeah, I think you're
lot.
right.
First of all,
Oh, dude, I was
raw
just trying to think of all the
firepower.
other
I think we
regions,
saw
'cause I
last
swear
year.
sometimes we
That's
just
it.
sit around.
But many things to come for this team.
Yeah, I think I
Gosh,
was
you're a
looking forward
known
to seeing
liar.
Whitetech most. I think that we've still got a lot
Sometimes
to get
I
see
gotta
from
double
him
check
so
it.
far, but yeah, I mean he was the super sub of last year. I was expecting a little bit more. Now that he's found his
Reprovice,
place
tell me.
on a team for this year, so yeah, that's my 2 cents on
Yeah,
it.
and in most cases you would say, oh, what happened last year doesn't really matter, you know, new team.
How many times did you get called off by a comp on stage? I don't think ever. I think we always knew the comp we were playing against. Other than when we played against via what are they called? Version 1. And we got absolutely wrecked by it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a classic.
Honestly, we were
rosters
weak.
and then change a
We were
duelist. I mean,
weak
we've seen
against
that in another region
people
as
changing
well.
their
So,
comps.
yeah, for FUT, it's a team that's really consistent, right? You see them making these international events.
But it didn't happen that
you
much.
never
There's
really see
literally
them
only
making that top
there's
kind
only
of
version
finish
1
whenever they're at
and
these international events. And they're going to be at every single one of them usually.
Doom Bros
So,
like
yeah,
FPX
I
back
think
then.
this is so true in what you're saying, that they are really the consistent kings of EMEA. And I'm intrigued to see how Zeus is going to fill CNED's boots, as you say.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get more into that, but to me, last year for FUT, there was the innovation, you know,
What did
changing
V1 run?
compositions each time.
They ran our
The
Haven
one that
comp,
they
but then
they
played
lost
heavy
a lot with
after
it.
plant.
Okay, we change it
So they
sometimes,
played like a
bringing
Viper.
outrageous things, but as we're
And
saying,
then they
staying
changed up
consistent
their
with
dude. I
how
can't
last
even
year
remember
went.
the maps.
Maybe not consistent at
All
the
I
top,
remember
but
was them
on
changing
like
comp
a
and being
third,
and
fourth
looking to
position
aim and
was
be like,
very
oh, we're
difficult
absolutely
to do.
wrecked
Let's
here.
see if this year they can replicate it. Also, because with new
Like we're not good at
they're the
adapting.
last and
We
one
like
standing
plan
full
5 rounds
Turkish
ahead,
roster.
so as soon as
Yeah,
they
and
change
also I
stuff,
have
and
to
we have like
mention
anti for
Gaius
like
here
the
because I don't
bonus
think
or
he
the
deserves
first buy
enough
round.
praise
As soon as they
and
change stuff up,
respect
it's like,
from
oh
everybody.
man, we're gonna have a
talking
rough
about
start.
coach that managed to take this team to
Radicals
every
Max
single
with the tier 1,
international
thank you
tournament
for the
as
6
well,
months.
and Gaius is still with them, so I'm excited to
When
see
am I
what
gonna
else
coach
they can
again?
cook up. But let's
Dude,
just address the
needs to
elephant
be
in the
needs to
room.
be the right time, needs to be the right
I
offer.
think wouldn't be outrageous for us
It's
to say was one of the
honestly,
most sought out, maybe even
this
the
is too fun.
most
That's the issue.
well-sought-out player, which of
Dina,
course
thank
could
you so
cook
much for the
up
tier 1.
Nice
Thank you
and
for the
Zeus.
9
So
months.
talk to me about why we should be excited.
Yeah, we know that, of course, a lot of talent comes from
Thank
that
you,
tier
Dina.
2,
Appreciate it.
specifically in Turkey. Everybody has their
Coaching
eyes
the
on
mod
that
stack in
region
Premier?
because the amount of raw talent, and they're very malleable.
maybe.
You know, you can pick up a player from that. They are super eager to learn, super good shooters, and I think the Zeus is the perfect
If Bacon
example
played
for
in the
that.
mod stack,
Most of the teams
then I
wanted
would be a
this
lot more
player on,
tempted.
their roster. One of the things that to me stand out is one.
We gotta
he's
have a star
pure
duelist, that's all I'm
Do
saying.
you know how sometimes we think, or we say, hey, this player, he's been playing on this role or on that one? No, he's a
Do I miss
duelist.
coaching? I miss
Born and
certain
raised
aspects of
just for
coaching,
this,
yeah.
But he doesn't play the operator. So
Do I
I'm
miss
kind
having
of
to rely on other
thinking about how
people?
he's going
No.
to meld. Now they don't have seen it, you know?
Yeah.
It's a very difficult.
I mean, that is definitely a big change. But as everybody know, stats, they do not lie.
Come back to
Ever.
League, yeah,
So
start
let's
coaching
take a
in
look
League.
at some stats ahead of Zeus's debut
Dude, we got,
this week and see how he
what's the,
matches up
January
to
still?
all of the
We
other
got 10
Turkish
more
players
months
we've
until I
had
can
in
play
the
League again, basically.
We've seen actually more than 20 Turkish players in VCT EMEA since the partnership era. And when it comes to first impressions, you might be thinking that the likes of CNED, maybe VUT,
50k
would
salary?
dominate
Am
the
I in?
board.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
would be
obviously I would do
wrong
it for 50k,
because
that's crazy.
The numbers tell us that when it comes to the best
You're talking
debut map
per
performance,
month, right?
according to ACS, this
'Cause otherwise that's league
belongs
minimum.
to Lou, who we saw last week.
I'm not
He's
sure
also
about
number
that one.
one, by the way, in the most kills on his debut on a map as
Bacon
well,
putting-
and also series. So he is really, really up there. Then we have some shenanigans going on because Mr. Fallen has snuck himself in a number 2 spot. You've got Kiwi up
He's
there.
interested,
You know,
yeah.
Of course, CNED and VUT,
Bacon's wondering how much of that he'll be getting.
Sociable made his debut last week too. So if Zeus wants to make an even better impression and outperform what we saw from Loon last week, he would have
How much do you think Faker gets? I dread to think.
300 ACS opening map on his debut.
Cousin It,
His
thank you so much
first
for the
game
tier
ever
1.
in the
Thank you,
Riot
thank
Games
you.
arena.
Appreciate the
And my
23
question
months.
Is this realistic?
Almost 2 years,
Can
dude.
he
Thank you for
do
that.
it, Billy?
Yeah,
Heretics
I
today?
think he can.
Yeah, they're gonna look
Why
good, I
not?
reckon.
I mean, we talk about
It'll be interesting to see
firepower
how
when we're talking
bold
about
Heretics
Duelist,
go.
and what better way to
There's-
describe Zeus? I think
when you're a
he's
top
firepower
team,
duelist.
it can be a,
We did
it can
see
be
him
a
playing
scary
little bit of Neon throughout the
decision
off-season, but
on if you want
let
to
it
like
be known,
fully
he can
embrace the
jump
new
on the other
agent.
roles too.
Well, there's only
As
two
well, I was pretty
teams
impressed
we
with Sentinels going for it.
haven't seen yet in EMEA, and it's time to bring one of them out alongside.
Do you want to
Team
coach
Liquid.
upcomers
Join
or a
me
super
and
team?
welcome FUT
Nah,
back onto the stage.
probably a super team, just so that I was pretty confident I could win.
With me.
Wait, where's Big Time? Is he here? No way, Bacon's just there. He is. League minimum's a myth. Wait, does league minimum apply for coaches or not? It doesn't, right? Is it just players? Ace Defarius, thank you so much for the prime. Appreciate the 2 months. Here until TMZ dodgy internet's come. Dude, why does this guy not have a business line? Actually, I can't. To be fair, I got a business line in the UK and it still wrecked me. I take it all back. It's just UK internet.
Liquid had a great debut here last week, but how will they match up to one of the best in our league? And all eyes are on the most sought-out player in the off-season. It is Zeus, of course, on stage right now. As we take a look at the map vetoes, Ascent is not in the pool for the first time ever for this team, which means we won't be able to see him.
I'm a bit
on
worried
Ascent, but Kukuka,
for
as
the
you
maps.
know,
Let's
it
see.
doesn't matter. His stats are insane
Fresh for
on
FUT.
every
We
single
got
map.
Bind gone.
Bind is going to be
Lotus
the first
gone.
ban for them, and Team Liquid is just going to repeat
And
what they did
then
last week. banning
Haven,
that
maybe?
Lotus. I'm excited to see
What?
what FUT is going to do for that first map, and apparently we're not going to see
Well,
it just yet.
I guess we just got to
We had a tiny
guess.
bit of spoilers though. We got spoiled a little
Unless
bit,
they did
so
it wrong?
we know that
Okay.
it's not gonna be
So I reckon
Bind,
this is
and it's not gonna
Haven.
be Lotus.
And I reckon this...
And it looks like Billy FUT is...
Oh,
they're picking
okay.
Carl, okay, interesting.
Liquid picked
I wonder what they've
Fracture?
actually got
That's
cooked
the
up
one
for
that I
mean,
thought you were wanting to try avoid.
Yeah, we're going to be sitting here and speculating the whole time, obviously, because we've not seen FUT yet, but Liquid actually picking to go onto Fracture. I mean, is there going to be a series where we don't see Fracture this tournament?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
we did see
Fracture
FUT
split.
play in
I'll tell you what,
during
chat.
the off-season, and I think that is
Good maps,
first time
though.
in a very long time that
FUT
they
picked
even
Pearl,
played
and
the
they
Pearl.
probably
I'm very excited
still
to see if they're going
run
to be keeping
that
up the
Vice
same
comp.
composition, if they're going to do some tweaks here and there, because of course with them playing on the second week, they have a big advantage of the other team not knowing what they have cooked, and
2 out of
actually
3 of the
them
worst
being
maps.
able to observe
Yeah,
and
but
probably
this is by
learn a lot
far the
from
worst
the
map, so
Liquid
we
play.
kind of take
Yeah,
that.
I know we don't take off-season into account like that much, you know, we don't want to read
Hello,
into
Yumpy.
it, but
let's
FUT
read into
beat
it.
T1's 13-3. T1! That is absolutely insane. We're talking about
what
a
did I
team
have?
that
I had
has
some
so
kind of
much
like beef
experience,
salad, and then I
as well, so I'm
had
very excited going into this, but it
an
doesn't
oat king,
change
if
FUT
you know what
as
they
a
are.
team at all. You mentioned that Zeus doesn't really use the op or anything, so how much does the rest of his teammates have to adapt?
So here's the thing.
No, the second one,
referencing
Tansy.
that match and that map in particular, I remember at a captain
Stop
on
ignoring.
the
What am I
Omen,
ignoring?
you know that my memory is not the
Yampy.
best. At a
I
captain
answered him.
on the Omen, and then Zeus playing
Oh, he's
on
ranking
the
stop ignoring, okay.
Yoru. Well, at a captain is going
Honestly,
to
if he
play
typed
on
that
the
earlier, I didn't see it.
Astro side around. He's going to go
Okay,
around
interesting
every
from
single
FUT, they
smoke
changed their
that there is in
comp
the
up
game.
from
But
the
absolutely
off-season,
targeted on
so
the defense.
if
I wanna
Liquid
say
had done
Zeus
any
not
anti
only
for the
Yoru,
off-season,
but a lot
it's
of micros with
in
him
the
at
bin.
captain, both pushing
Yoru,
B or through art.
Teo.
A lot of
We
sustain
got
around,
Teva,
and still
Teva Teo.
off the
Dude,
pick.
this A main take that these two can do must be scary. Making Yoru TP behind the box, that's pretty nice. And then you got the Yoru to fight over towards long B. I like this is a nice comp. This is a nice comp. And this is just a standard, so it's obviously nice as well.
Never playing the KO. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but Farlin should be one of the better Teos we see.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I'm also like thinking like why they did not decide to go for the Vice. Having Jet2J back on the Cypher, of course he's going to be comfortable, but he was
Cracks on
playing with
fade.
the Killjoy here. I see that
Yeah.
there's a lot
That only means
of
that he's
thought
not
and
going to drop
probably what
30
they
just
see
because
also in
he would
other
on KO.
regions, with the deco being played, that they seem to think this is the best.
Can you do it without an Astra?
Yeah, I think as well.
The thing is that
Going back
Astra
to
is
the up
just
point in Zeus,
incredible
like,
on this map.
We've seen Levin getting away with so much.
Kiko, yeah,
Kiko
Kiko plays
playing that
smokes
Euro
now.
on the up, going for those first engagements and then just being able to TP back out. So I think for me, it'll be interesting to see if Zeus actually picks up those same sort of protocols that VBL kind of had in place, and if we are going to get to see that explosivity and that firepower that we always say comes from the.
Isn't Astra hard to
So
learn?
yeah, let's talk about
It's a little
Liquid
bit
on the other
different.
side of this as well.
Yeah.
You
I
mentioned
think
that, Kiko is on his
it's a
really
lot
in
easier
his
in a team
controller
environment
era.
because you know where
Yeah,
most of
we
your
are
util
here
is and
for
you
it,
know what the
absolutely love
reactions
it.
are.
But looking at the rest of the players on the team, it's just
But for
fun
ranked, it's probably a little bit harder because you gotta.
Patitech, we've all seen him on
You gotta,
on the KO. We know how comfortable he is, how his
enjoy your
utility
stuff
is
up when people are doing
always
some mad
on
decisions.
time. And probably with the synergy that he's been building with Kamik, we saw it also last week there on maps like Abyss. I think it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Same goes with Nats. We're talking about
When will
them
Sliggy
starting
come
on the
back as a
attack.
coach,
And
or
for
the
example, in a
teams
map like
not
Fracture
want
that we're
him
going to
because
see
of
later,
age?
we remember him
That's
pushing
crazy
with the
comment.
operator. It's so difficult to go
Oh
up
yeah, you're
against
probably right.
Nats when he's
You probably
operating
nailed
from
it.
the attack because it's disgusting.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think looking at the Team Liquid side, Camel was kind of quiet
That's
in
so
that
sick.
first series for me in particular. So it'll be interesting to see if he's going to go into this one with a bit more aggro. You know, Patitech being able to set him up with those flashes. and get
I'm
him into
surprised, dude.
sight.
I'm really
Yeah, I'm
surprised
expecting him to
Liquid
kind of
picked
get
Fracture
himself
after
back
their
on form
Fracture
going into
last
this
time.
series.
Yeah, and I think it's a great
The
place
no
for him to
duelist
start off the
Fracture.
because in the last series, you know, he was kind of gecko jail.
Again, I still
right
don't
from
think that the
outset.
comp
We
lost
wanted
them
to
the
see him on
game,
jet.
but
Maybe
it
he
didn't
can be
look
unleashed
convincing.
here as well, but this is the problem. We really don't know how good FUT is. You know, when they upgraded from Kiwi to CNET, and now they go from CNET to Zeus. By the way, shout out to CNET. He is
Cook something
currently,
different?
I believe, co-streaming inside
maybe.
the Riot Games arena, which is
The real Charles Nennington?
the real Charles Nennington. We're gonna have to give Zeus some kind of name. Xavier Zeddington, something like
The
that.
feelings
I
from
think
the
he deserves his
veto,
own. Like,
I
we'll
feel
think of something,
in terms of
definitely.
the,
You know, if
I mean, I
chat,
went
if you
for
have,
FUT
any
in my
suggestions, please,
pick'ems, and I
we're open.
feel,
Zeus,
now I've seen
you
the
know?
veto, I feel a little
Okay,
bit
you know,
more
you know,
confident,
you know.
if anything.
But like we said, we don't really know how good FUT is, but we
I'm
do
not-
know how
I'm
good
not-
Liquid is. So how
I'm not
much of a
convinced by the
problem do you
Fracture,
think
dude.
Liquid will
Straight up.
be for FUT?
But they, I mean,
that
they
we
are if
saw
they
that
pick it.
the other day on an individual level, as in one-on-ones, everything was going the Liquid side, and they were actually rolling on that snowball that they were getting. It's kind of the vibe. We understand that, of course, we expect FUT to come in super
Dan, how we
strong,
doing, bro?
heat in the shots, because we know that they can hit them.
Hello,
But
hello.
it's so important how you turn out to be on the day. If you can keep boosting your team's morale just by, you know, when someone gets a clean clutch or a multi-kill to
Kiko?
just keep,
Kiko's looking
as I'm
great.
saying, boosting the morale and making sure that you can keep up throughout the
Electric
match.
Hand Warmers,
Yeah, I
yes,
think
they
as well
are.
to
What's
that
my prediction?
point,
For
and going back to thinking about Nats on that operator on the Fracture that we got to see on the other day. For me, it's more just like how much
This
can
guy's got some
IGL
banger questions.
continue
No,
to
I don't
frag
help them out.
whilst making calls, and is he going to get away with the same sort
You
of
think
things that he was
Liquid are
getting
going
away
to stomp
with against
this?
Koi?
Damn, okay. I like the
That's-
confidence.
yeah.
I mean, if you want to compare IGL to IGL, you saw in the graphic a little bit earlier. if we
Nat
have time to bring
switches
it
and
back up.
plays
Fallen,
Chamber and
when
Fracture.
he made his debut in partnership,
I would not
here,
mind that with how they
as one
play.
of the Turkish
I think
players,
a Chamber
he
would
was
help that comp a
phenomenal.
lot.
He is a fragging IGL. He always
But I
has
think the
been,
meta is on
and I
this
think
comp,
Nats
on this
is
map,
gonna
I
have
don't really know,
difficulties if
dude.
he wants to
On
match up
Fracture,
doing the
I mean,
firepower.
people will just copy
Carmen and
EG, so
Fallen's
that's going to
also
be like
traditionally
50% of the
very
picks
patient. He's not the kind of
on
IGL that's kind of running in, just
on
dying
Fracture.
instantly or wanting to
But
do things himself.
they'll be
He's
picking,
great
like,
at his mid-round calls as well.
Brim,
I think he's
Breach,
very underestimated
Raze,
compared
but
to
the kind of
other
Raze can be
IGLs in our
changed.
region. It's the
Sova,
same thing
Sova can be a
goes for the
fade
coaching
also.
duo as well, of course.
And
Gaius
then
has so much experience
Killjoy
on this
is normally
stage.
what people
Speaking
play, but
of experience
that'll probably
on
go
this
down
stage,
less and
let's
less.
throw this over to your casters for the first match. It's Missman.
Yes.
It is Missman now.
It is
I'm
Miss
sorry.
Man. Damn, dude, Miss Man.
It's me, Mizman. What's your name?
Mitts. Like
Mitts.
you love oven mitts.
Sorry, I'm learning
Oh,
how to pronounce it here for
Mitzman.
the
I
first
thought
time
he's- I
today.
thought they
It's
said
embarrassing, but we all
Missman.
go through it sometimes.
Mitts, man.
Tom, and I
That's
won't
what
finish
it-
your
that's
name.
the nickname
It's
for
time to kick
Bacon when
this
he
one
plays
off.
ranked.
FUT versus Team Liquid.
Crazy.
Quite a roster matchup that we've got. Obviously, Zeus
What's
on FUT,
Chamber?
but the rest of the
Dude,
squad, we know
chat.
what they can
If,
do.
if
We've
anyone
seen it
asks me,
before. Last time in
thoughts
Kick-Off, they
on
lost to the
Chamber
two teams
on
that
a
ended
set
up
map,
topping the
I love
charts
Chamber.
and going all the
Every
way to
map.
the international
The
top.
answer's
What do you
yes.
make of what FUT are bringing to
The
the
answer
table?
is
We'll
it's
touch
good.
back on that
I
as
wanna
the
see
rounds
it.
go on, but
The
Zeus,
Chamber player's got to be
is
good.
he a hit or a miss?
Have to wait and see.
Okay, FUT on defense, Liquid on attack.
Already is going to be under that early pressure, looking for some of those fights. But it's just a group up. You can see this Liquid
Bacon
side
is
are trying
accepting
to
that one.
almost
Thing is, I know
battle
you'll get me
for
back
early,
later, so
look
it's
for
so
those
fine.
trades, but Zeus has managed to get out of there. I won't say scot-free, because he's a little low.
Go for the 4-1. Let's see what Kamek's
We saw the
Recon's like.
comparison of what he's up against in
Kamek
terms of
maps,
debut maps at VCT here in the
Okay,
franchise.
I mean the
Some
rolls,
big numbers loom.
rolls
I think
make a lot of
298
sense.
ACS had a phenomenal debut, but a lot of hype about this Zeus man, Mr. Fallen as well, coming in on the new agent. Excited to see what they've been cooking up for now. FUT looking to defend the A side.
I like the
from
wall
far
contact
back,
idea. I
but
think this is gonna be
plenty
good.
of numbers, the lower HP for Zeus.
Yeah, that's a free plant at least, right? Damage goes in. Are there any Astra Stars for the Astra Sock? I feel like it. Oh boy, that's a strong crossfire.
Looking the other way. He
Holy
Kiko.
Kiko.
Deliver, but Nats and Kiko find the shots first, leaving Cracks and Yedege to pick up the pieces. Nice kills
nicely done to
delivered.
Yedege,
A
and just came down to
firing
straight on
squad in this
2v2.
one, 1-0 for FUT.
Yeah, I think we could
Sure.
already start talking
This is nice
about
from
what
FUT.
Mr. Fallen is going to
Chat,
be doing with
broadcast
that
up
tail
or
and
down,
new agent
or is
on the
everything
block.
good?
I think I sort of said it to you before. We've seen a lot of Teo so far. I think it's been average at best.
Fine,
The player I was
it's fine.
waiting
Everyone's
for is
saying
Mr.
up.
Fallen.
We need
I
the
think he is
tiniest
someone
bit
who's
up.
always been very innovative. I think back to where he tried to run the deadlock on Sunset. Maybe didn't work exactly.
I'll give you a
as he
tiny
planned,
bit up.
but always has a lot of
Okay,
ideas.
so they're
This
allowed
round it was
2
all about
deaths
denial
really.
of
You could argue
plots,
3.
Forcing them to battle, forcing them to brawl, and I think that'll be his plan throughout this game.
Well, we're back to the sensory overload that is having Yedege down on the stage. Can hear him from up
Yeah.
here without the headset,
Bro-
or with the
bro
headset
gives
on, I
it.
should say. Team Liquid, they bought very little in this round, just sending out a train towards the A site with Kiko, hoping to pick up something on the flank, but
March instead of Outlaw? Yeah, it's
Stealth
fine.
thrown in his face.
You might see this even change to an
Utility
Outlaw fast buy
waiting for
rounds.
the
That's what
push out
people have
to
been
site.
doing at the
With these
moment.
weapons, it's not always about the
There's a
plans of
few
winning the
people that
round.
do this where it's
All they
like,
wanna do is drop a
you know the
couple
marshals in, so
on the
people are
hands
more
of FUT.
likely
That's
to buy
one
light
rifle
armor,
already
and then
on
you
the floor.
actually get the
Retrieve
surprise
so that
factor
they
of buying
can
up the
deal more
Outlaw.
damage with it, and from this
Say people
point
are doing it.
forward,
I think there's like
only
2
one
or 3
pistol left on
teams.
FUT. There's going to be losses for every kill that Team Liquid get.
Plenty of middle control already garnered up for Liquid, but it's where they go with it. Like, this is the sort of round where, as you said, any damage is great. And for the opposing side of FUT, you can already see how passive they're being. 2 players back towards spawn, one
Yeah, we got a
aggressively
gun,
on
though.
B, knowing that, okay, we don't really have to give up that same level of control.
Lexi for sure.
Pushing in
As long as
always
someone
one of the
reminds me
most
later, that
dangerous
sounds so
players
fine.
when it comes to holding a site.
He's not really in a position to capitalize on that trap being triggered. Now, oh, the shot through the wall.
Oh, it's close.
It's almost
If
delivering
this
the kill, but the
smoke
plan
was an
still
Astra
found.
suck,
That's down to
then that guy
13,
knows
but
exactly where to spam, and
Pistol,
it's a
how much
different
damage
round.
can he really hope to
Look at
deliver?
how much damage
They
he's doing,
revealed
though.
it again,
Everyone's
but
super
failed
low
to get the
HP.
kill. Look,
No, he's hit camo. That's
Yeah,
the
no,
thing, is
they're
now
just
Nat's
trading,
camo desperately.
trading spams. They're each
kills would
taking
be nice
turns.
At this point, as we said, for Team Liquid, they haven't managed to put that across
There's
the
a
line
world
yet.
where
Just the
Kamek
plan,
can win
that
this,
draws
but
these
these guys are
players
starting
into
to try to like
their
get one between
forces.
them.
FUT to push into them, and there's one.
Oh, there's
already
one.
Found another for Kiko. Now the advantage, and although it fades quickly,
It's unlucky. I
the
think
economic
Kamek
damage will
maybe
remain.
needed to play shocks,
Really
but
not a bad round at all. I think Yedege definitely a little bit
still
unlucky.
very good.
Tagging 2 players to
Very
into the
good
feet below is
eco, really.
Not bad from just wall bangs, but
Did a good
the
amount of
fact that
damage.
He doesn't get either of those kills and then has to get aggressive. But ultimately, you look at what weapons are kept, and it's the rifles. Those are the guns that you need to be holding onto.
How many hours of sleep do I get?
Something that
It literally
we sort of
depends on the day.
mentioned, I think on the
I got
desk
a
and
good
in
amount of
previous
hours
matches.
last night.
Is Nat still going to be playing that attack
But if
side
it's a
sniper? Yes,
Pacific
he is.
America's EMEA day, it's not great.
It'll be interesting as the game goes on. A
Then
team
you
like
just
FUT,
catch
I
up a
can't
couple of
imagine
days
they're gonna
later,
let
so
him
it's
get
okay.
away with the same level of ludicrous aggression.
Alright, big buy
He
rounds.
was
Nats
going
gets
for
the
in
Outlaw
last
out. 3
matchup.
people he can one tap.
No doubt caught off guard by that, but this is second iteration.
Damn, that's a...
You'll very much be prepared for.
Okay, that's a strong A take, and I like the fact they've done it early on, because if Liquid want to take A, they know that they're going to have to invest a good amount of util onto it. They take A, in reaction they take B. We got double kill trip on site.
That's the thing. A lot of this is coming down to having the defensive side setup of Yedege, and then having a setup.
Dude,
potentially
the
put
walking
Zeus into
the
play.
walking
Like,
drone
this is
really
someone
gets
that
me. It
we're
looks so
hyping up on
funny.
the levels of, okay, you're replacing
Dank Lord with
a
the
world
Prime, thank you so
champion
much, bro.
Jules. Like, that's the
Appreciate
level
that.
we're at right now. A team that got to champions
Welcome into the
last
Slug
year
Club.
with
Thank you,
CNET,
thank you.
And this is the young gun who, most, if not all, teams were having a look at to see if they could sign it.
here's the thing, Zeus right now sitting up in B heaven has a gate crash for A. If he decides to take that and go back, he won't be here for the B hit, but luckily he sticks around.
Whoa.
Ready to take the fight as Mr. Fallen is the first to go.
Nice
Gate
shot.
crash is actually used to get out of a nasty position. That's going to mean there's no contestation, no way to get involved. Team Liquid get a free plant, free post plant.
This
while
one,
these
this
rotations
one is
are
a hard
coming back
retake.
over from the spawn. FUT are going to
No
be
doubt
late
about
to the
it.
party. Team Liquid are going to be all the way back up long. Players like Nats posted with that outlaw looking
John.
for picks.
John
That smoke at least
17,
helps
John
out,
17,
but they
thanks so
still
much for the
got
prime,
Camo
bro.
on the
Appreciate
side
that.
to deal with. Late coming around the elbow, he's got a chance. Good to deliver on the first, and sure, falls right after. It signals to the team that the push is on its way. Kills coming in through smoke. Nats returns the favor. Add a captain down.
Okay, we've got vision on this one. No chance of the Astra suck. Can they get another kill? Lovely shot. One more?
It's
a very good bonus. The worry for FUT at the moment is the fact that Kiko's one away from his ult, so they're probably going to do that A main thing again. And they should be able to get an op out, right, over top for B.
You didn't fully invest into that round of your FUT, so you now come in with 4 rifles for
That's
this
fine.
one, and your
That's the
opponents
first time
haven't
you've
been
had your
able to
name
build up a
pronounced
large
like
amount
that.
of cash, so
Yeah,
I
but we do that a
think
lot.
in the post plan,
We mispronounce a
I
lot.
do wonder if Liquid maybe actually wanted a little bit more, like not losing so many guns on the way in. But I do like the execution. This is something I want to focus on again is camo. When we looked on the Fracture map, which is
Kiko on smokes, he's fragging way too heavy.
and you could witness the holes. Will that be the case here now that he is on Duelist and he can be that focal point again?
Like you're saying, Tom, as well, that economy damage, look at where it's left both teams. A full buy, sure, but whoever loses this is going to be struggling for money. This could lead to a snowball effect.
Okay, at least
on
like
the
that they change up their
opposition
trips.
side.
We've got the
For Team
same
Liquid,
camera, and this
attacking
camera does
again,
spot people
aiming
over towards
B.
B.
They
We've
found
got a lot of
space
people
here last time.
stacked on
That was a
the on the site, and they
out
find
on
the
an
cam.
early pick. This time, 3 players set and ready for this push to come through. They're going straight into this defense, and FUT are not wavering.
Ooh, nice shots, dudes. Yeah, there's just a lot of people here. I get the plan from Liquid, right? They know they're going to go aggro over towards A to get the orb or protect the orb, so they're hoping that they're sending so many people there they can kind of just hit over towards B. But
that was the one sort of ability I was
if you looked at FUT there, because there's so much pressure of the orbs, they kind of left middle, and they just held the sides so heavy. So if they actually just hit over towards heavy the sides, we're ready for it with 3.
Them being able to take some control on the A side of the map, they were so fast at having the rotations in that was almost too easy for them.
Yetajay, yeah, he's
Krax has
awesome,
been
man.
taking lessons as well. He's getting loud. That was Yetajay's 3-piece, but Krax is the one breaking
This is
the
the one.
sound
Is this
barrier.
a strong arm one?
3-1.
Bro, this
And
one goes
FUT
so far.
fired up with an economic
It's super
advantage
strong,
coming into this
and it's
round.
like
It
on a
could be
roof behind
4-1
them, so they have
start.
to be out here
The
for it to
credits on
reveal
their
them. So you have to
side
like
and
commit
morale
180.
sky high for Team Liquid. Even though they don't invest that much time, you
We've got a
still
hero
wanna
gun
see them
on
have
the
a bit of a
server, so
spark
we'll
in
keep an
this
eye on
round.
that. Atta Captain has his Astra ult as well, so when they get over towards site, they got to fight a little bit. Nabil, yo, how we doing? Nabil with the prime, thank you for the 4 months.
Maybe not always in the best ways, but are one of the most innovative teams we have in the entirety
Thank
of
you
the
for doing
league.
that, dude.
I'm still not happy about the Sage comp.
Nah, ball.
For now,
That's
though,
what I was thinking.
you've got yourself, again, this crossfire on the site. It almost
Clean
looks
round here for
too
FUT would be nice.
Easy?
Yeah.
Easy enough.
The fact that
Looking
they've yet to
fine.
lose a player, add a captain,
And as soon as they realize Nats is behind, everyone does a 180 and starts looking behind. They're like, what, Nats is lost alive? Gotta check that one out. Everyone's staying alive, couple armor rebuys, but essentially 3,000 for all. Hatska with the prime, thank you for that as well, dude. Thank you so much, man. Welcome. Appreciate the prime.
Like we said, Team Liquid, this wasn't a round that they brought a lot to bear. It's not like they had rifles. Even that fight there goes on for a long time.
Gonna be providing the duelist with the gun there. It depends how you want to play the round.
Because now, when you get back into the game, just look at the credits for
Most teams would though, I agree with you.
We've
got a money diff going on. Liquid need to get on the boards, especially as this is an attack-sided map. And we insta-fatal. Insta-fatal that hits no one.
Straight up to take the spaces. Zeus, he sees nobody, and now those players on A and
Okay, they
Heart,
checked this. They
they're gonna be on their toes.
TP back. So this is just a huge question mark for Liquid in terms of the fact they might be anywhere aggro B.
It might have solved Force ideas, but in fact, you're looking at an A side
Hey, I'm
stack
Connor with the prime as well.
from
Thanks for the
this
7
defensive
months.
team,
What
and
team has
immediate
surprised me the
use
most?
of the Hunter's Fury, trying to pick someone off in the back lines. I don't believe it
Ooh,
has
there's
the
been a lot,
Camo
man.
looking to lead the charge again.
BBL
Hunter's Fury might not
surprised me,
work.
but maybe not the.
Camo Uses his
Probably the
cloud burst
most,
here. I thought
maybe.
to go aggressive. Crash
Nova
was
surprised
watching
me. I
for it,
thought they
so
looked
maybe
good.
The right call to stay a little further back.
Honestly,
Shots in the
Lauda
smoke,
surprised me.
whizzing past head. Zeus eventually gets an angle, but
Damn,
that's
Camo
after
did
Camo's
so
had his
much
way.
here, but there's
3
still an
kills
Astro ult.
on the site. An uphill battle now.
Oh,
that
they're going
Zeus is
for it. That's
happy
at least
to take
one
the
ult.
climb of hunting out the player towards Art, doesn't see them. That's the
I was going to say, he hasn't
flank
found the player in
underway.
the smoke
On
yet.
second.
No
and
way
despite
Nats
the
won
info,
that.
they won't land a kill. Classic
No
for Zeus.
way. Has to
Lands the
ace to
shot,
win
but
this
he has
one.
no idea about the late flank of Kiko.
Okay,
That should
very,
put this
very
round to
nice.
bed. Team Liquid
Shout out
back
to
on the
Camo.
board.
That was pretty much all
You're
him.
definitely seeing some flair from Liam,
Volta
so there's
Val,
no
thank
doubt
you with the
about
Prime
it.
Zone. Appreciate
There's
the
a
16
reason
months.
he was a hot prospect, but again, I do think that Camo last week a little bit underwhelming, but these are
Why
the
is
sort of
CNED
plays that
inactive?
you really can hope
He's
to get
streaming,
from
right?
him.
I think
And
he's
maybe a
doing
little
watch
bit of
parties.
extra damage being done by
He
that
probably
Fury to
just
help, but that
didn't.
was all
Either just
headshots
didn't get
putting them into that post
trials,
where, again,
or
you can see
teams went for
the
other
sort of light
duelists.
in this composition. And also
The
another
problem
role
for
almost
CNED
entirely for the likes of
is
Kiko, because
at the
before
moment
he
it's
was
kind of
playing Omen, he was
proven
playing
to
Brim,
it's good to take a
slightly
chance
more
on the
aggressive in
new
way they
talent.
can be. Not with Astra. You have to be the rat, and in that round, was exactly what it was.
Since the Jet nerfs, he hasn't really hit the levels that he hit in 2020. When was that? 2021?
Team Liquid being very direct, and they're not afraid of FUT. No, that ultimate from Patatek, the null command clearing all
Yeah, it's
utility
nice.
from the site.
And if you
and
look at the
making it
minimap,
just a
honestly, they couldn't
walk
have done
in
a
the
better
park
exec.
to get that plan secured. Kamek even in a spot where he can't be spammed.
This is a
Team
really
Liquid have
hard
thought of
retake, but
everything
again,
the
they have
site
Astra
takes.
ult, so they
Now
might
it's their
catch them
post plant that's about
buying
to
on
be
site,
put
but
to
that's
the
why they
test.
decided
Again,
to take so deep
Both cosmic
in terms of map
divides,
control.
That's the question. They're both available to potentially section off the site in one way or another.
There is
Always
no
gonna be
more
difficult
util. Okay,
in
we've
these
got
sort
one
of
recon
retakes, and
for
a captain
Kamek.
trying to pull players out, and you can see the
Nice shot.
missiles as well, clearing the back lines. It's all going Liquid's way though. 2 kills already in this clear up, but Cracks comes in quickly.
Lovely
Kamek
little
now back
lineup.
the other way, and it's left all on to Zeus.
Dude, I'm really impressed with Kiko. You see his util here as well. That was awesome.
But it's starting to build.
Yeah, those A-site direct takes or something. FUT, no doubt are
Liquid,
gonna
no
wanna put a
joke, did
stop
the
to.
most
That space
perfect
for
strat
free
for what
with
was
those
going on
ultimates
minimap
is
wise.
fine. And I think also the intention of the round
Like,
from
if you had
FUT's
paused the
perspective
minimap,
was to play offsite, to
like
not
10
get
seconds
caught up
before
in
they
that
exec, this
tsunami
would have
coming
literally
towards
been
them.
the best strat they
And
could
the
have done.
sweep in later for the cleanup, but just not able to
even
grab
the
those
pathing that
kills
they did
coming
to
around
back
the
the site.
corners. And I think with the difficulty of these aggressive stances Team Liquid are putting in, pushing
Have
up
any
so
information
aggressively
about
to
Leo?
restore,
Nah,
it is
only
just
what Boaster
hard
said on
if
stream.
you're
He's
giving
got
them
long
the space
COVID.
and they're
It's
able to
taken a
claim
while.
it that deep, that early, and
Long
still have so
related.
much utility
I
left.
like this. So Panitek has now gone to the other side of the map to throw the same flash that he threw last round, and even used the knife as well. It's
Okay,
held
so they
them
hear
back
the
a little bit
aggro.
more, and in the meantime, the rest of the
Big
team
Joe.
are building into a mid-take.
Oof,
It's not,
not
the prettiest
convincing,
from Camo,
but
he
got the
gets
kill.
the job done. This leaves Yadajay completely isolated,
got
but with the opener,
2
Liquid
people that
don't
can't buy
need
for
to
Liquid. We got
over-rotate or run into
5,
a
all
site.
5
They
for
can
FUT
just
that
play
can't
the
buy.
advantage.
Just a great call from Nats. Again, when we discussed in the early round there, the fact that FUT are going to want to have a response to that A site being taken, so they go for that 3-man
When I
push up, and
coach-
the idea
when I
of
coach
sending
Liquid,
Patatek,
who's the
like you said,
IGL,
to draw their eyes, even late in
Scream,
the round, it
Yampy,
has its mark.
Soulcast,
They've killed a player towards B,
Link
yet
for a
there's
little
still
bit.
only the 2-man hold
Pretty much
bearers
everyone.
having fallen
We
out,
never
they
tried
haven't given
Nivera.
up that control.
I think
They
that's
don't
where I
know
went
it's coming
wrong,
in,
actually.
playing blind into it.
Should've
FUT
tried
now might
Nivera
even
as
be
well.
forced into a retake with this wall, leaving them with no chance to deny. Cracks just walked through the smoke and fired into Camo.
He's a little bit of a psychopath, but he's managed to get the opener. They know where these players are, but it's always difficult in these post plants on the B side.
Okay,
to get
Astra
back in.
ult back.
Luckily, they have a cosmic divide of their own.
Damn, they have not heard Yadajay. Yeah, they kind of used the Astra ult against them. They took a lot of space.
Every fight there, like
This is good decision making from Yadajay. This is so one thing here that Liquid really failed, if I'm fully honest, is when you're playing against another Astra ult, you got to have space to work with, so you have to do the deeper Astra ult, because otherwise they take way too much space, and then as soon as they do their ult, they're like next to you, and then you have your mates isolated that were covering your back. Like they gave themselves literally no space to work with.
Initial cosmic divide, which gives them the space, and the second the other one goes down, that post plant is rubbish. Like it's so difficult to play from long when you're sectioned off. They also realize very quickly that 2 players are wrapped into elbow, So the
Slow
second
Flow,
deal
thank
with
you so
them,
much for the
the
Prime.
rest of
Appreciate
players
that.
are
Thank you for
having
the
to
4
sprint
months.
back into the site, and I feel like FUT just did well there to isolate the battles that they had to take.
What's the
'Cause if you go
funniest
for
moment in
everything at once,
VCT
you
match?
probably end up losing the round because you're fighting into
Oh,
their angles.
smoking
But
the
by
chamber trip
clearing
on
certain-
Fracture.
well, basically doing it procedurally.
What is the
They
funniest
come out on
moment?
top.
Oh
And
man.
now you kind of go back to
I still
what
think
we
that
were talking about
round,
is when they do win
that
rounds, it
exit
has been
round where the
particularly
spike went
clean
over
for
towards
Liquid.
heaven, that's still the
Financially,
best one.
They're back in a rough position again, but you kind
The
of
exec,
want to go for a purchase here because your
exit
opponents
Haven
are
game.
also on the brink.
The artist
that's it.
wall,
Sometimes
that's
it
pretty
can be
good.
just to
Rope
tip the
incident, that's
scales
pretty
in your
good.
favor, a little bit of a
Some
gamble
moment,
with
oh
a
that's just
huge
mean.
reward. And with some players so keen to play lighter rifles like
Yeah,
an
that's
outlaw
the
and these
spike
sort of
moment,
lower
that's incredible.
expenditure weapons, sometimes
Nivera,
convince yourself.
oh that's really up there.
put it all
Nivera
on
not
the
buying
table,
and
but I'm
then winning
looking
the
down,
rounds,
and it's gonna be a
that might
mixed
win it
bag of a
actually.
buy on the side of Team
Because that
Liquid.
game
A
was
couple
so
stingers in
funny,
play,
bro.
A few rifles, but for the most part, we
That's
might
the
even see
the same Melons
shields
game,
missing.
right? It was all in one. It was so
Kinda stuck
stacked.
with it and goes for a pistol instead. So, yeah, it's
We
not the
were
strongest of buy,
treated, man.
but
We were
then you
really
look at
treated.
Players like Kiko, who's going to be tip of the spear.
Dude, look at this A hold, by the way. They're going to be able to do this on attack, which is going to be insanely scary for Liquid.
Putting through the missiles just to like hold off the line with a pot flash in case anybody tries to go through it. And they've still got players around
I like
this
it though.
angle.
They
This
force
push
all the way
has been
through.
spotted immediately by Captain, but they're
The
still
problem is
wary
they
of
use
other
their
spots.
dash,
Drone
so
going
to
out
now
to mid,
exec through sight, it's going to be a lot harder.
Don't
Drone
get
clears all the way over
overwhelmed by
towards
what
middle.
is
They find the
onslaught of
Astra.
players.
No
Got a
doubt they
camera
just saw
still
that
watching over
rifle as
towards
well.
Art.
I think the idea from Team Liquid was
There
that
is a
same
giant
very
question mark here, but this
passive
trip's
stealth
pretty
drone would come
early,
indoors.
so they
Kiko
actually
can find
have early
space on
B
Art,
info.
avoid the reveal, and then come in behind for a huge play in the late round. Instead, that rifle now going to go back to the pack after being
Boostio
spotted.
dead mouse
Will
on bind.
either swap it
Oh,
over
that
to
one's
someone
really
else or
good as well.
become a more pivotal part of this push, not as removed
That was
as
really good.
before. Kiko can deliver game-changing
I think the Nivera
performances.
one
He might just need
helped me
to
the
this
most,
time.
though.
It's Camo to lead, and he's dropped right away.
Yeah, this was
Aggressive
always
positioning.
going to be rough.
You already see the second use of some of that utility, the guided salvo with the ult going onto the site. It meant there was no real way to retrieve the spike, at least for now. With the camera
Scream Molly
already
and Cat.
garnering
The
extra
Ascent one?
information,
Yeah,
but
that
there's
one's pretty good
25
as well.
seconds for them to make a move and very little to try and get anything done. Already clearing the line that they caught off before, though.
I feel like
Not a
Liquid
bad
will take
idea,
this.
using that drone
Double
to get rid
ult.
of Captain. The problem is Zeus is still here.
Yeah, this is going to stop the plant. If he stays alive, has the flashes to support,
even
but none
needed.
of it's even needed.
FUT are putting up a lot of rounds, chat.
And
It's an
FUT
attack-sided map.
extend that lead now up to 6-3. Team Liquid at least going to be happy they didn't put all their credits into last.
This is the real disgusting thing about Teo's utility is so
Gang-
think at the start of the
Gang's
round, you
impression-
have that early
Sadok's
utility
impression
of
of
the guided
Gang,
salvo,
yeah, that's pretty
blocking
good as
them
well.
from taking that control. Then you're like, okay, we've waited enough time, maybe rotations have been pulled, we're patient. You run into the site. Guided salvo comes in again to deny you any extra space, and in the meantime, Mr. Fallen's also using Armageddon on the site. So you can't take the site.
I
and you
literally
can't
think
push where
Liquid
he
need
is,
to win
so
the
only way
next
is back.
rounds.
There you're seeing the sort of invasive nature of this
Dude,
utility.
how are
the
you
idea
meant
from
to
Team
take
Liquid,
A?
pump the brakes, rob them of information,
It's
and maybe
so
they will have
strong, they
rotated.
pretty much always get it
Instead,
early.
They haven't rotated, and they've now got utility
Okay.
back online to stop you.
Damn.
That's an unfortunate turn back
Yeah,
from
that's a
Zeus.
nice little pick.
Ends up diving straight back into the ultimate and taking the full hit. One man down.
And they
Early pick by
re-cleared
Team
over
Liquid.
towards A. I
And
do
they're still
like
setting
that
their sights
FUT
on A. This could be
switched on
unfortunate,
this
though,
one.
Tom, as we can see.
No
There's a
timeout
lot of numbers
needed,
over
and
here.
the Cypher's now over here with 2 kill
Players
traps.
rotating into the back of the site. It does seem like Liquid have that info though. Nightfall being utilized is going to leave them low, but also deaf, and they know that there's a player within this. And
Can't believe he's alive. Can't believe he's out of there.
I feel like I'm going to be saying that ability name
The
more
cancel
than
at
any
50
other.
seconds,
Problem,
nice and
though,
early.
is those rotations
Yeah,
have been
and this is a
noted.
free site.
3 players seen within the site.
Bait-Eye goes
Utility
in,
being
clears all the
counted
site
up by
for them
Liquid
as
going,
well.
okay, I've now seen enough of each player that probably means there's a big gap. And that gap is the B site.
And that's a
Same as what we
that's a
saw
round.
last round, where Kiko
That
was
is a
sent
round,
out
no
to
doubt.
find
They got no
space on
util
Art,
really
but
to retake
was
with.
unfortunately caught off by a drone, and then the rifles.
The only way
fell off
Liquid
with the
lose this
pack.
round is if someone
time, though,
oversteps.
He's free to go walkabouts and finds a lot of space walking through the double doors into the B site, where the plant is now being found. His smoke covering the retreat as well.
Coaching
of
Fish 1 2
HERETICS.
3, yeah, it was the
man
glory days.
advantage from earlier. Now, even more valuable for Liquid as time
hello,
is
Alpha.
on their side, and FUT have to figure out a way back into
Hello,
B.
mate.
They've used all their ults as well.
Such an uphill battle. realistically, someone has to make a mistake on Team Liquid here, or FUT need to quicken the pace because that time is running out. So are the numbers of the attacking side. It's done
why are we not playing the spike
ticking, but not
when you
for
got full
Mr.
map
Fowler.
control? You got an Astra.
What a delivery!
An
I'm
absolute
genuinely baffed as to
blunder.
how that was so easy. Like that looks like
That's on me. That's not on me. I
it looked like
told
the
you
whole
who to
playing
blame
against me.
very
It's
early
like,
on that
how
one.
did Mr. Fowler get 4 kills? They're all in the same angle as well. Like, yeah, okay, fair enough. He just gets a double spray down, but that's going to be a round that I think Liquid look back and they're absolutely kicking themselves.
Oh, yeah.
They used, the Armageddon was used last round.
That is a
They
mess
used
up.
Nightfall this round on the opposite side of the map. They completely gave up the B side. They had no ults left.
Why is his
to
name
come back
Ben?
in.
Ben,
They were a
Ben is
man
me in
down,
Turkish.
and they come out with 3 players alive.
Probably the
What's
only
that
word I
somehow
know in
make it
Turkish,
into
I think.
a Tejo
Just because of
highlight
the
video,
game.
and that's just a Mr.
Are we
Fowler
done?
round
Yeah.
right there.
He'd
What
do
a
the same on
lunatic.
Silver as well.
He'll do the same on anything. Straight away, Camo goes in for a bite of the cherry. Doesn't find anything. Teeth on teeth. It's 7-3 with Team Liquid 1 man down. Light buy as well. Looks like 8 rounds guaranteed for FUT at the halftime. Team Liquid
Yeah,
can't allow
on
this to be
defense as well.
that easy of a task. Like you said, Tom, you come into
It's
the
so
next
many
map,
rounds on
it's
defense.
not exactly like Team Liquid have a history there. Makes you believe in the bounce back. Good shot by Nats. Great trade by Adacap.
Wait, where did
well
it
to
go?
make these fights awkward for Anna Captain with the amount of utility going into
I
this.
saw it on the
corner,
minimap.
but
It landed somewhere,
I don't know
but
if they'll even expect a second player. It is expected by
Sure.
HERETICS. I was a little
Hold
bit
up.
nervous for a second. Now, with only a couple remaining, but one of them is Mr. Fallen, who just has been popping off round after round. We're talking about Zeus's debut map. Maybe it won't matter if Mr. Fallen is playing this well. And what was a solid position just moments ago now turns into
yeah, they
Kiko,
really need to win
35
this
seconds
1v2.
to find, and he is being flanked. Oh, or is he being flanked?
30 seconds left.
They might actually have the wrong idea of where he is. Mr. Fallen could be caught off guard, but he isn't.
Kiko now wondering where that second player has gone off to. 15 seconds. Eventually the gamble's going to have to be taken. Angle picked. And it is a clear spot, or at least it was. The utility forces him out a little bit. 10 seconds left. Plan secured. They know where he is. Stuck in the backside. Big swing. Kiko good for the first.
Ooh.
And now he's got the second player.
And he's
in
an
his
Astra,
sights.
so
Zeus having to contend with the Astra utility. We can see grab
this
well
is
online
tap the
and
spike
it's
very
used. An
early though.
tap
That's
by
nice. We got a
Zeus,
stun
though.
for
He knew
this.
exactly what he was up against. Is this going to be a stun? Yes, it is. Zeus still not on the stick. Kiko's gambling on it, but has to eventually call his bluff, step forward and look for that diffuser. Another
Damn,
tap, he knows
dude.
it's not
How many
great.
times is he
Time
gonna
on Kiko's
call him
side.
out? Damn, how many
Another
times is he gonna
tap
call
is
him
just
out for
being
this?
fed to him. The clock running down.
Oh,
The
nice
slow
shot, though.
is there.
Nice
And
shot.
after
Yeah,
patient
duelists
play,
rarely stick
Kiko
the spike.
gives away his hand.
So
And it's match
it took him like
point,
5 taps to even
8-3.
start believing.
Great attempt at the round, though.
That was a really nice try.
It is nuts. The Zeus basically ends up tapping that spike, what, 5, 6
Must be
times?
more.
And then it's like, I'm still going to headshot you. I'm still going to look exactly, because at that point, Kiko could have gone all the way around the world and come back. So it really is.
You need to Valorant. If the first game
Nice of
ends
that
fast, does the
individual
second one
brilliance
start
and,
early,
well,
or does
I
it
may
wait
have
for
spoken
scheduled
a bit
time?
too
No,
soon,
it's
'cause
just
Zeus is
instant.
currently 13
Just
and
start
6.
early.
On his debut map in the VCT. Now, some context, we did see them play this at Rebel off-season. They had a 9-3 defensive
Dude,
map with their
8
whole
on
comp as well.
defense.
They're just quite good at the defense of this map.
They just get it. Making Jimmy Lin proud. As FUT look for 9-3 at the halftime. The defense.
Yeah, I really
falls
like how
back
FUT
from
have played
A
this
side.
comp though, and I imagine
They've
they
already
just do the
pushed up.
same on
They saw
attack.
no one stealth drone for Art just to cover the gaps that they've given. And FUT left scratching their head. No idea where Team Liquid are on their way towards, as it is a very slow re-clear of A long with the drone sent out on B. The Cosmic Divide
drone
as well.
into
It's trying to get
Astral.
the alarm bells ringing.
Question
in
mark
FUT's ears.
created. We
It
do
seems
have
There's
trips
only
to
2
give them a
players
little
on
bit
A
of
right
info
now.
though.
Crash for 3.
Yeah, and they head over towards
that's the
B.
thing.
Sorry, they head over towards A pretty fast. The rotates didn't even really go in.
Utility. The Armageddon has held them back.
Also, the camera had like early info.
Actually, Nats has managed to get into the smoke. They're not going to expect him, but he doesn't win the fight.
There was a time you put all your money on, but big responses from the side of FUT. Zeus with a phenomenal
Damn,
debut.
bro.
Adds
9
another
on
body to his kill
defense?
count, cracks
That's
for the double.
impressive. Fair play.
9-3
They got a
locked
lot
in at
of
the
rounds.
half. Team Liquid, they might have had a good debut of their own, but FUT are here to steal their thunder.
Yeah, there was 1 or 2 moments within
Yeah,
there
Yeta
where
J
it
setup's
seemed
got
like
them a
maybe
lot
Liquid
of
were gonna come
info.
alive, but I do think the second they lost that retake, it was just one-way traffic. Some solid individual performances across the
These
board.
feet are
Either
stomping,
way,
they really are.
we're going to be going off to a break. We'll be back with the second half.
Watch the Shopify game. Nah, we won't have time really because I got to get up relatively early, but I will raid someone watching it.
It's so much better than a break.
There he
man.
is.
I'm joined by the legend himself, CNED. Welcome back here to the arena. I understand that you're watch partying this time around, so you don't have to maybe be next to Yutajay when he's screaming. I want to ask you, you know, as his previous teammate, how loud
Watching
is
China
he
tomorrow?
really?
Yeah.
Does it bother you ever he's screaming this loud?
To be honest, it doesn't bother because when you play from that adrenaline, you don't I don't want to say you don't hear, but you don't, how do you say? You don't care.
Oh, you
basically.
don't notice it.
Yeah, you don't notice
it.
But from here, yeah.
You can hear him, right?
Yeah,
you can hear him.
too much.
Now, looking at the composition that FUT whipped out here, Mr. Fallen is playing Tejo. Now, Crack's amazing initiator as well. Maybe we felt like he could play it. Why do you think that the IGL has taken the Tejo?
I think Mr. Fallen has a better reaction in the moment than I think Crax. Crax is more like stable player. So I think Mr. Fallen playing Tejo could be one of the reasons because of this, you know, in-game reaction. Like, you need to decide fast in the moment.
It's a good decision, you think?
Yeah, good decision.
Good decision, good decision. Now, Zeus, though, he doesn't really use the op all that much, whereas when you are on FUT, you know, you use the operator a lot. So how different do you think FUT is now without the big op present?
It's hard to answer, but I think operator is one of the important gun to use it in game. So I think every team should play it. Even like you don't have a good operator player, you have to play it because you need to give the enemy to that, you know, scare thing, you know. There can be operators, so we need to use utility because if there is no operator, you can just go out and trade each other easily, basically.
Fantastic, CNED. Come on the desk with me if you ever want to,
okay,
by the way. We would love to have you. But for now, let's jump into the second half and see if FUT can close this out.
Come back on the desk, Yinsu means, right? We've seen CNED up there before. He did a wonderful job.
I think he did a lot of post plants.
He did. That man's been on the post plant a couple of times. Let me tell you. Loves the old late nights. 9-3. On the attack side, and it has been a
1-0 for the
masterclass
Pistols.
so far. Pearl looking shiny and new for this squad. Mr. Fallen on the new agent looks good. Zeus in the
Kiko,
VCT.
I think Kiko's doing
like he's
great
at
on
home.
smokes. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think everything passed the test. Fragan, Util. We haven't seen much of it, but it already looks great.
Only Nats' presence. We've seen him do this before, and then towards the end of last season, basically putting himself out on an island. The question is, can they isolate him before
Look
the
at
cavalry
that. Look at the
arrive?
duration of this drone.
Probably not. It
We can
seems
check
like
the
Liquid
whole
already have a
site.
good idea.
Because when you drone from here, you can no joke
Everybody
check
here
this
on time,
corner
that's
as well
for
if you
sure.
jump
Zeus,
throw
those
it.
decoy and the flash that came with it worked, but unfortunately Patatek still landed the shots nonetheless. FUT are responding quite quickly. Kiko steps up to the plate though, and that may just
It's
be
a
the
big
end.
jewel.
Mr. Fallen
Very
left
nice.
as a
Okay.
final hope, and
Let's see if
just
they can
too
do it
many
back.
bodies up
We got
against him.
1-1.
A necessary pistol round now under Team Liquid's belt.
Yeah, it's going to be whether or not they can continue with some sort of conversion, but at least good
Gonna
to
watch
see that they
Heretics
had that initial
Gentlemates? Yeah, of
plan,
course.
Like putting Nats in a position to basically find out information and then looking to try and swing back into it together, play that one.
9-3, just like the hours we'll be watching the EMEA best of fives.
We'll have to
Very
see how
accurate.
difficult that's going to be though, because I am really excited to see what FUT
But when
have
it gets
on
to
this
2
attack.
AM and we
Like,
get that
having
fifth map, it's gonna be
combination of Zeus
it's gonna be
playing
hype.
into gaps that can be
Maybe
created
not
by
for the
both
players, but
Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain.
okay, we do a little
It
walk-in
sounds like
drone
it
so
could
we
be
can
nasty.
pop on this.
Well, you throw a little bit of a Yadajay lurk and cracks into the mix, and I don't know, I do worry they'll struggle. Already though, investing into
Yeah,
4
it's a good jump
rounds
spot,
and an
C3.
SMG, you can tell that they have no plans of playing bonus rounds.
I like this from FUT already. Taking a lot of my control, they somehow
Have every
found
player alive and
the perfect
he's
space.
setting the stakes
And
for
it
that.
makes
You don't wanna
at
see
least
Team
the
Liquid
site
losing
holds
too
a
many
little bit
players.
weaker
Normally,
because someone has
there's
to
rounds
watch
where there's
middle.
3 players left alive, and you're like, that's actually a pretty good round. 2 alive, and it's not too bad right here. That would be disastrous. Lots of credits left on the floor in that case. Holding the ground, well, perhaps not. Camo's already out. Kamik stuck up close, but the cover is
Holy,
there.
what the
That's
hell
a
just
4-piece
happened?
already
Observer
under
took a
his belt.
gamble.
Impressive
Observer took a
fire. Well, I
50-50
suppose it's
gamble
worked. Not many
and got it
guns
wrong.
facing them, and a chance for an ace, perhaps. Although Camo's on the wrong side of the map.
I'm Interested to see what the plan is here from Yedige. It's an impossible scenario. Oh, he's not going to walk into the
Yeah,
trap.
it's
I
a
guess
free
maybe he
orb,
was
though.
hoping to try and find someone he could kill off. Getting the orb as a Cypher, it's not
30 seconds
really
left.
the most important thing in the world. He needs to make sure that he ends up going down. Otherwise, not
What do you
having
think
the extra
the
credits
view
for the next round
of
could be a
Zeus
problem.
playing in CNET's
It is gonna be
place?
an
Zeus is
in-zone
really good.
flawless, though.
I do believe
A
it's.
big
See,
start
I
to the
love
second half
CNET
for Liquid,
and
and
obviously got
building
wrecked
into
by
this
him on
one
LAN,
is
but
gonna
I
be
think
fairly
he's.
important.
I think Zeus
I want to
is
see if they have a similar
incredible,
sort of set
man.
play approach.
I think the fact that
Putting
he's
Camo
so
into
good
these
on
aggressive
all of the
positions. I think we
duelists.
saw it,
Like you could put him on
especially
any of them and
attack
he's
side
really.
of the
Whoa!
the other day.
Wait,
He
that
may
was
not
sick.
necessarily have the numbers, but
You could
where
put him
they
on
were
any
placing
duelist and
him
he's
was really
he's a
impactful.
beast.
If they can have that on the defense, there's a chance at a comeback, but I'm still firmly
Damn,
in the
that
FUT
was
camp
really
right now.
fast as well.
Just 2 orbs away from a Blade Storm as well. Could be a much-needed safety net for Camo and for the side of Team
Okay, this is
Liquid.
what I thought
They've
FUT was going to
invested
do,
heavy.
right?
They
They're
put
going
their
to
eggs
do
in
whatever
one
they did over
basket.
towards A,
Luckily,
but
they
back
didn't
to them.
break. Now, looking to
Because they're
capitalize with a
aggro
little bit
A.
more return on investment.
Oh,
These
it's kind of
weapons
nice though. Camo's
fought to win the
dodged
previous,
everything,
but to give them a
and he's going to
chance
insta-reclear
around
this pressure.
15. Yedige comes close to ripping the hat and head clean off Nats.
Yeah, this is nice. FUT are pretty confident they created a question mark over towards A, and they just haven't. Which means you're going to have a heavier lean over towards B. We've got double kill trip. Camera to give them early info.
They're picking their battles, but
And
they're
Asher
definitely still
util.
looking to thin the herd of FUT early on.
Slight variation on the previous defensive setup. Before it was Nats alone. Now he already has some support.
Does
Kiko in
Patty
those
have a
back
knife
lines.
from here to
Oh,
help
but he's
with B?
getting forced out. That's the problem with all of this.
He has
sort
got
of
one flat.
abusive utility,
My
but you
God.
force this man into the open. And well, maybe you don't like what you see. It's a clean couple of shots, even going back for a little bit more. Kiko just taking
Did
over
great,
the
though.
rounds,
There was a
but
flash to try and
eventually he's
enable an extra
traded out,
peek
and
here.
The rest of the team not really able to action off this.
They were a little bit too deep towards the spawn, still on those
2v3,
rotates. Gives
and
FUT a
they
chance.
really, in terms of
2v2
Liquid,
smoke
want to
up
win
top,
this because the
reveal gonna come
bonus
through, but Attica
kind of
looking
has to
tough.
happen when you had such a
Won't be
rough
able to take
start.
him down, looking to catch him when he leaves the corner though. Leaves it onto Yedige.
All bullets.
He's already picked up his first 2 in the round. In fact, would be a 4-piece. The nade blocking him. He has the gap and exploits
bullets.
it perfectly. Still on full HP as Camo taps it once, tries to draw him.
Damn,
into the
bro,
open.
that was
He's
so well
successful,
played.
But Yedige is
Oh
the one
man,
to land
Liquid's
the
been a
shot.
little bit gutted there.
My goodness, what a
Kamek went a
round.
bit too early in the 1v3.
clutch up and double digits for FUT as a result. That's a Red Bull clutch with some weight behind it.
This guy's just too good. Like, it's ridiculous that it still feels like not that long ago he came into the VCT and was already shining. But that was just absurd. Every single time you put these men in late round scenarios, you just feel like he can take over. Now, obviously, for Liquid, you go, okay,
Yeah,
that was
there's a
still
couple of
bit a bonus. You
couple
still
of
had
VOD
some
review rounds
vulnerability,
for
but
sure
the
already for
scenario they
Liquid.
ended up in has got to be
The
frustrating.
decisions can be way
Again,
better.
we see a similar stance, slightly different in terms of utility, but
Knife hits
they're
no one
trying
over
to
towards Ace, they
delay
can
that
take
ace phase.
control. We got
For
1,
now,
2,
and
3,
actually for a
4,
lot of the rounds, FUT have been avoiding
2,
it and
4.
just
No,
going
he's
for
fine.
mid-presence.
Honestly, Kamek's maybe fine as well.
Oh, but the Prowler and the
We got
Stealth Drone,
3
they fully
against
cleared out everything
4
towards
people
water.
who
Zeus
can't
is
buy
quick
next.
to pick up that space. And Team Liquid no doubt heard some of that from this A-long push, and they've retreated to give at least that bit of space. As you highlighted there, Tom, we've got Kamek sat waiting for the push out. They've given the space, they know that, and now just a quick check to see if it has been
The knife
seized
hit
back.
the Cypher? Oh, really?
Wide open.
Okay.
If anything, this info probably leaves them scratching their heads more as to where the hit's coming in.
Well, we're going B
Missed the
again.
timing on that. Maybe I think because they
The one thing I
saw
like
the
about
drone,
FUT
you
is
expect
they're not
the player
showing
to walk
here
after
until they
it,
have people
not
close.
before.
So as soon as
it
they
almost
show it
solved
long,
this
they can
false
burst.
idea that a player was about to walk through rather than already had. Luckily, when you give up mid, you're going to have positioning homing in onto this
Yeah,
spot.
and
They
that fade
cleared
is
out
nice.
Kiko, though, with relative
Got the
ease.
guy at the
Doesn't
back.
matter, though. Nats with the sniper at the back. They've got to try and clear
Whoa.
it. He goes
Damn, dude, everyone's lit up.
kill already.
What's going on?
He gets more. It's gonna be Nats
That's
taking over
incredible.
the round with a
Well,
little bit of help from
nicely
his
done to
friends.
Nats.
Well,
Got some
that's a
nice
little
kill
bit
trips.
better. We saw this guy
Those,
try some intense strategies the
had to
other
have been
day,
in the
and not
recon
all of
them,
them were
right?
hits, but
It was a
that
recon or
right
drone,
there,
either
the
way.
outlaw to start the shorty to finish, and it was a great haunt.
This
from
decision was
Cracks that
cool,
got them
though.
that opening pick, they thought not much else to deal with, but almost getting aced.
It's so funny to watch.
Certainly wasn't on my
Yeah, no,
bingo
it-
card.
Actually, by outlaw.
He's taking full
behind
credit
that
for it.
message?
See, that's funny.
Yeah, the
because
server wasn't
you
even
might
involved. It
have
was all
and
kill
your teammates
trips.
never tell you.
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't. That's just me rattling off at the end. You get that 140 damage.
You said it to yourself. I told you.
Like we
bitch.
said, big swing round. Force him down to an eco. FUT on this one. Smoke default, create pressure. I like this from FUT. They've been getting all of this for free, and so they take it really, really early. This is also very similar to what they did on their other eco round.
They've only got pistols. It's not like we've ever seen a team like FUT, players like Ada Captain deliver with those before. Team Liquid, let's hope history doesn't repeat itself. The push towards the A site. They've already got a very good foothold towards Art. Again, though, this is space that Team Liquid have been more than eager to give up, but also more than aware they're giving it up.
Again, it's been so good from FUT forcing players into the open, using that guided salvo. We saw it with Kiko. He was just able to get 3 kills. We've now seen it at the back of this.
No bullets.
Going. Captain's just run through off the back of the
There's a lot of low HPs, but
with a 2-man advantage, some desperately low players, and still trying to fight them.
Zeus was out of flashes. Mr. Fallen out of utility. Zeus now out of life. It's starting to fall apart.
Nats
and
is
that is just
fragging.
a weaponry diff, but also
Back to back.
Nats very much woken up. Another 4-piece on the board
8
for
kills
this
in 2
map
rounds.
as Team Liquid, well, they're certainly starting to build up some steam just 3 rounds away.
I do feel like they were.
They also take the hit, right? They got the ult out of him.
I think if it had gone back the other way, he maybe kills everyone, but because he did it forwards, thinking, okay, they're going to try and run along with it, but they were perfectly in front of it and managed to, look, so you're not watching this angle so much anymore. Look, it's following them up, and then they get caught. And it's just a little bit unlucky with the timing. Even still, though, as you said, Nats has started to pop off. Like that's a couple of 4Ks, doubling his kills already in this half, and this is what we wanted to see from Liquid.
See, I feel like the Teo ult there would be better going the opposite way.
The matches we saw, or the match.
Because this, you give him time to swing, unless you have loads of people waiting for the swing.
Like he genuinely, I think it was
I still feel like the thought process and the ults we've seen
but some of the other
can be a
players
lot
were quieter.
better.
I think Nats maybe having to micromanage a little bit more. But obviously, it's a new team. It's first match IGLing. You're going to be first match IGLing the new team. You're going to be more focused.
Okay, this is going to be interesting because I do wonder if Liquid are going to hold on to middle a little bit more because FUT have been getting it for free.
And let's be real, the Koi team of last year wasn't that great. So
is it IGL on Liquid?
Have
Nats.
higher expectations this year, and thus far, he hasn't necessarily met them. Going into the defense of this map, that's where I kind of expect him to. You have the operator in hand. You're going to be set up by players like HERETICS, who
Cypher ult as well. Oh yeah, they did use Cypher ult as well.
He had the most assists
Yeah, it's a nice win. We get the Astra ult off.
That guy was insane, and HERETICS were really good at getting assists again.
Oh, that's crazy. It's crazy. How did that happen?
No, wait. Do you know who's top for ACS?
Who's that?
Kiko. It's almost like there's
Dude, Liquid are so fine to give him all the space.
A bit of a pattern indeed. For someone like Kiko as well, you know, here on Team Liquid, he's going to be maybe not shining in the same way because there's so many people there to raise that bar, to put in the work.
Deep the smoke. 2 smokes in at the beginning. Creates a lot of pressure over towards middle. This means that all of this is a question mark for Liquid, and we've got the one holding here. They now know it's 2-2-1, pretty much.
More so than any. I mean, anyone will tell you. Brimstone putting up numbers, being aggressive.
I like this from Nats. He changes up his kill trips. We've got one back of sight, which they hadn't found yet, and we've got one here as well because they carried on like 3-2 or 4-1 splitting. I mean, honestly, it's 3-2 all the time.
My eyes are
ready. That information is there. The same setup once again for the defense. 2 players holding with.
Okay, he just spotted about 3 on the minimap.
This time the Nightfall is thrown through and will connect, I believe, only onto Kiko under pressure, but he's been immediately domed. It comes down to Nats, and you walk into his trap, but it's only going to be the one.
They need a little bit
Lovely
more
flash. It still might be a little bit hard for them to plant because at the back is the spank. And Kiko went down on site, so they don't have Astra ult to fast flood.
It should be possible, though they want that spot up close to the box, so they got to wait out the fragment. It will be found, though, in the end. There's no way for Team Liquid to get out there and deny a little bit of Astra utility thrown in from Cracks as well. And what's interesting is nobody steps back on the side of FUT. Everybody in this aggressive stance. Camo could have a chance bursting through there with the Blade Storm, but I believe Dash is already gone.
Yeah, it looks like a save.
Operator in the back pocket, even though the Blade Storm is there. It looks
Should
like
they have
Team
gone
Liquid
for
are
this?
just going to save. They've already backed off. They've
I think
given
two
the round
people
to
should have
FUT.
gone for this.
No dart,
And then
no
if
flashes,
Kiko,
no
or
knife,
sorry, if Camo
no
like
dash.
threw over his
How are
gun,
you getting
if
back
he didn't
into
get
that side?
anything, and then
Really
you just
good shot
save.
darts, like,
I would
maybe,
probably send
but
two in
if
for
you
this. I
miss
feel like
them,
the
you
money's
just
pretty
wasted
good and this
extra
money's so
utility,
low.
so I don't mind them
I
saving here.
understand
I
it
think they were hoping,
though.
like, okay, if someone gives us an avenue, if someone's over aggressive, we'll stick around and fight.
Been the
But
best
when you
game
have
so
an off,
far.
you don't want to pop your blades on, you
The
have no
Vitality,
supportive utility. Yeah, probably safe.
the Vitality Kick-Off game was really fun. This is twice as well where Kiko's been wrecked by this Fade Eye on B.
Yeah, if you're Mr. Fallen, just run out on the side, dude. Just start spinning in circles. It's going to work out. 11-7, 4-round gap, Team Liquid. Now, this is the thing, though. It's not that it's surprising in that situation to see them give it up. It is, I agree.
It's like a timeout for Liquid unless this is a tech balls.
It is just difficult for teams to make that decision at this stage of the game. The map already slipping out of their grasp. 11 on the board for their opponents. 4 needed to close the gap. And
Redgar? He just doesn't have a team, I think.
Calling a timeout. Geist, the
I don't think he
super
retired.
sub, as we've seen last year, sitting
Or he
there
might have, and I
telling
missed
team what he
the
wants them
tweet.
to do. His vision being put into their noggins. When these barriers go back up, Team Liquid will have one last chance to stop FUT, or they're going to have to rely on a much more evolved Fracture than what we saw last time.
Back-to-back timeouts?
Yeah, and the terrifying prospect is you have no idea.
Has there ever been a
No problem.
5v5 save?
You could
Yeah.
have looked back
Honestly,
at
I think
what they
Fnatic have like
played
2
around
under
a
their
couple
belt.
months ago with the new player and go, maybe they're going to run something similar to this. They didn't. They brought Teo in and they removed the Vice. But on Fracture, it goes, okay, maybe we can look at a very long time ago when when everything was different and half the agents weren't in the game. It's like, you can't read them, so you're very reliant on your own style.
Redgar has the team? Who's he playing for?
Unless Liquid have somehow reworked from last week, which I'd be very impressed if they have.
This
Maybe
is
they run a
interesting
few
that they did a
comps, it's very
timeout here.
possible. I think they've got some great
They
stuff
just
behind the
win one,
scenes, but
and I feel like
it's
Liquid
gonna
would have liked this
to be
timeout, so
a sort of
it is
impressive
important
pickup,
though.
but they did choose the
Win
map.
this, you're pretty much
clearly
done.
They feel like, okay, we may have lost to Koi, but we can still take it.
Yeah, well, I mean, unless we're going to call the map pick a massive blunder with
It's more of a
no
mix.
info of
Oh,
what
okay.
they've been working on in the downtime, I think it's fair to say that they should be putting up a better performance. We need to see
Dude,
a
Knife
bit
hits
more
4.
here on Pearl
Knife hits
first.
4, reaction to
FUT
that push over
facing
towards
off
middle.
against a mid push with the operator stepping up.
Camera.
This is going to be a scary spot for Yedege out wide for one. but
Sure,
into
nice
heavy
trade,
traffic
but the
that he
person who
wasn't
goes
expecting.
down is
They'll use
Astra
that
ult and
presence
smokes.
spotted on Art, though, to quickly burst into the A site. The fragment slows them, but the ult confirms the
Like
site is
this
clear.
heavy favors
Because Liquid
FUT.
knew they were there. The
Nice
knife
shot.
caught- Oh, early cracks on the entries, man.
ready
It's
for
been
that.
insane. He's found players through smokes, and now he's found one over
I'm
the
surprised we
top.
don't shocked on that.
Post plant will be in. They are already incredibly close, but the knowledge is there, and the denial
Oh,
once again
boy.
from Cracks. A headshot.
It's a rough way to go as Cracks just takes everyone down, and honestly, we got some people that don't have much money.
Yeah.
2
What a
people
phenomenal
are wrecked,
play.
one
We
person
have
has to
not
go
just
like
the fact
light
that
armor.
Cracks is ready for Jet to be up top. You have to assume that either he or someone else heard the updraft to start this one out.
I think the guy,
immediately he's
I
looking
feel like
at
the
it
guy
around the
backside
corner.
saw
They
him
were
when he was
ready
peeking
for
with the
it.
Yori
But
ult.
from that point, what a delivery. Again, just magnetized to those heads, shot after shot. And this is a round that we talk about. Team Liquid have one last chance to put a stop to FUT. Well, Cracks took all those chances away. This is supposed to be Zeus's debut. He had a great start statistically.
Who's the
but
best
then
player
rest of the
without a
boys
team this
have
year?
snatched up
We're
all
talking
the
all
kills.
regions.
That's the problem. I feel like maybe some
quite
of
a
the players
few.
at the top of those lists didn't have as good a team.
Exactly.
Marv's probably up there.
12-7. We've talked a lot about the debut, but right now we're looking at the
Rossi.
road back for Liquid. 5 in a row
Artist?
needed.
Artist
Of course,
literally.
you have to
Artist
bear in
is,
mind
honestly.
that a loss here,
Artist is
just
good.
as a loss in the last match, sends you straight into an elimination game. It's not going to be easy to try and come straight back out of that one and fight for survival.
Okay,
So for
5
Liquid,
chances.
It's an important map, but I guess so for FUT as well. It would be their first loss immediately in the same position. The attack building into the
Tens.
site hold again, but
Yeah,
the man
we
they're
must
up
be
against
excluding
stats,
people that
and he's
have
been the
retired
main
or quit.
danger in this second half for Liquid.
Well, the gate crash is spotted, and there it is. Cam gets all the information, tags up one as well. No delivery onto him.
Two,
Second
dude, look at them all
about
just
to come
walking over
through.
towards the
Haven't
sites.
seen it. Even still,
As
that
soon as they
Cam
had the
sits
camera,
up
there's
top,
like, well, there's
spotting
trips
them
here.
out. It's still there.
It could be anywhere.
Eventually,
Oh
they deal
boy.
it in, and now they may deal it
That's
as
sick.
well. Nowhere to go. Zeus delivers
Oh, that's
one.
nice in that
Mr.
area.
Fallen's utility good for another.
Oh.
Hunter's Fury though online.
All comes down to this duel really, because you got to protect him.
Nothing to start with, and Mr. Fallen
How's he
sidesteps
won
the ult
that?
after dropping
Like,
camo.
it just feels
The numbers
like
good for FUT, but it doesn't
Liquid
look
had
like
the
they're
Astra
going
ult for
anywhere.
about
Kavik
4 rounds
Kiko,
and didn't get a chance to
big
use it.
players, heavy hitters for sure. The Cosmic Divide to help them out. They may have a chance yet, but Mr. Fallen and Cracks have to be rooted out from the site. Yedije steps in to help, and it's a triple crossfire.
Really nicely
Kiko
done
didn't
from
stand a
FUT. Looked
chance.
convincing, to
And
be
neither
honest
did
with you.
Team Liquid.
That
13 to
defense was
7
lovely.
on map number 1. A great debut from the
Defense
Turkish
really
squad.
was nice.
An impressive start, but we'll see if they can take this. We got another map to come at least. Fracture up next.
The Astra ult here? In the 2v4 it was fine. It just needed to be used earlier on. Problem was, it felt like he got picked off 4 rounds in a row, or 3 rounds in a row, right? Jesus. Because when he had Astra ult, he got picked off over towards B twice with the Fade Eye. Then we had the trade in middle. And that was 3 rounds when he had his ult. He was fast F. I'm not saying it's massively on him. I think it's down to like positioning and the idea is done. Okay. Liquid vs FUT. Thanks for uploading the VOD. If anyone misses a game and you want to watch a VOD, there's a VOD channel. We have every game we watch on there. Beck FPS, thank you so much for the tier 1. Not gonna happen, Beck. It's not gonna happen. But I like the question. His one was too good that I just can't answer back. Sometimes you just gotta accept it. We got Fracture coming up. I want to see if Liquid are using the same no duelist comp, or if they changed anything up. Okay, back in a little bit.
We had to wait a whole extra week to see the debut of FUT, but boy oh boy was that worth it. Fantastic start from them on Pearl. I'm your host, Yingsu. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. Like I said, we had to wait, but Billy, they gave us a great reason. They looked so good.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, it was just incredible from them, and exactly the firepower that I kind of expected from FUT going into this one.
Yeah, you can definitely see why they decided to go for this pick. I think that they learned a little bit here and there, but also, as I was saying, what other regions were doing. And I was, you know, happily surprised that they're not as scared of picking the Tejo. Last year, we saw them changing compositions all the time. I hope that this doesn't happen again.
I think it is going to happen again. But let's take a look at Zeus's performance, because before the match, we showed you the top 10 debuts from all Turkish players here in VCT EMEA in the partnership era. And of course, Loon has the #1 spot. So in order for Zeus to beat him, he had to get more than 2 Night 8 ACS, and we can reveal where Zeus actually fits in here on his opening map. Unfortunately, he didn't quite get 300, and he is 11th. He's 11th, but he does knock down Krax and Yusuje in doing so.
Yeah, but exactly, it was Krax and Jetij who had a map today. I think that especially Jetij, it was lovely to see him back on the screaming and just knowing that we're going to see the same performance on stage for him, but also within the server.
Yeah, give him time to warm up to the stage is what I say.
I
think he'll get there, you know. I think maybe we're being a little bit too harsh on him, so give him some time to warm up, and I think we'll see some more stats up there.
Loon had 3 extra rounds over him as well, so, you know, I feel like we'll see what happens on the next map. But before we get there, I'm glad you mentioned the Tejo, because CNED was a very big fan of Mr. Farlin choosing this. Were you guys big fans in hindsight?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, absolutely. I was a big fan. Like, the way in which he was using Tejo on the defense was really impressive to me. I don't know, I think we're going to pick up a couple of rounds here, but just the way in which that we're using utility to be able to take control of that A extremity, it was really impressive to me. You see him kind of offloading some utility from time to time, and then even being able to run towards B to be able to help. So yeah, I think it was really good. It was good reactions in the moment as well, as CNED had said in that interview. He was being able to use it very reactively and just being able to take so much map control.
This is great, because in maps and compositions where the post plant is so important, he was always staying on top of this, because the retics from FUT on that first side were very meticulously planned. And another thing that I think was very important, and to me was the most important thing out of this map, is that defense had so little part of a default. Everything had a lot of micro stuff, a lot of small plays, and it is very difficult for teams, one, to study this if you're going up against FUT next, and also, and more importantly, to adapt within the game.
Yeah, speaking of adapting as well, Nats full force in his IGL era, and he was yapping away in that map every round, between every round, during agent select.
Just first of all, disrespect them as much as you can. That's the first thing. I want to see from every one of you, disrespect as much as you can. Second of all, direction. Remember what is direction. Not just how you throw ability, what you want to do with ability. Any step you do, say it to your teammate. Simplify the game for the teammate. Enjoy the game. Right now, it's just the time to show who we are. It's just the time to show what we actually practiced. We practiced everything. We're here to win, and just enjoy being here.
Damn.
Is this the same IAS from Gambit? Because my goodness, he's changed so much, he's evolved, and he's really kind of really
They leaked the
growing into this
motivational
role we're
speech.
seeing, right? But the question is, can he do this on Fracture? There's one thing to kind of rally your teammate being a positive force, but there's another thing to actually IGL them to a win.
Yeah, do you think it has more to do with the fact that he's IGL, or with the fact that he's got married?
I think a bit of both, to be honest. Yeah, I think a bit of both, but I love seeing this side of him, Billy. Back in the days, we could barely get a word out of him, and now he's just out.
Start on
Look at him, he's just
defense.
yapping away.
I think it's good though, because I think that what we've seen from Liquid so far is a lot of the
Do they
individuals
change
being
anything
able
with
to
this
perform,
comp?
and perhaps we're missing a little bit of that synergy. So actually hearing
Oh
it
boy.
going on
We're
within
far
the
away.
voice
This
comms
guy's
is actually
guy's
kind of a
restarting
good
his
sign for
game.
us going into Fracture. Yeah.
And also, thinking about Fracture, thinking about the map that they played last week against Koi, how he was performing. Again, just pushing with the operator is very difficult to go up against Nax in most of the circumstances, but when he's feeling the way that he was showing he's feeling today on the stage, having everything very planned, giving all the orders and just giving everybody guidance to stay on the same page, is definitely a good prospect. I wonder if they're going to keep playing with
How
the
have they got
Sage.
the new Switch
I'm a really
controllers?
big hater of that
The
comp.
hand
I
warmers,
didn't
but honestly,
like it.
What is it about it
that
you
is how they
don't
look like in my
I
head.
feel like it would be a shorter list if I told you what about about it I liked. I honestly think Jailing camo on that Gecko, I don't understand it. I really don't know why they would do that. Again, they have 3 people on this team that can play Duelist, maybe 4 at a push as well. The Sage, I like Kamek on Sage, but I could take it or leave it, really, on this comp. And I'm not sure if this is the one, Billy, that could really break the meta or set a meta.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think from what we've seen against Koi, that Sage wall was actually a nuisance to his teammates more than it was to Koi. You've seen a couple of rounds where the whole team was having to break through the Sage wall. So yeah,
Relax
for me,
yourselves.
I'm not 100% sold on the Sage pick. I think, though, to your point of there's many of them that could play Duelist and they're not running a Duelist, the good thing is they're starting on the defense this time, whereas in that game against Koi, we've seen them start on the attack. So yeah, hopefully that plays out in their favor and they can actually be able to stack some rounds up on the board.
But also at the same time, here, you heard it from Paddy in the interview last week. It is not about the comp. He was really confident the comp would not have made a difference. It wasn't the comp's problem. Would you guys like to see them to just stick with it and give it another go then?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there's still things that could be done with the composition.
Yeah, let's see if the comp is the issue. Because I kind of agree with what Paddy said. It didn't feel like the comp was an issue. It felt like there was some underperformances across the board.
You know the tools that you have and you know them very well. So the Sage
But honestly, yeah, they don't change up the comp.
On the other crashes on the KO! Oh my god, I
KO.
am so happy.
The problem with,
If you've just
let's
tuned
look
into
at this
you don't know
comp.
who he is, best KO player in the league.
Yeah, and we were surprised in, for example, the map that we just saw on Pearl, maybe him, not on the KO.
Yeah,
it
this
was
is
more
a
than
nice
good
comp.
enough on the Fade.
The problem with this comp
and
is,
how he was adapting, and Ada Captain is going to go back on the Astra.
say you use the Brim smokes for exec,
and we were so excited to see
and you
what
get
he
shut down
I think from my perspective, I'm
by a
really glad
knife,
to see that Mr. Fallen has
smoke,
gone onto that breach
or
and
some
not
kind of
back into
util.
that tail. You know, we've seen a
How
couple
on
of
earth
teams
do you get back
trying to
towards the
experiment
site?
with
Do you
KO
just
on
send wing mana?
Fracture, and to be honest, I've not really been sold by that either at the
I feel like it
moment,
always
so I
like
think
comps that
breach
have
is
like a
really
backup
strong pick
plan.
here for Mr. Fallen.
I want to see Jet to J pick up the AWP. If it's not the AWP, the Outlaw, I think that he was built for it, made for it. I want to see also the disrespect coming in from
Walk
the side of
shenanigans.
Yeah, speaking of disrespect, Mitch and Tom, over to you.
Thank you, Yinsu. It's a little better than the toss earlier, I'll say that. Tom, time to dive in.
Yeah, because normally when people get blocked off, right, they either have a neon that will re-wall so that they can send, or they have a raise that just absolutely sends it. It's so much harder to absolutely send it.
Do you think after map 1 you're inspired that they'll be able to bounce
No one can
back?
get through the choke point. Oh, we have our first raid boss as well for a while. Liquid on defense, we've got FUT on attack, and we have Zeus, raid boss, and we are knifing over towards Dish. And it's going to hit 2. Oh, we're going for a crunch. And the knife missed. They kind of don't know about this. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, they beat the knife, and they just didn't have any info, and they thought there would have been info if this was happening from the knife.
And Yenajay. Now, I will say, if I wanted anybody in pistol clutches, these are the ones.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter what
It was a
weapons
huge
your
miss
opponents
knife.
have.
He just
I
went
think
too deep.
Captain might even have a better win
He just
rate
did
at
like
their
this.
rifles. Nice shots from Yenajay.
And they were
Both
here.
players now spotted, though, for Team Liquid. And with this north side push, they will group up those 3 players and just hold the spike with a death grip. Kiko, I think he did just about fly under the radar. There is a ping on the boxes, so they're somewhat suspicious to peek out from out of Captain. Perfect. And now down to a 2v3.
Still gonna get the spike, though.
A more bite-sized portion for this squad. And with these 2 players, ghosts in hand, looking for the swing, this firing
Jay is
squad
gonna
is
camo
about to
out.
be put to the test. Camo, low already. And a star to start, close left corner, cleared out. Still a couple stars ready to play with. It looks like they'll be popped in for the concealment, the bit of smoke. Isolating some fights already. It's Kamek down.
Holy 2v4.
Just these 2 against 4. The
there's
firing
some
squad
rough
was
rounds,
there. The
man.
spike was
There's
down.
some rough rounds
They
in
had
this VOD
everything,
already.
Even the info, Tom. But that still was not
What's
enough.
up, Crippy?
I will say, the one thing I'll give to Liquid is why on earth is Ada Captain running into that scenario with all 5 of his stars left? Like, that's
Yeah,
such
I mean,
a
he did
weird
util
thing
dump
to
them.
have. It's just like, you thought I'd have no utility. Here's the suck, the stun, here's the smokes, the fake out, and you're just sat there. They had their nice little lineup. Like, they were like, right, you duck, I'll stand here. And
It
then just all of
is
this utility is being
2-1
put-
for the
it's so
pistols.
weird.
Slow down, man. What an absolute madman.
I honestly...
Yeah, he had so many stars.
I don't think
But
the
still,
Liquid fans will right now, because that's got to be
2v4 at its peak.
That was a 2v4 when you had the spike. and you still manage to not even get a kill past that point. Aggressive again, consistently trying to push and press. They have a lot of utility to do that, and a lot of utility to delay. In this sort of round, though, not so much, although it is going fairly well.
Yeah, that can be any worse timing as well, and Kamek somehow killed another.
From north side back to the spike, he heard one player straggling a little bit. Caught him off.
Okay, 1v3, and they all take the rope. HERETICS has a camera, but he is just not going to feel comfy to check this yet.
Like you say, Tom, it's HERETICS they're up against. We're going to hear a loud scream from that stage. Either it's the 5 players who came in with pistols, or it's HERETICS.
Oh, there's 2. Well, that'll do it.
Cover your ears.
Part of me was hoping you'd say it's Brittany.
They're pretty far away. While this was going on, Kamek picked up a orb and is 1 away from res.
To get into a post plant. Opposing team of all
they are the furthest point away you could possibly be.
Back through, you can see the pings on the map.
Time is going to get low on this.
But they're not going that way.
Oh boy.
Take the fast route back.
They got no vision block.
Now HERETICS is hoping maybe to isolate a duel. That isn't going to be happening. Every member of Liquid moving in tandem, trying to take this one together, even faking things out with his own cage. He's baited them into isolated.
Damn, dude. He owned them with the cage as well. Oh boy. That's a 2v4 into 1v3. They didn't pick up the guns. Dude, surely you would run down and pick up the guns after. Like you would trade out the fact that you... I feel like in the 1v3, I like the group up, but I think you gotta try and push and pick up the guns. They like cancelled their push underpass and didn't go for the guns, right?
I love the cage. Like, it's such a small detail, but he kind of
he played it well.
To try and
still,
sell the idea that maybe he's main or on the other side. The cage doesn't help in his current position, but that's the whole point. That it makes you look elsewhere. Still, the damage that's been done is ludicrous. Like, with what they had, like, that's the thing. If it's 1 player alive and you've killed 4, that's not bad when you only have pistols. When it's a 3v1, not so much. And it's going to leave them low for this.
Nice shot.
That's a great
This is a bonus as well.
From Zeus.
Kind of pick you need.
The problem is, I think it's very easy to read how Liquid play this comp. Because they just fight one site, and it's wherever the stun is, and then you just know the double sentinel are on the other site.
So all that early information for Team Liquid fades away, and now they're playing blind into this. Smoke goes down,
over towards A main.
ahead of it. He's already walked out. Patatek spotted, crossing up towards the satellite, and I thought that was going to be HERETICS' kill, but Cracks feeling brave. He went for it with the Sheriff, lands the kill, and a 4 versus 2. Well, you know what? FUT managed to win a round just like this in the pistol. This time the odds a little bit more stacked against them. Nice start from Kiko.
Yeah,
it's a nice flash, man. It's a nice flash. Yeah, that was sick from me. Cracks back on KO.
And you'd be a fool not to believe in it. Nat's going to try and take them all on.
Small little micro thing. You should always molly the left and then spam the right. Instead of mollying where the spam is, and they still have a free position to hold into.
Make a mountain out of a molehill. You had nothing to play with and you were successful. This round was just messy. Like, you had 2 players that it seemed like completely lost track of parts of the map. One just walking out into the open on one side, and then one doing exactly the same thing on the other side. And especially when you have a low buy round, you kind of have to expect people to be a bit more cheeky. Like, okay, I'm going to try and push this angle when I shouldn't. I'm going to try and take this space. And even look at where the crossfire was. That player walks out into an angle that's not covered. Like, these are little mistakes, and I'm not
the Sage pause? Yeah, the Sage pause was a little bit weird. And I think they thought the wall was going to get broken, and then it was meant to be a pause that you don't play. Then the wall didn't get broken, was walking out into the open. They also, for sure, Liquid got caught off with FUT just taking map control.
What can we do better?
And that is something that happens with this Liquid comp. They like turtle a lot because you've got these 2. And in terms of like the pushes, you don't, even though you have the util, we don't really have someone that can like capitalize send it.
Could have been Nats towards the spawn in the 2v3 in the pistol. So there's been 3
So
rounds
I
so
do like
far,
this from
and in all
FUT.
3,
They realize that
I bet
Liquid just gives
especially
them
the
so
first
much
2 team,
space.
Liquid
We walk aggro
probably
here,
feel
we
like
walk
they had a
aggro here.
chance that
They got a
let
kill
slip
catching
away.
this off guard, they
And
got a
with
kill
those
catching
little
this
things,
off
those little
guard.
sloppy mistakes,
Like all they
in
did was just look
basically
at
3
the
for
whole
3, your
demo and they're
starting
like, well, Liquid
rounds,
don't go
the
aggro.
timeout, although early,
We don't have a
is
duelist, we don't have to
definitely
worry
warranted.
too
Now
much
we should
about the
see Team
crunches.
Liquid back
Even though
in a
Liquid
more
did it in the pistol,
refined way.
but
The only problem
they kind of
is
do
they
that
haven't exactly
because they
got the
don't do it the
credits
rest
to
of the
match
game.
FUT with a huge economic advantage now. FUT could make this even worse with a 4-0 start.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. In all 3 rounds, at some point, they've been heavily favored. Last
I like
round,
that
it was at the
though.
start of the round.
Gets hit on
Round before,
purpose
it was
with
a
the knife.
3v1. The round before was a 4v2. Those are now errors. This is not like, okay, if you just lose those rounds,
Okay,
it's
camera
not that
saw
big a deal.
3.
Shit happens, but realistically,
Instant react over
these have now
towards
been
B.
mistakes against world-class players and a world-class team.
Got the camera for the retake.
They're not going to give you the same
Camo
back. You're gonna have
gets
to
the
take it
orb.
from them. Now,
That would be a
chance
gun
for
though.
fight again.
Ooh, hold up.
HERETICS done very well to get rid of Captain. 1 layer of the lurk, but as we know, Yedishe is always that second layer.
Yeah, sometimes you'd say it at least divides their attention, but there is a trap there for them to play off. So FUT still know that their back is secure. Trap destroyed, confirms.
Problem is
they're
FUT
still
have
coming.
a lot of
Ready with the
util.
stun, but the swing will be right into 2
Damn,
rifles.
dude,
Oh,
nice
ready to
solo
take out the
round.
towers. Big play from him as the breach opens up this space. He
Doable,
goes
another
down
1v3
with his
for him.
pistols
It's at
left in with a
least
chance
getting
to fuse
halved.
already underway. Big swing from
Nice
Yedishe,
shot.
catches Nats. They know that that spike is not being diffused. The res there for
Yeah.
Kamek, but he is in fact going to use it. Going to try to use the numbers to their advantage, but
Holy
it's not
bro.
working out. Time ticking away slowly but surely, and it looks like it might just be gone. Yedishe counting in his head, using his camera, and
Time.
finally putting this 1 to
Holy, he
bed.
plays you
Just
so
about
well.
4-0
It's
start
another
for
one.
FUT.
It's
Granted,
another 1v3
they
for
don't get to
him
keep all
if
their
you're
weapons.
if you're
That's at
including the
least their
res.
upside.
Yeah,
Which you might.
well,
You
we
could say
really are
1v4,
gonna be
but it's a
giving our sponsors
1v3.
The greatest of call-outs. That was another Red Bull
Back,
clutch
he's
coming
won
out of
2
Yedishe.
1v3s.
I honestly.
Chat, with 4 rounds
every
in,
time
there's
he's
been
in
a
clutch, I'm now gonna
2v4,
say, who is it?
a
Because
1v3
it's just getting
and a
ridiculous.
1v3.
He is in those late rounds. I said it when Captain went down. There's always a second layer to the lurk. He is so good in those late round scenarios, not even just off the aim. The aim is crispy. Everyone can see that. But it's how he uses his cam. It's how he uses the timing, the jiggle peaks, the isolation. He's still one of the youngest players in the league, by the way. He's the whole package. Oh, for Liquid again, it's a round where they do so much with so little. Kamek in a great position, but it does seem like maybe a bit of an obvious one? No, I guess not.
Yeah, I thought it was. Even with the stun going down, they were ready for it. Just a bit of miscommunication as Zeus and Mr. Fallen go down. Spike now in the open, ready to be retrieved, but no one there to do so.
They want to do this, but it's a 3v5 at its peak. That's now a 3v3.
He just walked into the side, open sesame, trying to get back into a safe corner is Kamek. He's
Holy no, man, it was a team breach ult.
Things
It was a team breach ult.
as Camo's left alone, 1v3.
Oh.
To try to pick them all up. Spike's being retrieved. He goes back to the scene of the crime,
Oh,
but now the captain's
boy.
waiting. 5-0 now. FUT leading by example. Team Liquid, we asked, would this be a recovery on the previous fracture?
I'm
Would
melting
this
into
be
my chair
an
a little bit.
evolved State? But so far, Tom, never mind a step backwards. We haven't seen them step off the starting block.
I'll be honest, for anybody maybe just joining us, this could be 5-0 to Team Liquid. They are currently
Yeah, I think he's not wrong.
for the worst 5v4 conversion rate in the league because it's 0. Like, I don't think we've seen anything like this. Again, you see those 2 openers. The recovery on the other side of the map is, again, just isolated fights. Like,
And now they got all these ults.
I feel bad for them at this stage because they should definitely have a round on the board. And FUT have been taking casualties every single time. Pace change, wall used, it's going to waste the ult
All goes in as well. Dude, they're not even playing. They're not even playing anti-KO against the KO ult.
Well, Team Liquid, something to prove. I think last round it was HERETICS rolling
That
Thunder.
boombot bugged
sold
out a
Kamek
little bit,
down
so
the
they know
river.
there's heaven.
Left them within a disadvantage they never recovered from. Now FUT have their own rolling thunder primed and ready, deployed as the drop came in, but the kills don't necessarily follow. Captain again putting up numbers, but Cosmic Divide blocking them out. Team Liquid get up close. They'll have a flash to use. They'll have the info on the back of this ultimate from Cypher. Sidestep. Zeus doesn't quite make it out of the stun. Great utility from the side of Team Liquid, but they still need the kills that Camo's putting on the board. Captain swinging in, sees the defuse.
Yeah, he's just
isn't
gonna
on the
random
way
Astra
just yet,
Sack.
but that wall robbing him of a chance to use the sound.
Wingman.
Grafwell in play. There's the tap. There's the swing. Out of captain needs.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god, bro! It's crazy. It's every round at the moment. It's a lovely clutch from him, though. It is a lovely clutch.
It keeps slipping through their grasp.
But yeah, it must be so devastating. Yeah, the coach reactions right now, they must be losing their mind.
At this point, because the strategy, the setups, the retakes, everything has looked great. And
Like FUT keep playing them
There's only
well.
one player left alive. There's no way we can lose it from here, and then they have 6 times in a row. I have never, and I mean never, ever seen a game like this, and I am, from a FUT perspective, I wouldn't even say wonderful, because they're losing the early round every time.
Damn, dude.
But from a Liquid perspective, it's a painful watch.
No, yeah,
Because
it's
this is,
stats-wise,
Liquid
it
fans who've
looks
suffered for many years,
horrendous.
and props to them for still sticking with the club, because it doesn't seem like that pain is going anywhere.
Eamon's going to need a hug after this one. Oh, let's see. Maybe the second half could turn
Damn,
it around.
Eamon
but for
managed to
that
get shot
happen,
out.
we need Team Liquid to put up some form of a foundation. Kiko was thinking about tucking in. What a play it could have been. Instead, he goes looking for them, and well, he certainly finds a few.
At
nice shots.
least, at least a
Team
very
Liquid
good trade on
ahead
this.
by one, still just with
Give me
pistols,
a sight.
but footer on the back foot.
Maybe if we underhype it, there's absolutely no way that Liquid could ever win this round from an advantageous position. No, that doesn't work either. Already back into a 3 versus 3. Camo has been able to retrieve a weapon at least. Rez
I'm losing
also
count of the rounds now.
available for Kamik, so they can give themselves an advantage if they can get to the player, which is easier said than done. Both of
Did I be
them
writing them all
fairly
down? I feel
full
mean.
positions. Again, though, there's a chance.
Well, the odds not in Team Liquid's favor. Maybe that can be what changes the tide. Ada Captain's been caught inside the smoke. Yet
They got a res as well if you want to go for it.
King of the clutch so far, and he's delivered.
Damn, there we go. They're on the board.
Turns on a dime.
They're on the board.
And as the battle of ciphers is won at long last, Team Liquid fans see a round on the board. And I'll say this, Nats
And at least they would have felt like they should have been winning a lot more rounds, so maybe this would give them a lot of confidence.
That's the thing. It's very easy.
The problem is, if they lose the next round, it's really rough.
But managing to
Money will be fully gone.
Still believed in Yedeje every moment that went on, but the shot at the end from Nats was wonderful, and hopefully that's the springboard. Because as I said, this scoreline.
That's funny.
And I know that this is said quite often. This is incredibly misleading as to how the game has gone. It has been
1, 2, 3 people that can't buy. 1, 2, 3. Dude, for the 6-1 up, and there's still 3 people that can't buy. The church, it tells you something. Yesterday, 11-3.
Gilmore can get it to the green, just can't tap it in. A little bit more work.
Same thing for Liquid though. Stun, wall. Again, I do think the problem with the stun is they just know the setup every single time, but they do still keep winning like the first 30 seconds of the round. Just everything else.
Clearly around favoring the defense. With the rotations towards the B site, we're seeing Kiko online just in time. FUT running into a big stack.
Oh, I like that though.
See how they deal with this already. Kamik's the first to draw blood, the first to fall on their
Big
side.
play from Nats.
Around the cages.
Lovely trades.
Chill.
Finally
getting himself onto the board.
Yeah, someone swing. Ooh, comms. Ah, it's a shame because the double left swing's good. It's just the shots on here.
Into a 2 versus 2. Zeus definitely worse for wear though.
They were about to orbital strike. Pause the play so Patty could come in. That fight didn't work out, and now Patty's gone. It's only Camo to stand against the tide, and it rages on for FUT.
Money in the bin.
7-1 now, showing no sign of
my
slowing down despite
1-9
close rounds.
loss
they
bonus.
keep putting them up.
God, do you do another timeout?
I feel like this is true, but I'm not certain.
Okay.
Have FUT had an opening kill in this game?
Say again, sorry, Tom?
Have FUT had an opening kill in this game?
That might be a good question.
Because I can't think of one.
Nah, he might be right.
That's a
Liquid
fair
might
point.
have
Yeah,
8 first kills.
Out in my mind, there could be one flying under the radar.
Yeah,
but
I'm trying
it
to
feels
think
like
of
they
one.
are.
I can't think
Get
of
your
one.
Point, fighting from behind a lot.
Every time, yeah.
And yet making it work.
Chat, anyone remember FUT getting a first kill?
Red Bull clutches so far. 8 rounds.
To be fair, it wasn't one of them Nats, so you know.
That's fair. I think it might be
Pistol.
6 Red Bull clutches if we include Nats this one.
Pistol maybe.
I do feel like these though are the
Who's
more
got one on the
difficult
bonus?
games for coaches, like for Lohan and Yatsin. Like this is a moment where you have to sort of go, okay, our strategy is not wrong. Like our actual execution of the early rounds is not wrong. So the plan is clearly correct. It's just
it's a rough timeout
like
because
first you have some of the insane individual depth.
they know what's
that's coming out
going
from
wrong.
Captain and Yadajay. Like these are two players that I think
It's
strike
6-8
fear
at
into
the
the
moment,
hearts of
6
men
to
with
2.
how they're able to do things in those
Oh,
late
6-8
rounds.
in terms of
But also
advantages
just
up.
some of the moments of not even strategy, just working off each other from Liquid goes a little bit wrong. I feel like in this round that wasn't even really the case. Like you had the decent crossfires, you had Nats making a play.
This round was literally a
trading off of
whiff.
It looked better.
Like
but it's still
the
not
double
enough.
swing
Silver
here
one, FUT
should have
coming out
at
on top of,
minimum got a
well,
trade.
the majority of those late rounds. And it's getting tougher and tougher now to say, okay, can Liquid turn this back later in the game? Because you're playing a composition that it doesn't sing for me.
Okay,
on
they
the
do
attack.
change everything up though, and this time we're showing pressure and we
very
sage
much
wall here
foundation
instead of
built
over
on
towards
sand.
here. But they were close enough to hear the sage wall that they're gonna know, but they also have to respect this because people could be on top of the sage wall or in front.
In my mind, Tom,
But I do like the change
this
up
is
from
the round
Liquid.
they win. They've got
But that's not
pistols.
the issue.
Weaknesses
Okay,
across the
that's
board.
not
Please
the
get
issue.
the
The issue is
Yeah, indeed.
the
Won't
advantages.
even be Nats, will it? Shot through the smoke from a classic. I'm expecting it. But for now, a slow play from FUT. Not something we're used to seeing. They move towards the A side, waiting behind this wall.
Yeah, and
it'll
they're
be a
all gonna get hit
nasty
before the
surprise
wall
if
breaks, and then
anyone
they're gonna be able to
from Team Liquid is
burst.
still around when that breaks.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Kamek's done well to create like slow points on the map that are just general
Whoa.
irritations and almost further delay being put in on the ultimate.
all in a
Maybe little bit
4v5 though,
unexpected that would be
eco.
committed in a round like this. Maybe hoping that they were all stuck in that slow and had nowhere to
Yeah,
go, but
not a bad idea.
I think already slightly backing
Yeah.
off where they were going to be, and now it becomes more and more difficult by the second as they slowly
Jesus.
get picked apart. Maybe
It's
about
so
to
brutal
finally
to
see
watch.
a clean round from FUT.
It is a question mark. I think probably the slow and the orbital strike, just a second in the difference of that hitting and landing. Huge damage, maybe even kills. And it coming in that little bit late when they've already turned tide, moved in the other direction, turned tail, I should say. Team Liquid now left in a precarious position. I mean, Nance has got his rifle.
Which FUT review is more painful, this or RRQ Abyss?
He's okay for the next.
It's
They
a
can
great
afford to throw it
question.
at this one. But for what gain? Economy on FUT is a little shaky. If they can drop some weapons, make the
Yeah, I
reinvestment
honestly don't have a good
happen,
answer
it'd
for
be
you.
great, but that's not
I would
looking very
lean
likely
towards
with
this
a
at the
9
moment.
HP
It's
classic.
still early though.
Despite low HP on a number
Yeah,
of
it's
players,
still early.
those credits that
You
are
never
sat
know.
right on the breadline
RRQ
now,
Abyss?
in a
Oh
beautiful
boy,
position
it was
with an end
stacked,
zone
dude.
flawless.
They got their one. They got their one.
Is that they're thinking, can we swap a Red Bull for a game? just theorizing.
Just this game. Just this game.
Just this one.
8-1. No, that was much cleaner from FUT. And I think they are starting to be aware that, okay, Kamek's playing around that wall. A lot of it they're using for information. Like, before he breaks it, they'll get close, look to
The
play
Crew
around
Haven.
it,
I mean, the
just
Crew
delay
Haven
as
tops
much as
everything.
possible. So they just waited. They know that
They
there's
didn't
gonna be
even
someone around that angle
even
not
have the
needing to
default
fight
to
through
get
it
themselves
and be
into
as
these
aggressive as they were.
situations.
For now, though, Res available. Ultimates a little bit further away, and Nats about
That's
to
a
get
lovely
aggressive
little double
again.
flash.
Once more, these early
Oh
fights
my
gone
goodness.
fantastic. Some damage done on the other side, but
It wasn't even a double flash, but
Mm.
was it a KO flash that
Who is
I
it?
thought was the other flash? Because the breach is all the way. Oops, breach is all the way over towards here.
It is Yedajay again.
Not another
Although
1v3.
cracks
He's got
fall,
so long to work with. I'm
chances of
nervous.
this round falling into FUT's
honestly,
hands.
use the res. I know it's silly, but use the res. Make it a 1v4. Okay.
Oh god, he's so bold. Oh
is
god,
bold,
Kamek's
'cause
here.
there could
Oh
just be someone on the other side. There is someone on
god.
the
No, the timing's crazy.
Oh, it couldn't
Oh,
be better
no.
for Yedajay. Even if they go back to check it now,
Oh,
they'll
the
be ready to
timing's
fight.
so crazy.
Emerging from the rope, 50 seconds on the clock. He's got timing. He's out so deep at the moment. Cam heard on the other side, a little bit of noise, and now he's been spotted.
It's all
and
good.
dealt with.
Don't even know why I'm
He's
worried.
mortal.
Kamek
He's mortal.
foiled the plot and put 2 on the round for Team Liquid. Another essential round. Everything from this point is just laying foundations for that second half. They're probably already going to need a pistol under their belt to have a chance. So it's good to see that little bit of fire. Because as well, Tom, they've been looking for this fight around main for quite a while. Pushing towards B main.
That flash over the top is really cool, though.
There's never been anyone there.
But no, that's the thing. I do feel like there has been moments of successes with these aggressive plays, including there. It's just that they've then had some. There was a round where they got the 2 openers, and then they wrapped from behind them and got caught.
The setups? Yeah, now I've seen the whole breach Sage playing over towards the site. It gives me a lot more confidence in the comp. Nice shot. Like again, they're getting the fast kills.
Another opener under their belt.
It's just everything else.
I think they're going to completely dominate those stats by the end of the game, unless, of course, this goes all the way back in the other direction. There is still the Rolling Thunder, but the ults are building up here for Liquid.
But what do these two do now?
In towards this A site. It does make me
Lost A control, no dish control.
Immediately, the Liquid players fall off that spot.
Yeah, I think realizing what they're up
Okay, they go
against,
to a crossfire, but you've got to imagine that Sage just gets isolated.
Already down a man to be the way that you bridge that gap. Smoked up, Thunder in, but now Atacaptain falls. You hope the flank finds something, but nothing. Immediate shutdown. Gecko even fires his in on Team Liquid.
Oops.
As they don't find anything on the back of it, but have numbers grouped up on the choke point. FUT walking straight out into it, and unless Mr. Fallen's got another crazy play to knock them ready to go, it is 8-3
maybe 4. It is an attack-sided map, like 4-8s. Used to be kind of standard back when people were running EG comp.
Hey, look, we can forget the difficulties that have been here, the struggles of half number 1.
There's still a moment or two where I do feel like there's gaps. Like Yedajay almost hits a timing that gets an opener, but I do
I like how Liquid is playing? I like the first 15 seconds.
Taking contact. I think supportive flashes from
and then everything
a big part of the last couple of rounds where we've seen
then it looks like people look very uncomfortable with a lot of the setups.
Just to support his teammates. I think that's something that has been a little bit more missing in some of these late round scenarios. The problem though is that those ults weren't used at all. An immediate showstopper for space, but look at where they're playing. Completely offside again, though.
Guys, this is where they play. This is where everyone plays the default. They have a camera that gets info, and then they're here to take the rope in reaction.
What does that mean?
Guys.
Liquid have to wonder. Perhaps the stats are topsy-turvy.
The map's been played for years. We gotta be ready for that.
Rolling Thunder for Patatech, and it comes in just a little too late. Players already off site. Rolling Thunder to counter, slows them completely, puts a stop to the play. Mr. Fallen up close, ready to take that fight.
But honestly, maybe they need the man disadvantage.
Robbing Patatech of that last
it could be a
flash.
blessing.
Pump the brakes and wait for it.
How the hell would you retake this site with this Astro?
Jump through from Camo, gets the stun out of them as well, but time is ticking. With an op coming into this retake, that flash needs to be perfect. They need the picks on site. They need that space, and they'll find it. It's Camo for the double. A chance now for Liquid to put 4 on the board. Defuse already underway, but the grab well stops it. Spray through cage, good for 1, and looking for more as Atacaptain as the clock finally
didn't even get half.
Out. 9 on the board for
Ashta
FUT.
sucker's big.
It could be the halftime
Oh
curse
boy,
with a Red Bull
that is a
another one.
that's a hard half for Liquid to mentally recover from.
Performance from them in those late rounds. I think Atacaptain has been in God mode throughout this map.
He has indeed been on fire. So is Yedajay. Some sneaky positions, 14 and 7, leaving this half. We'll find out how FUT fare in half number 2 after the break.
Astra post-plant machine, yeah, it's I mean, every single smoker on this map really needs to run Astra or Brim, and it's just they're on the last person to play duty, whether it's Brim, Molly, or Astra suck. Chat, let me mute this for the VOD so we don't get owned. What's on the Astra pick by FUT? I like the Astra. It means you can do less fast strats. Because obviously the Brim's pretty good for like the free smokes going fast with Stimpack. But the Astra's really good. I actually thought more people would be leaning into the Astra on this map. Because the Astra ult's good on this map as well. Just the fact that people have the Brim stuff down. And the Brim ult's good.
Folks, about to dive into half number 2 of map 2. And if we're going all the way to split, there's quite a comeback needed for Team Liquid, currently sitting 6 rounds behind their opponent, Tom. And like we discussed in that first half, the tragic part about this is how close they were. This could be a 6-6 scoreline with it being anyone's game. But instead, if this pistol goes to FUT, could be the beginning of the end for Liquid.
Yeah, I think especially look back to maybe the first 6 rounds. They could have
Redux
won all of
or
them, which
Redux. Thank you so much,
I
man.
don't think they're
Redux
gonna feel
150
great
with the
about
prime. I
that
appreciate
come the
that.
end of the match if
Thank
they
you so
lose,
much.
but
In
maybe
terms
gives them
of
the hope
pistols
that
at the
it's not
moment,
like
we're at
they've been
2-1,
outclassed.
1-0 for
The
this map.
scoreline might suggest that they have, but it has been the heroics of Anna Captain and Yedege particularly that have caused them so much pain. Now they go on to that attack side. As I said, they don't have any sort of direct opener. You don't have that duelist. You don't have a person to play around, and I don't think we saw Camo really show that it can work out for him. That's a good start, though.
The army
Nats
is here
and
to
Camo
help you
combining
fight.
the aggression of FUT has been
Nat spots
completely
one, says they're getting
denied
pushed, and
on
everyone
this A
takes the
side.
rope across.
Other than Mr. Fallen is open for business. I think they've killed the clutches, though, Mitch. Sure, it's done. It's over.
3 smokes
listen,
over
it was-
towards
yeah,
site.
it
They
was
still
Yedege
got
and
Sage Wall.
In a 2v4. Now it's Cracks, Mr. Fallen, and
We
Zeus.
got a breach
The other
damage if
guys
he
are saying,
wanted
"Alright,
to
we got
stop the
last
plant.
pistol round for you. Now you guys pull your weight here. Show us what you can do." Well, I'll never doubt someone like Mr. Fallen, but the numbers certainly against them. Team Liquid need this pistol round. If it falls into FUT's hands, especially in a 3v5, after the half they've had. Luckily, we don't need to consider that possibility for all too long.
Nice shots.
Zeus
Camo
left alone, and he'll be
is
the only one to
already
draw
halfway
blood.
for an ult.
It's 9-4. Team Liquid. If the
2-2 for
comeback is
pistols altogether,
beginning,
1-1
this is
every map.
certainly the start of it. Engines roaring.
I think this is where things can work for them, is the patience. Just sort of holding and waiting for FUT to get aggressive, FUT to put the pressure on them instead. And then when they get into post plants, they have an abundance
Seen it? He's at
of utility to
he's
play
at the
with.
venue
They put the
watch
wall in.
buying.
Weird, I do feel like this is one of the maps where the wall is massively effective, just for causing problems, like getting back into the site, spending time breaking it, even then the slows of the Sage. I know there's going to be Sage haters out there that are just popping a vein in their head because I've just complimented the agent, but I do think that it
Got
causes
4
issues.
classics.
For now, already, the aggression has been spotted. And while Anna Captain isn't the one to get the kill this
Oh
time,
my, it got close.
somehow he was going to
It got
dance his way
close.
out of that one.
But still,
Isn't to be.
Gecko Flash off the
Oh,
Gecko
look, that was
Flash,
a
getting shot or hitting someone, you stun and then swing. Yeah, this needs to happen.
Better than the team Rolling Thunder from earlier
They
on,
invested
at least.
so heavy into this.
They're juggling the weapons away.
They
so
kinda
that you
can't
can
lose
see the
anymore,
space
really.
Without worrying about FUT retrieving some heavier weaponry. Here. Last thing you want in a round like this, free kill.
Hello?
It's on a platter for Nats. It's what he does best, shooting people in the back. That's what we know him for. B-side taken, plant secured. Yedege and Mr. Fallen.
He's trying to work out where the cam was. It's behind you.
Yeah, they still haven't figured it out.
There we go. He has now. He definitely has now. You'd think if you
They
could
go
fall
across
Nats
the
with a
rope.
cam, you're doing
Problem is the
something.
Trip's
Absolutely.
gonna give the game up here.
Cozy on the rope. Trap is going to give away the game, and well, with just these pistols, you really don't expect a whole lot. Going down to the spike might be where we end up, but this is exactly what Team Liquid needed. The pistol under their belt, the follow-up being relatively clean, provided
Any
FUT
reason
don't
not
end
to
up
delay the
dropping
plan to get the
a couple
orbs
more
here?
players.
It's just
And
they don't know where they are,
Is a
right?
great
It's too
value and
risky.
benefit to them.
If they had maybe bought less into this and they had like guns that they were
It's
prepared to
unlikely
lose, they could take that
we're
risks.
seeing a
But
case.
considering the
North side
scoreline and
will
considering
exit
how the
south
rounds
together
have
to
gone,
pack it.
I think they're just more
Preserves the
concerned
weapons.
about converting rounds than
Playing
min-maxing.
sensibly. No mistakes.
Just gonna go down to the spike. Make sure your opponents don't garner any extra orbs either, especially when you know the likes of Kiko Panatek could be working towards some pretty high impact ults. Even the res to an extent could play a part in the round. But yeah, not much damage.
Who would I replace in the chamber
singular
comp?
kill and
Yeah, you just replace the
everything else
Sage.
ended up just being the cleanup.
I would probably put a duelist in just
Winning
to
this one, similarly to what FUT
make
did
it
in the last,
make
could
it
be
easier
a
to play. But at the
massive
same
turning
time,
point. And especially when you already have Thrash available, you've got yourself also that outlaw
same
for
time,
Nats,
it's
which we've
like,
seen on
can we
attack
actually
sides
talk about the
especially
comp
be
when
really
the rounds they
prominent.
lose are
There's
more just
definitely
playing
still
together?
opportunities here.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be a free round. That is a given. Zeus looking to seize the day, goes pushing towards north side. Now we saw early crunches from Team Liquid here, but never really the full commit to just one side of it. And with nobody pushing satellite, it is quickly given up. Zeus falls back, and FUT not going to be so proactive in the control that they're taking. It seemed to be a matter of time though before that setup towards Arcade gets a real opportunity. The spike is on its way here, but so are 4 players.
Trying to get me to push the chamber propaganda. Dude, people are playing chamber. It's fine.
Use Thrash.
We get chamber this year.
I feel like going towards tower is maybe not the greatest use of it. Zeus under serious pressure, and honestly, that was SMG
With the
traded
kill,
out.
they get
Problem, though,
Fischl, and that's a
is that Mr.
really
Fallen
important duel
and
from
Fallen
Mr.
at the
Fallen.
same time. Now the team are going to go rotating
So,
back towards that
question
outside.
mark,
Currently,
pressure
only
here.
defended by
Camera
Academy. You
spots
have to
this
bear in
question
mind
mark,
that
so only
defensive side
arcade
rotations on this
pressure.
map are
As soon as
incredibly
they jump peak this,
B main player that was
they'll have a
caught.
faster
Everyone's now
rotate.
coming from Dish, but
All 3
despite
smokes
those
used,
quick
so it blocks from
rotations,
heaven.
the A side
And this one.
already well and truly taken. In goes Thrash. Site cleared.
And
It's all theirs, and they know it. Does he go into main to reclaim it? No. It's going to be given up. Oh, now out of the round. Kiko with a chance, and that's it. The herd thinned. Damage done to Mr. Fallen. And
can they win their own 2v3? They have a very good crossfire. The cage for vision. Sure. I was gonna say the cage for vision block might help them, but it does get used, but it honestly wasn't too bad.
But the time is on their side, and it keeps on ticking. Still utility to play with, but
Whoa,
they go out
2 FPS.
diving for the fights.
1 FPS. What's going on?
Patek now all alone.
It's not me, it's main broadcast.
Not quite. Oh yeah, indeed. Gonna
Okay, we're
stop
back.
the defuse, but now they're pushed up close, looking for the duel, and that's not
Oh.
one that Cracks will let slip. Time still there for the side of FUT, and with 15 combined HP.
Yeah, we
they've
got to
still
the last
found
slide
round,
eventually.
Close as it may be, the story of this game.
Money's still there
is
for
that
Liquid.
Victory falls to FUT.
Yeah, it was like a millisecond.
The peak
timing
from
there
heaven,
for
yeah,
Cracks just to find
I
a
mean,
gap
considering those
within
no
that
vision
aftershock
block,
that Buff
I
wasn't
think they
quite
just
ready
gotta
for.
hold
On
the
other side
crossfire
from
strong.
HERETIC, a little bit more aggressive than he was expecting. Yeah, literally a split second less, and he probably goes down to that instead. But again, that has been the story of these games. Not
Gekko
too
as
bad,
well.
though, for
Yeah, he
Liquid,
could have picked
and
it
I
up.
do want to sort of set up how
Especially
they're
as
playing
Breach had
with
control,
this
but he had
sort of
already committed
almost
earlier over
passive
towards
attack side.
heaven.
They're
They
waiting
didn't
for the
I did well to
aggression.
switch it
I
up,
really
right?
like
But it was
the
also a
outlaw in this
question mark.
scenario, because say they
But I
do
think
go
if he knew
pushing
that
down
Breach
those
was
B
going over
stairs,
there, he would have
you
gone
have
over
a
there.
very long range angle where he is almost favored, especially 20 players with light shields, which
Okay,
two
they
of the
hear the
players are
crunch
there.
though, so they get info
Same
on the
pitch
crunch, so
we
they
saw before.
instantly react over towards site.
Push towards that top
And
side,
we have
but
just
this is
blocked
the last
Wingman
for
off with the
Pokemon,
wall.
'cause that has gone wrong. That has gone pretty badly wrong. It's gonna, yeah, have to break
Delays the
wall.
plant a little bit.
But worked out at least. In the end, the plan's still secured. Just a few
That's
seconds
incredible.
extra bought for FUT. See if that ends up playing a role. Ada Captain defending the spawn, steadfast in his defense of it. Gets a star down for his teammates, and he's ready to fight once more. He's the only player coming from this side, so there's no backup for him. Not the
That's a
same
nice
for
flash.
Kamek. He had Gekko there
Yeah,
with the
go
flash.
kill before
and
the flash, it was
just
still a
in
nice
time
flash.
and ready from Patek. Still full belt of utility on that breach. Ready to be fired out towards the site. Maybe not needed.
You
As
got
eventually
res,
he'll
man.
fall, and Kamek will be left alone.
But as soon as you res, this guy's getting half.
Activated to get Kiko back on. Defuse though already up to halfway. A chance. Mr.
Oh,
Fallen
God.
shuts him down for the kill. Looks for
Oh,
more.
dear
He might
God.
just stick this close. Kiko needs to run.
Oh boy. Oh
The
boy.
res was even used
Holy.
here. Huge commitment from the side of Team
This is
Liquid.
devastating, man.
And they
These
get
rounds are so
nothing
devastating.
for their trouble.
Grizzly,
That is a
thank you for
misplay.
the YouTube membership, man. I appreciate you doing that.
And one
Thank you
that
so
may
much.
just see this game slip out of their hands a little bit sooner as a result of.
Dude, Kiko's got to spam that. Kiko's got to spam that from this angle.
Wanted it planted directly
I
in
don't know
that
if the
corner to begin
comms.
with, or it
I don't know
maybe
who
the
did the
wingman was
damage.
meant to be
That's the thing. I
slightly
don't know if he
over,
knows how low
just so it
HP,
was
but
not
oh, he was full
completely
HP.
behind the box.
Then
It
honestly, I'm
does beg a
not
question.
even sure.
We'll have to ask them. But
Oh
that is
god, it's so
infuriating. It
rough to
means
watch
all
right
of
now.
those post-plant
It's been one of
positions
those.
really didn't have the same level of value, and the second the realization is there from Mr. Fallen, it seems like a done deal. Showstopper utilized, but Already managed to fall off the back of it. They know exactly where Zeus is standing.
Oh man, I think their plan for the raise up can be
Only
better here as well.
utility available from Mr. Fallen if he wants
Like,
to buy
I
time.
really think FUT could implement the whole camera contact
Showstopper could
stun
have been
raise
the
up.
fatality. Although with Patatek down, still a very valuable opening pick.
This
for
is
Zeus.
the stuff I was worried
Atacapted
about.
here to cover as they walk out
When it's
into
this
their
stuff,
waiting arms. Zeus, the
when
one
it's
to
like you have
fall,
to
but
force
not
through
without a
the
trade.
smokes, it looks
And
so
the
hard without a
damage done
jeweler.
is huge. Kiko's tagged,
Like these
but
kind of
Camo
strats, in
is
my opinion, I'm
barely
not sure they
holding
can
on to life.
happen.
A bullet in his direction is more than enough to take him down. And now Kiko faces 3 players. Yedije cracks Mr. Fallen, and he won't even get the first
Damn,
on a
dudes.
sliver of HP.
5-12, 7
11
chances.
health, in fact, 12 rounds for FUT. And an uphill battle doesn't quite come close to doing it justice. Team Liquid on their map pick.
It's all individual
but
mistakes.
perfection
No, I agree.
from
I
this
feel like
point
this is the
forward.
only round where I
think
felt
this
like
is
the
where you
comp
sort
has
of
let them
witness how
down.
difficult it can
Like
be.
this
you have
right here,
that
'cause you gotta
extra belt of
force through.
utility, but you don't have that distraction of like a dash or something to take the gaze away from your opponents. And wow, Adacaptain actually only had a Spectre there. I feel like if he had anything else, it's probably a much cleaner looking.
Okay,
Double
7
spray.
chances for FUT to
7
2
rounds in a
0.
row needed. There's definitely been, as I said, a lot of moments from Liquid that you feel like could have been turning points, but when FUT wins almost every single one of them, you have to give them the credit that they deserve.
No, yeah, I agree.
They've been
I mean, FUT
excellent.
looks scary.
Wow,
Like for them to even win these rounds.
an early aggressive take already used. No, maybe not using the thrash. It's basically got no
Holy.
info, I don't think.
And then they tank the knife.
Wolf goes in, rolling thunder, landing, but Krax gets the shots away first. 2 kills already, and Mr. Fallen quick on the trade, keeps numbers favored. The goal is 13 rounds. So far, Team Liquid have 12 in the series. But have been dominating, and it doesn't look to stop anytime soon with the ult used from Camo, finding
The bait of the
nothing.
wingman
FUT
to plant.
patient, waiting for this retake, waiting for the opportunity.
Nice
Kiko
shot.
not looking to give it away. The Gravwell takes him out of the fight, though. Isolated as Camo, and a 2K needed. Kiko might not be known. They assume he's in this corner, but still so much to clear. He'll catch the first, but this shot, it needs to be perfect. Blast
Damn,
back is
nice
there,
shot. He was
but
calm
Kiko
on it.
finds his
They-
footing
that might
for
be their
the
first
Red
clutch,
Bull
right?
clutch. There's still life in Team Liquid's
It
court.
1v2.
We genuinely need a tally on the screen at this
Sure.
point.
We'll count it down. 6.
It has been so many clutches, and maybe a quieter
Calm, yeah, it looks real
performance
calm.
from Kiko
Dude's
than
using
what
a
we saw
Guardian a lot.
versus Koi, but with rounds like that,
But I think it
high-impact
suits his
ones,
aim style.
it gives them at least a lifeline. Obviously, still the
That's at a 1v2
finances
as well.
are
Oh,
not
okay, yeah,
really
yeah, you're
building
right.
for Liquid when they do win a
2,
round, but
2 on board.
just clean with it when it comes to the Guardian. On the other side of things, FUT have finally had to take a little bit of a breather. They don't have the weaponry in this round. It's going to be Sheriffs,
Force them
which,
down
hey,
to an eco as
in their
well.
hands can still be deadly.
2-4 if they lose this, so if they wanted
But
to
expectations are that
do
Liquid
an
will at
op,
least
no
get to
armor
7.
next round, they could.
I love the contrast of when Patatek rolling thundered his teammate got swung by 2
Pick the right
enemies,
side
he
on this one
instantly
as well
died.
for Liquid.
And then when Mr. Fallen
How
rolling
close
thunders
away
2 of
they,
his teammates,
oh
they
boy.
swing in and kill 2 people instantly.
Oh
You
god.
just got to hit your shots.
It really is.
It is
And
cosmetic, as
you know what?
guys on Reddit
Krax
said.
has
Oh,
been
no.
hitting his shots this devastating. He is across the wire just in time, past
Oh,
the tripwire,
no,
and on the flank. Adacaptain could clean up this round by himself. The Sheriffs have already done damage looking towards the site. And in fact, Nats has gone underneath.
But Nats went
Adacaptain
wrong
probably
way, right?
not
'Cause
gonna
he's
catch
miles
him,
away
but
from the
instead,
spike.
He'll be walking into
Dude,
the waiting
Mr.
arms
Fallon's been
of
holding this
Mr.
the whole
Fallen.
time.
He's spotted, but not dropped just yet. The pistol not winning it out is now just down to a one-man disadvantage. Utility could block out that defuse. They're going for it halfway.
Okay,
and they'll get it as
tanks
well
the
before
damage,
going
but
down.
got it half.
Trading numbers for time, and it might have worked out. Patatek in for the swing, and that shuts it. Adacaptain puts him to bed, and with time on the clock, it's 13-6. One round
It's a rough
better
one.
than they managed on their own map pick. FUT with an unbelievable display.
Pay save card, Thrifty!
They got one!
Yeah, you gotta give credit to FUT though.
It may have
Gotta
also
give
been
credit
a
to
clutch,
FUT,
but
man.
we'll
They
ignore
played very
that.
good.
It was a display from FUT when it comes to the late rounds of that map. I think if you just watch the first 30 seconds of every single
But
round,
looking nice,
you're
yeah,
probably
FUT are
thinking
looking
that
nice.
Liquid did pretty well, but a 13-6 scoreline on their own map choice.
Liquid obviously gonna feel like they should have done better, and it's gonna be a long VOD
They
review.
fought from behind in the majority of rounds, but A beautiful display.
Maybe the first kill, first deaths will show it.
Compliment them on not just that first map, but coming to their opponent's map where no doubt plenty of work was put in.
They ended up getting some first kills at the, like,
I guess to have
during the
players
second
like
half.
ESPORTS clutching up certainly helps out. A well-rounded team performance as well. And we
Lower
talked
bracket
about
it is.
Zeus
Yeah,
down
who
on
did
that
Liquid play in the
stage,
lower bracket
how
now?
excited we were to see him come out of this. Not so much just excited for one man, but for this roster and what awaits them in the rest of this year. The debut,
Apex?
it looked pretty flawless.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was a solid performance from him. I think it didn't need to
He's just wandering
necessarily
off
be
into
that
the crowd.
superstar performance because there is so much depth when it comes to this roster in general, but he at least seems to be just loving what's going on, having a great time down on the stage with the FUT fans, and honestly, I think he's going to quickly become a favorite as we see them go deeper into the tournament.
Well, there's a couple kinds of debuts. Sometimes you put up 298 ACS, players like Loon able to do that, but I think what's even better is when your team comes in and dominates like this, because now it's not about your future, it's about your team's future. And for Zeus, it's looking very bright over on FUT. The Turkish squad certainly starting this season with their best foot forward, and they're not a
Zeus,
squad that we expect to
I think FUT are going to have a good year.
by any means.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you look at the other side, there's still plenty of opportunities for Liquid to fight their way back through. It's a tough opponent to face, especially without data. Like if you're coming in up against a Mr. Fall and Teo on your first map versus FUT, against a new superstar, against Ada Captain and Yedege, seemingly in incredible form, it's going to be a difficult day at the office.
Well, a wonderful display from the side of FUT. Zeus in his debut and Yedege putting up numbers. Let's hear from both of those players down on the stage with Yinsu for the post-match interview.
I'm now joined by Yetege and Zeus on the side of FUT here. First of all, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
That was your debut today, Zeus.
Yeah.
And also, Yetege, I feel like you might know how he might feel because last year, right here, right now on this stage, we're talking about you. You know, Yetege coming in from Tier 2. So have you been able to share some of that experience maybe with Zeus ahead of this debut today?
Actually, I don't know, he's just better, like, anyway. He's better than me, he's better than everyone, so he's here, that's why.
Do you remember how you felt when you first came onto this stage compared to now?
Yeah, of course, it was so excited and I was so stressful, but thanks to my teammates, they are not here, but I just did it with them.
Do you feel the same, Zeus? Of course, this was your debut today. Were you also stressed?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit excited more than stressed, so playing here is very good. But it's cold, right?
It's cold?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
I was shaking in the match like this.
Maybe you should do what Cracks does, because he kind of wears a hoodie.
Yeah.
He knows about the meta.
Yeah.
He knows about the meta. And speaking of the meta, we saw you pick up the sniper maybe like once or twice, the martial ones.
Yeah, two times.
Yeah. Why do you not like the op? You know, most duelists, they want to buy the op. They want to make sure they're on the op. Why do you kind of choose not to?
Yeah, my Vandal like is operator, it's only one tapping everyone. It's enough.
The Vandal is enough. Do you feel like maybe the rest of your team, like you, for
HERETICS,
example,
thank you so
might
much
have
for the
to
2
pick up
months.
the
Thank you for the
op
Prime.
now?
Appreciate you.
His Vandal's
Thank you.
already good enough, so someone else has to do it?
Yeah, I can fill it with anti-air rounds with all class, and also maybe I can play operator if the game's stuck, but for now, his aim is just enough for us.
Is this the plan, you think, to kind of facilitate Zeus, and if whatever he can't do, you guys will just pick it up?
He can't do anything, so we don't think about that.
There's nothing you can't do.
Yeah, trust me, I can play operator.
Yeah?
Yeah, I didn't show.
Will you play operator?
I'm hiding it.
Oh, okay.
Relax.
We love that. We love that. And speaking of other things, we did see your IGL, Teho, beautiful, so good. So far, the win rate with Teho here, not great, but I think he kind of boosted that win rate a little bit. Was there ever a conversation about who plays Teho, or was it just Gaius and Mr. Farland, like, he's doing it?
Of course, I can't say much, but we have another Teho players.
It's Cracks, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I'm glad I guessed that. Last question before I let you go, Zeus. Great debut from you, great win. You look so comfortable. But your next opponent is Team Vitality.
Yep.
They got Safe, they got Durka, they got Les. You know these players.
Yep, I'm waiting for them.
Yeah, you're waiting for them?
Yep.
How are you feeling about playing against players with so much experience and firepower?
I don't feel that special things. I just want to go play with them. I'm going to go with them and play with them.
Yeah, they're just normal.
It's a normal match for me.
You gonna diff them?
You can see.
Oh, okay, you're humble. You're humble. I like that. Thank you very much, Yusajay and Zeus, for joining me. Congratulations on your first win. When we come back from this break, we're going to be bringing you Gentlemates versus Team Heretics. Do not go anywhere.
Okay, chat. Gentlemates against Heretics. This should be... I mean, Gentlemates are definitely underrated, but it'll be fun to see. I'm really interested to see what the Heretics are actually going to be playing. It's actually all of them. Okay. Yeah, back in a little bit, right?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
You've heard me monologue about a lot of teams before, and today I'm just going to rip off the band-aid. It's time to talk about Team Heretics and that pesky little second place, because I know, it's not going to be easy, but it's got to be done. No team in the history of Valorant has been defined by their near misses and heartbreaks more than Team Heretics in 2024. Let's take you back to the beginning of last year, where nobody expected this ragtag group of young guns to make every single global event. Boo had won just 2 matches in the entirety of 2023, and now he had to work with a Fortnite kid, his own brother, 2 Turkish aimers, one of them wasn't even old enough to participate in VCT yet, and a stand-in. But from the first moment they stepped onto that stage, they were simply brilliant. The loss against KC in the finals at Kick-Off didn't really matter. They put themselves on the map and had the entire region excited about what else they could do. With VUT coming into the starting roster at stage 1, Heretics went from strength to strength, and it wasn't long before they found themselves in yet another grand final. But oh boy, this one hurt. And as if finishing second wasn't heartbreaking enough, it was also the first time any team in EMEA had been reverse swept in a grand final. From there, it was silver medal after silver medal. Shanghai Masters, champs in Korea. With every near miss, the weight of it grew heavier. Whether it was the final round that slipped away or the clutch moment that didn't quite go their way, Team Heretics had been cursed. It was a bad joke, really. Team Heretics, yeah, of course they're gonna finish second again. However, if 2024 was the year of the almost, 2025 could become the year of the finally. They've got the same group of players, they claim they've learned their lesson, and they've got the fans behind them. This curse, it's only setting them up for something bigger. The path has not been easy, but when they finally raise that trophy, it'll be more than just a win. It'll be the culmination of every moment that led them there. Now, I apologize, everybody, for bringing this up and to drag you through the heartbreaks of last year. But Kakuka and Billy, that's the reality. This team, no matter how many times they qualify, no matter how well they do and how many metas they define, everybody is always making fun of them for coming second.
I love the speech. I love the monologue. I think that I was missing the Ajax disrespect them. I think that seriously, as you were saying, 2024, it was a brilliant year for Team Heretics. The problem is that they didn't get that trophy. Everybody was proud of them, and especially in the region, but it was heartbreaking, absolutely devastating.
Missed a good
especially
segment.
when we were in
What
that
happened?
final in Korea, when again it was happening in front of all of us. The one thing they were scared of, for it to happen again, and it ended up happening.
Yeah.
I got goosebumps after that monologue, so I'm not gonna lie.
I appreciate that, but the thing is, Billy, surely this is their
Is
year,
Nil
right?
Xenia Flame? Was it actually?
So I mean, when we think about them coming into it last year, right? They were the underdogs. No one expected to go on the run that they did go on. And what I'd like to think going into this year is they are the one roster in EMEA that has not made any changes.
And of course, we can understand why. Because at the beginning of 2024, this was sold to us as a long-term project.
Take the color off this
just look at
jersey
what
and
they
it's pretty
achieved
nice.
in the very, very short term. They earned all of our hearts. I do not remember of a single EMEA fan, and you cannot tell me if I'm wrong, because otherwise it would mean that you're not an EMEA fan, that was not cheering for them throughout the year.
This is the thing. Why would you even make any roster changes? This feels like, in a lot of ways, best in slot. Realistically, who else are you going to bring in?
Why do I hate colors so much?
Players?
I just do, dude.
But does that make the pressure even bigger? That they
I
haven't
just
made
don't
any
like 'em.
changes. The
I don't like
coaching
'em in
staff is still the
jerseys.
same. They still haven't won any title, and this includes in EMEA. It's not just globally. Do they have more pressure now, as you guys in chat vote on whether they can, Kakuka, to make sure they actually win something?
I think they know that all eyes are on them. Not only because of that, they also had the extra week that both FUT and Heretics have had to prepare for this one. So we know that they have all the pieces, is what they're going to do with them, and also what they have possibly learned from previous week.
Yeah, I think it's a good point to raise.
I don't like colours because I'm British and there's no colour, but grey. I mean, that's it's very accurate, but it doesn't explain why I dislike colours.
Whereas this year, we're looking at them and we're going, okay, there has to be at one point where they win an event. And like you say, so even if it is an event within their own region.
Also, whoever's voting no, you're evil. You're actually evil. Like, it should be 100% yes. Come on. We got to vote yes for them. But they will be, of course, opening their game today against the Gentlemates. And we have seen this before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. During the off-season, yes, it was
we
a
got some
friendly
savages,
show
yeah.
match.
The chat's expanding. People are gunning for me.
not only Gentlemates coming out on top. Yes, it was very
enjoying
close.
it, if anything,
but we kind of foresee some of the changes in roles that maybe we will see in Team Heretics this year. Yes, as I'm saying, even though Mates got the win, it's the big
my favorite
takeaways
IGL.
as what is next for
Yampy,
Team
go with
Heretics
IGL.
after not achieving what they wanted in
my favorite
2024.
IGL.
How are they still going to remain fast and fresh?
Yeah, that's a good point to make. I mean, my opinion of it is that we can't look at the off-season too much, just because, you know, it's the time where teams try out new things, they're trying to build new players into the roster, but of course with Team Heretics not having any roster changes, I was hoping that they'd actually taken the time to kind of chill out, rest a little bit. You know, they've not had to trial any newbies coming in, so hopefully
Thought it would
they've
be
had some
FNS 'cause he's
well-earned
old
rest and
like
they can
me.
get jumping back right into it.
Where's FNS is randomly getting strays as well? Not even a stream. We're on EMEA. Give them a break, man.
Because Gentlemates kept their comp, right? They played some comps in the off season. They kept it. They came in with it. It obviously worked for them. You know, why would you change it? And from their debut, I mean, they looked very good. I feel like it would be a
Mini and
disservice
Benji, yeah,
to
they used to
say
play
were
on
anything
the
but
same team
very
right back in the
Yeah,
day.
yeah, I would have to agree. I think that all of the players showed up.
Did you see the
when they
thread about
needed
him
to show
shooting the
up.
Omen?
You've
Yeah,
seen
I
a lot
did.
of individual moments, but I think
I mean,
as
it
well,
was
like,
great.
we're getting to see that synergy on stage with the
I agree,
LGC
Bacon.
that
It was
Robbie K
hilarious, to
brings,
be fair.
Right? He's been so vocal within the team. We've seen him screaming so much. I know that we'll have a little look at those clips a little bit later, but yeah, I just think that this first outing for Gentlemates was really good prospects for what they might bring into this one today.
And we just saw Zeus having his debut, right? But for many of the Gentleman players, this was the reality. All in just one team, going up against
What are
Apex. We
you
were
lot
talking
on
about
today?
how important
I'll
those
tell
points are
Al,
for
thank
these
you so
two
much, man.
teams,
Appreciate the Prime. Thank you
at the
for
end
the
of
9
the year.
months.
So of course pressure was on them. Now they got the
ESOB
victory.
as well
They
with
were
the
the
Prime.
only
Thank you
team
very
that
much.
got a
Appreciate the 7 months as
2-0
well.
last week.
Charlie
I know
FPS,
that
hello
the
mate.
opponent is different, it's much bigger, and the expectation is definitely there, but I hope that that has given them some kind of like inspiration to keep up with the performance.
I honestly think
Not
it might
43,
be
not far
closer
off,
than
though.
it looks on paper.
Still
Because obviously,
worrying.
any team against this Team Heretics team, the odds are not going to be in their favor. But after what we saw, it kind of feels like maybe they have a chance. But what I will say is, Robbie BK leading from the front, so passionate, giving us all those reactions. This is not going to work against Boo. Like you can scream a Boo and do this all day long if you want. Boo's not going to give a damn.
It has to feel good though, you know,
Yeah.
being able to do this, but I agree with you. Maybe, well, I don't know, you know, we've seen some changes the same way that we see Nats now being more vocal. I know that he has idea and all this, but we can see some changes in the tendencies because sometimes you have not been
Oh
provoked
man, this
enough.
guy's so
And
fun.
I feel like they have. I think they have been provoked enough, for
Yeah, but
sure.
it has to be that one person that just literally you can't stand, that literally breaks your nerves and you're
they
like,
play
You
against
late, yeah,
Celsius?
just in time.
Like, I feel like
Unless
that
you wanted to
everyone
watch the
knows
Fnatic,
that
sorry, the
Celsius
Liquid
are
FUT game, then you're
No,
really
but
late.
because like he's the ultimate person on the other team that could get into your head.
yeah,
you know?
but
Yeah.
it's also now like the build.
He's
we
already
still
a
do not
legend,
know
but
if
yeah.
maybe
After
we
that first
see a
best of 3, I was
Heretics that
like,
is now
man, this
seeing
guy's gonna be so
themselves
fun
as
to
the
watch this
villain,
year.
as last year it was more like
He's
no,
awesome.
wait a second. I know, los niños. I know.
They're not the
But
villain.
listen to me. The same way that the last year they were the underdogs and they were always in this situation of now Patetic is playing, Arians is not even on the stage. Wood cannot play. So many things can go for them that maybe they want to portray themselves differently.
I don't
Yeah,
know
have
like
bacon.
that. I hope not. I hope they don't. But let's hear from Robbie
Kinda
BK and
sick.
see what he had to say.
I think being an IGL, you just need to be very stable mentally and show up to practice every day with a good mood and show an example to your team. Because if you don't do that, I think everything will fall apart.
Come on! Pick me, keep me.
Honestly, I feel very confident IGLing this season. I'm not sure how it's going to go towards the beginning. There's probably a lot of adaptations that I'll have to make. But I'm sure that if I work hard and Gentlemen, like if we keep working hard, then towards the end of the year, we're going to be really, really good.
Thank you very much for that one. Let's see if we can get any of the danger back on the other side here. Floor handled well, Robbie. Yeah, so clean. This guy is an absolute animal. Lovely.
Dude, the body shot in there as well.
Our main goal this year is champs, so I'll see you guys there.
Damn.
I mean, you talk about villains, and so I'm not saying that he is one at all, but it does feel like the energy they were giving you.
Cryptics, what is this on? What is this question?
How passionate they were, and if they were to take down Heretics today, it does feel like maybe they could take on that role a little bit.
Yeah,
better.
many people would consider
That's
a
crazy.
massive upset. We were just seeing in that video how
That's
he said,
actually,
you know,
that's
see you in
Crimpy,
Paris.
that's
He's very
actually a
confident, and I
timeout.
think that is a very
Can I
good
time you
quality
out?
to have in an
Slash
ideal.
timeout.
Even with
Where is
all
this?
of those replays that we were
Slash
seeing from
timeout.
him and the attitude
They
that
work
he
on
was
mods?
having. In the second map, he had
Crippy, at least
5 or
delete your
7
own
kills in
question.
24 rounds.
Crippy,
Man was
delete
still
it.
giving it. That is the kind of performance,
Delete
that
it.
is the
Surely
kind
you can delete your own message.
of intention that you gotta have as an IGL.
And to be fair,
It's
on
criminal.
the post-plan after, when we showed him Click's highlights from that map, he was like,
You
"Where's
don't
my
know
highlights?"
how.
He's like, "Why are you not showing my 5 kills?" Yeah, and you gotta love that thing.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think
Crippy,
that's
that's a
one thing I was gonna
straight
say
up
about him
red
was,
card,
you
man.
know, we need to think about consistency here. He was amazing in that first map, but then as soon as I was going to say he quietened down in the second one, there was nothing quiet about Robbie BK whatsoever. But yeah, no, I think for me, I'm going to be looking at how he can perform consistently. At least the vibe.
That's so messed up, man.
Yeah, and another interesting head-to-head we have to talk about is Click
It's your
coming in
old
going
team.
up against Miniboo, and particularly the fact that Click is the only player, Billy, that's played Neon. And if he does it against Miniboo, and Miniboo chooses Neon, that's going to be really interesting.
I know, I'm quite excited at the prospect that we might get to see a Neon versus Neon action, and like you say, Click is the only person that has played Neon so far.
Give
in
you
Kick-Off,
3 reasons
which
why
to
EG
me,
will pull out
maybe not so
T1's
much as a
Lotus
surprise.
comp
You
from
know,
last
we did
year.
see some Neon nerf changes come in
Yay,
at the start
yay,
of
and
this
yay.
year.
That's it.
So perhaps it is
You only
just
need
the
one
Neon
reason.
nerf. You know, you've only got one more slide now, one less slide now, sorry, and there's been some accuracy changes. So yeah, I mean, he went crazy on the Neon.
But
He
I
had,
don't
like,
think they
9
will.
First kills, 3 first deaths, everything that you could expect and ask for from your duelist.
I think it's a good sign to see teams playing different compositions and still running the Neon. Yes, the agent has been nerfed, but that doesn't mean that is unplayable anymore. We've seen
Cryptics is
most
the
of
mod of the
smokers use.
people,
I like
dude.
to
Don't
see,
give this guy a
you know, we saw the
confidence
ISO.
boost.
I like
That's the last thing he
kind of
needs.
different ideas that everybody's bringing onto the table, and of course, the one that Gentleman is bringing is as valid as any other. To me, the question is still on the other side. You
Oh,
were
so
mentioning
if he
Miniboo, but we have seen
if he's the
plenty
mod of the
duelist
people, I worry
potential
for the
on side
people.
of Team Heretics, and in that friendly show match that they had, it was actually
Jesus.
Wood playing it, but you know. Changes, Deco edition. I think that they have too many good players. Like, name one player that could not play. That should be a mistake to put on Tejo.
Benji
on
Fishy.
tip. Do you think so?
Yes, because then you would have to shift his agents to other people. That's why
I
I
like
feel
the
like.
Vice.
Yeah, there we go. But let's speak about Boo here, because he's had a bit of a role change too in the off-season. I don't know if he's going to stick with it coming into
Does this
this.
game start
Do we
in an
like
hour?
Do we
No,
not
it
like
should
How do you
start.
feel?
Honestly,
I
it
think
should
that
start in
first
5
we need to
minutes, but
go
don't take
and
my
see.
word
Of
for it.
course,
It
yeah,
could
the
start
show
under
match
that.
is just for funsies, whatever.
It
but
could
it's a
start
good
in
moment
about
to
20
test,
minutes, but
especially with
it
the
should be
teams
around
that have
5.
not played a lot during the off-season with all the changes that we've had. It's good that they have this window.
Polak, thank you so much
of
for the tier 1,
opportunities
bro.
and
I
having different
appreciate
people
you.
that
Thank
they
you,
can
thank you for
start
the
on
23
different roles,
months.
because it will help them a lot during the year.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think if Boo
That would have
wants
me to it.
approach
I mean,
the game
anywhere
in a
between
different
5 and
sense,
20.
being
How about that?
on that IGL role
If
as
it goes
well,
beyond
I think that
20,
it's a good
Pansy's
opportunity to
casting,
kind
we
of
can
get
explain
out of
that.
your comfort zone as well, right? They know that because of only placing second last year in every event,
you gotta
sorry to bring it
remind
up
us.
again,
Yeah.
they need to start innovating, and there clearly needs to be something that they do differently going into this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's day 1.
Wait,
we haven't seen them
Heretics?
yet, so we shall see. We had to
They have
save
to do
the
something
best till
different?
last, of course. It's time for the
I don't know.
return of Los Niños taking
I
on
don't think so.
Gentlemen's today. Let's bring out Team
If you
Heretics
keep coming
onto
second, you're
stage.
bound to win at one point.
With me.
Vapor X, yeah, we'll give him some time. OMG's WTH with the Prime, thank you so much for the 3 months. Of course, dude. Thank you for saying that also. When they get to a grand final? Oh, okay. Heretics, sick? Yeah, that's not great. Dude, Nilzina is having none of it.
Gentlemates had a fantastic start on this stage last week. But they got to go up against Team Heretics today, the team that made absolutely no changes to their
What's the
roster
cameraman
and
doing?
the coaching staff. We do see a few masks on stage. Perhaps they're feeling a little bit under the weather, but it's still Team Heretics we're talking about. The team that made such a great stand on the international stage last year as well.
Don't give me an Abyss. Ah, you guys picked Abyss, for God's sake.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to
Abyss,
say, and we're not
Fracture.
going to see Lotus at
Sure,
least
at least we
today.
get a Fracture.
Abyss is going to be the first
And
map.
Pearl.
We were speaking about all those possible
Sure.
role swaps, and the one map that we did see amongst the ones that we're seeing right now in that friendly show match was that Abyss. We already saw some changes, like Wood on the Astra, Venji on the Vice. Billy, how do you feel about that? Do you think that they should make those changes?
Saint, do you ever?
So I think that they've obviously
Saint, do you
gone
ever
ahead
pick the
and prepared
overdose to win a
stuff for it in
game?
the off season, whether or not Mates has anti on that now because they had obviously played up against each other on that map in the off season, that's another question in itself. But I think that, like I said before, it's good for them to try out new things and it's good for them to kind of innovate going into this year.
Saint is addicted to the hot take. He really is, man.
We know how FUT,
And then eventually you get it right. He's like, "Dad, I told you." 1 out of 10 times correct. Just like, well, I told you.
Even if you give them an extra
No
day,
mates, 2-1.
they're going to make the absolute most out of that. But the reason I mentioned the sunset is because last year, Heretics almost always came in with a default 1-0 every single best of 3. No matter what.
You only have
they
to get one
had
right. Yeah,
that
no, it's genius,
sunset.
honestly.
It is not here this time around. So are we expecting maybe for them to
You only
turn
remember the
another map
wins.
instantly into their
Fair
They
Invalid,
have
thank
to,
you so
right?
much
Is
for the
reality
prime.
that they
Appreciate the
have to
3
live with.
months.
The maps are going to be coming in
Thank
and
you so
out.
much for that.
That is how Valorant works. So let's see what they do on the other side. Now that Zippin is on our camera, I think he was a little bit of the unsung hero last
Compare
week.
pick'ems right now.
I think
And you're
that
beating
his
me.
utility was on point.
Wait, what region though?
He was a very, very good player in Navi, and I think that this year
My
is
Americas
going to
is alright.
Be a big deal for him.
It honestly felt
My
like
Americas
he was
and
the
my
unsung
Pacifics
hero
are
on
right.
Navi as well. That's his, like, entire
right.
All of
career,
them?
He's just that guy. So
reckon you're beating me
reliable
4 for
too coming
4?
into this. What a crazy
I'll give you
story it
China.
will be though for Mates if they're able to take down Heretics today. And taking a look at the agent select. Okay, Gentlemates Mini. Billy, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not far off of what we've seen from other teams on Abyss so far already.
Yoru?
Obviously, this is the first time that we're going to get
Just
to
a
see
Yoru,
Gentlemates Abyss during kickoff. But yeah,
I mean, they believe in the Cypher over the
vanilla, I
Omen.
want to say, honestly.
The role swap. They kept with the role swap.
Exactly. So Benji is going to not be on the Vice. He's going to be on the Cypher. But as you're saying, Boo now playing
everyone's
on
playing
the KO.
normal roles,
Woods
the
is
Heretics,
playing
we
from
like to
the
see that.
Astra. Really willing to see how Mini Boo is going to be feeling this year.
The
especially going up
double
against
duelist
Duelist.
dive could
Again,
be pretty
the
good.
Gentleman's composition has the same issue. Like now they're on
Honestly,
the
this
defense,
comp
but
could be
they're
pretty
playing
cool.
without a Sentinel, of course.
I think
the
like,
aggression
it might suit this
we
team pretty
expect it
well.
to happen, especially over mid, and they have to try and condition Team Heretics because otherwise, with the synergy that Heretics have, those
Boo on,
executes
oh
are
yeah,
going
Boo
to
on
be
KO
Yeah,
and
and
Woo
you
on
have to think
Astra.
as well,
That's
you've
true.
got those two brothers on that duelist and on that initiators.
Wait,
as
maybe the
well.
off-season was
no
there.
bit of synergy.
Divine synergy.
The
That is
off-season was
synergy
telling us
right
some
there.
truth.
So yeah, I'm really looking forward to how they two pair up and how Boo's going to be setting Mini Boo up going into this one.
I completely agree. And of course, you know, Mini Boo in EMEA towards the end of last year had his inconsistencies here. Click, it looked amazing. Last
Gen
week,
G
it'll be
comp? Yeah, they
interesting
tried
to
this
see
like
that
right at the
head-to-head.
beginning,
And
right?
of course, Gentlemates Mini on his debut on Yoru because why not? And speaking of Gentlemates Mini, he's standing by with Pansy. Over to you guys.
Now, another Mini to talk about Mini, and I actually want to start there because this composition from Gentlemates I quite like. The standouts to me were Click and it was Mini, but this is a very different role. Playing that Yoru here, this is going to test his skill set overall, surely.
Yeah, I've only ever seen him play Sentinel, to be honest with you, and this is not...
How is Mini standing on a box? One of the first comments. That's crazy.
I quite like it in the context of an underdog mentality.
Sure.
Like, it's a bit of a risk, like going for that double
Okay,
duelist, double
Gentlemates
dive. Like,
on
we're gonna try
defense
to see how good Benji
and
is, like,
Heretics on attack.
dealing with this, you know what I mean? On his defense.
And that's, I do want to bring up the point eventually. Maybe not now,
Jack,
so the round is live.
relax,
a little
man.
bit of action
Platform
to start with.
shoes.
Let's talk about
Platform
that comp
shoes is
in a
too
moment,
much.
so keep that in your mind. But Mini Boo going to go through.
Why am I
the
reading
motions,
them out?
Straight in towards the site. Hasn't got too much problem
addicted to
until
Flaming
then
Mini.
revealed. Robbie BK draws first blood. Mini Boo's gone down. The next leg is Zipan. He isn't alone. He's got some support with him, but Zipan is now the last one really.
Damn, look how calm Zipan is the whole time here.
Towards Woot, but Rien's left in a 1v3, surrounded here. A star in his own right. 15 seconds for the dart to come back up and a minute to play with. He can reset the playing field here.
He might get cheeky and try and go towards B, but
Oh, they're walking it though. They want to clear that. They want to make sure he can't slip the net, but he's played this well. Nice try, nice shot, but a better answer back. Too many bodies for Gentlemates, and they were
Very nice for
there in
Gentlemates. Shout out to
time.
Zipan here, he did great.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was a smoke that Zipan used in the backside there just to delay. I've not seen that before, just using that smoke in the back. Usually you see it in like the front of the bridge, or maybe...
Yeah, it counted the one way as well.
Interesting idea from there.
And as we're coming into probably, it's going to be probably classic, so unless something really interesting happens, we can kind of switch to it. But how do you feel about this Heretics comp? Because again, this is the team we're sending out to the internationals, right? They're the team that, you know, were the kings who never got their crown, but this composition doesn't do it for me yet. I was hoping for something
All classics.
a little new,
We get Outlaw up for
innovative.
Click so he can farm a
little
little bit,
and
they are
some differences,
probably going to contact into him by the looks of things.
None of that coming in. What are your thoughts?
I mean, there's a Tejo-sized elephant in this room.
Yes.
To be quite honest with you, like my read on this meta right now, even on a map like Abyss, is that if you're not playing that Tejo across multiple maps, you are not going to be doing well in an international tournament.
Because, look, all of us have been watching the other regions, right? I think we're all on the edge of our seats with EDG today, where they're going to make it, where they're not. They kicked into gear. They're fine for now. I mean, NA, I hate to say it, because, you know, EMEA, they look absolutely nasty, don't they? They look ready to go. I mean, I'm seeing phantoms everywhere. I'm seeing, like, meta comps. They look sharp as hell. So I get a little nervous. Now, it's only map one, so I'm gonna put
this
my
isn't
nose
their
away.
map pick.
Correct.
This isn't their map pick. This could be...
It's fine. It's fine. It could be fine. I'm worried it's not, but you know what? We'll see.
I think the other thing to note is this role swap. Traditionally, like I said last time with Angel and the KO, IGOs usually aren't very good at KO. There's very few in the world that can do it. Boo is a good fragger, so like it could come into play. But I'm a little bit worried about that aspect too.
Yeah, this leaves us with more questions than answers, I feel like, looking at this, but I think
Well,
once we get to
20
fracture, 'cause that
seconds
was
left.
another question mark. Speaking
Recon goes
veto-wise,
in
with the
early,
map
and that
changes coming
is a
in and
lot
some
of
of their
scans.
strongholds being taken
Like this
out,
as well, they had
how
a
would that
recon
affect
that
them? But if their
if they
first
did
answer back
exec
is right,
early,
we're
they could have
running
put the
fracture.
smoke
That's our
up and they would have
first
gone
pick
behind
here.
them
Is our
for a
look.
little combo.
So far so good, no real threats being
Nothing
very
stopped
slow
the plant
round
though.
coming through. Spike is down, so at least that Rien's building very close to his ult early on, but the double walk through the smoke going to be a little slippery in the end there, Woot, but
Yeah.
everything fine.
Do you want to get the
A flawless
Omen
round, it
all
looks
on
like coming in. So
defense?
Gentlemates will be very happy with this. 5 standing,
Doesn't look like it.
no problems.
Oh.
Yeah, very
Conversation's
especially the way
happening.
they bought into that, like not kind of
Conversation's still happening.
over-investing anything.
Yeah, he's in for it.
Outlaw coming into the round 3. We'll see if that affects the round at all. But
See what they got with
clean
it.
round.
Yeah, in-zone flawless there. Tick in the box, no problems. Heretics, this is when we start to pay a bit more attention. We've got to see what their buy is going to be like as well. Will that light shield ever be an issue? I'm not too sure. I think they'll be fine. I'm seeing mostly heavy shields coming in, so not too much of an issue. That Outlaw could then suffer
It's fine,
slightly.
it's just one of those annoying
Opinion
things
on the
that
roll
always
swap?
gotta kind of tick
I mean,
the
let's see what
box,
they
and
got.
now you're round
I'm never
4
going
or
to flame
5.
anything until I
If it gets
see
too close, you start
how it works
being annoyed
first
that
and how
you
they
have to
look.
buy that heavy shield.
Why is
Yeah,
Mini
I
whispering?
want to see if Gentlemen
He's
are
got
willing to take a risk in
he's got a
this round. You're
smaller
on
voice
bonus.
box. This is actually
Try
him
and make something
shouting.
happen. It was
That's
a
the
very
issue.
slow and steady round from
He needs
Heretics.
he needs a
Maybe a
megaphone.
mid-push here.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes on middle then.
A nice little double bait here, so we're going to probably see someone Click taking first contact.
I'm gonna have so much fun. We've got a whole year of this guy casting. It's incredible. We need to calm it down at one point.
Look at the tempo set again. Heretics very slow.
Lay over there, chat. You lot, honestly, are to blame because you guys started it first. Whoever said the box comment, that's
Taking
it.
away Rien's removes a lot of that ability to get towards these sites on those heavy executes they might want to be running. But this still spread default. No one's going walkabouts deep here for Gentlemates. They're kind of sat back towards site. You've got a very passive hold towards B. That's fine. We've seen that slight gambit towards middle almost.
Chat, let's
Pop
pay
in mini in the
attention.
corner, but you
It's
still have
bonus
that quick
rounds.
rotate from Click
They
so
lose
can
the Sova.
easily lean over.
Now the
Did they
exec
just
becomes a
check on
lot
towards
weaker.
A?
We
They
got
were
3 over towards here with double smoke, and the knife will hit them.
For Heretics going into the site.
Ooh.
We're going to have to contact up.
And already they're being punished. That one bit of
Ooh.
util, that one little bit of a deep
That is
investment coming out from
wild.
Robbie,
Double
clearing
smoke
through
goes
A
in, they take
was
a little bit
perfect
of
to set
space, and it
everything in motion,
kind
that
of
perfect
allows you to
waterfall
peek a
effect
little bit.
back towards B.
Double smokes are
Stunning.
very
That's
nice.
a bonus
Very,
converted.
very
An in-zone flawless round. That's ridiculous here. I thought that was
I
going
kind of want
to
to see the double smokes from everyone's POV, because that's nice.
A good fight
And
on
he can
this
go over
one.
to
I'm
it
gonna
down
say
and he's hit
Heretics
some.
look a little flat so far.
Fair play, man. He's
Yeah,
hit
I
some
mean, the
incredible
first part of
shots.
their default is to take that A main like most teams, and that's supposed to be the easy part when you're not playing against an operator, and Zipan's just done it with a bulldog.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
the
I'm not
smokes
sure
are pretty
exactly
sick.
why he got that so easily.
Probably one of the better things I've seen with the
This
double
could be when
smoke
it starts to
comps.
hurt, though,
I
'cause these
like the
light shields
EG
now
one way
come
that
through.
they
That
used in the
Owl's
off
still in
season
fight.
to fight
Their
middle.
money is gonna be
But like the double smokes
They're
here,
gonna
they
be
give you the
absolutely
angle to
sitting
dual
on bank,
heaven,
so-
They're going to be able to drop operators
and
all game
also
with
allow you to fly
Vic or
back at
Mini
sight.
Heat,
It's pretty
whoever.
nice.
I'm going to presume it's
And then you can
You'd
push
imagine
into the
so.
smokes as well
But,
if need be.
you know.
And you could
This is not bad
freely
at all.
spam this.
Mini's got
Saving
a lot
double
of
Ash to
damage.
start.
I
It's
don't
pretty,
know.
it's pretty
Maybe
sick.
she's a
Probably isn't a good ult, but
We're just making it up now.
making jokes.
Yeah.
Being silly.
You having humour, Mini? Well, I
Oi.
never. And again, this time a little bit of a different pace. You can see the tempo change a little bit quicker, but this is with Sheriff. So as much as this may have some threat, there's still 2 players on B. They've been able to keep Mini here early. This is an extended bonus pretty much, but it's up against Sheriff. So
I feel like this hold though, we're going to see Mini go for that first initial contact and then just be able to
Well, we're
deny.
committing to the site.
he
Damn.
doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. Mini is farming them.
Dude, every
3
single
clean
person over
kills, and he
towards
feels
B
no
just gets a
fear.
3K.
Standing tall, teams
Oh
there.
boy,
Boo,
it's
the only one
a
to
very
draw
nice
blood.
start for
Almost
Gentlemates.
another
Very,
flawless
very nice
round.
start. Good money as well.
gotta be a
Like their
little
money's
worried.
really good.
Yeah, a little bit worried.
Albon with the prime. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you.
Contextually, we're talking bigger
Thank
picture.
you for that,
As
using the
much
prime
as
on me.
this is Gentlemates' map choice, we don't know how high up in the map pool this is for Heretics, for example. Clearly, we can see they looked a little under the weather there, but that aside, they're not running the new kind of compositions.
I
They've
told
had
you
a
in the
really flat
off-season that the
start
Boo
here,
and
and it's
Whoop
a
roll
very
switch wasn't
early
permanent. Dude, I
timeout.
mean,
This feels just
I
like
was
a
pretty
check-in of
confident
what's
with it,
going on
but
here, boys.
here we are.
It feels very like surface level check-in.
When you're
almost.
taking the time out on round 5, you're 4-0 down, it's not because there's anything strategic going on.
No.
Like, I don't think I've ever taken a time out in this instance and been able to, you know, do anything. You're pretty much just, you know, let's take some breaths. Let's just get back into it a little bit. Yeah, there's been 1 gun round.
Pretty much, right? And I don't know if you know this, you might do, you might not. What is the divide between Weber and Niels when it comes to how they approach coaching? Because that seemed like mostly Weber chatting there rather than Niels. So do you think that's the divide we're seeing a little bit, or is it just whoever's taking that moment or
I think
taking
in
that time
timeout
out?
specifically, it's whoever has the idea.
Cool.
I got this kind of, from what I've heard from friends, Weber is slightly more on the strategic side.
Interesting.
And then Neil is a bit more of a kind of dad, leader, you know what I mean? But both
Daddy
of them are
Niels.
obviously got
Got
that
it.
kind of strategic pass, so it's not surprising to me if
Whoever
talking.
takes it, yeah. Okay, early ults as well. We've got to touch on this. We've got Cadaver really close by, one off from his. We do have Zipan with his as well, not most influential. And beyond that, it kind of works its way down. On the other side, they do have Rian's with his. But a cold start for Miniboo. That's rough, to be fair.
Yeah, well,
0 to 4
they
so
want to do
far,
something over
and
towards
Benji
middle.
as well. Benji is still one of the most iconic players in this role. I want to see him find some comfort here, but
Or do they?
they've got to hit the ground running.
Yeah, I guess the only thing in the timeout really strategic.
Yeah, I like this from Heretics, though. They call attack timeout. They're at least waiting for some aggro play, especially when there's a Yoru. Like, this becomes way more of a threat. People like to push aggro here.
Away. Leaving the cam there, though, this time, which is kind of nice later on. If we're kind of leaving that space, we can kind of just re-clear it ourselves. If we hear that drone coming back through, we can see if they've actually...
And we're definitely getting a triple swing at middle here, and
First time
Click
they're really
might be
posturing
caught
towards
out
B, that knife coming through, a little bit of
no.
pre-fire shown on it. Click hasn't
boy.
left this spot, but there's a lot more on the other side than maybe he'd expect. 3 players down the yeah.
Oh god, it's their second buy round, and this is how it starts.
It's a 2-for-1 discount. They
That
certainly
is
didn't
devastating.
need it. A 4-0. That's a gut punch for Heretics.
That cage made it look like they were kind of using it to cross, and they were kind of being sneaky. And
Yeah, I did like the idea, but
was ready for that, to be quite honest with you.
And look at them converging towards middle now. Woot's in a real pickle. Gonna try. Oh, he actually gets caught as well. Got to be a bit careful in case someone
it's a good
maybe
amount
got
of
a
info.
second to shoot. But look at them.
And then now they clear over towards middle. They can
away.
stack sights a little bit harder. Full retake over towards B. If Cadaver gets a kill, that's going to be an ult. And dude,
again,
we
you
got
look
a
at
2-person
Zipan, who's been
push.
great so far.
And they hear
You
so
look
much
at Robbie,
towards
who
A.
is
This is going to be a
just, you know,
fast flank behind
Mr.
as well.
Motivator when it comes down to it. Zipan,
I was about to say, I don't think
unsung
Zipan needs
hero
to
the
fight,
headliner.
but
2 big kills,
it's
it
so
leaves
fine.
Rian's in
If that's what he's
near
doing, then
unwinnable
fair play.
situation. 10
In an
seconds
ideal
left.
world,
Robbie
you would just make
waiting
sound
for
for
smoke
the
to
2
drop. They've
behind,
got
but
time to play with here. 8 seconds. Rian's
he's
has
fragging
no
pretty heavy.
options. He'd love to get Robbie down, but
Dude,
it's
deep
just
chat, these
Sophie's
rounds,
choice.
a
No
lot of
good
people are
outcomes
surviving. This is
until
already 9k,
Gentlemates
300 off
make it up to
9k.
5.
I think what I'm seeing from Heretics is something I'm noting this year, looking at it a bit closer. Like when I was watching Fnatic 2, I think that there was like a slight overcompensation.
Okay.
I think that if you keep it simple early and just go into those late site exits, you're usually in a decent spot. If you're kind of using the middle in the way like you're overusing middle, I feel like that's more kind of in the middle of the game you want to start using that. So the best teams I've seen so far in attack have just been kind of abusing the fact that they
attacks overall, if they want it on the eco.
Kind of alluding to that too, that there was
Keeping
a
it simple, like
a
Mini Ask.
potential of this burst power coming out
Straight
from
up
Heretics.
burst into A, especially with the flash dash. Flash for side, do we have another flash for backside? Let's keep an eye on
Once
boot.
again, Zipan, I think, noticing this is all in. I'm going to back away and play retake.
Been very good
Flash for
so far,
backside.
but not wanting that one.
Yeah, even Heretics.
I mean,
clearing
Heretics
through
will take
backside
this.
here. They've got what they needed.
Keep an eye on Rienz
Retake here with the
and
ult is gonna be
Woots.
difficult, but they still do.
Two people that need to play offsite, playing offsite.
Just a pixel.
They still have the drone.
Sova ult
You're right.
early.
There's going to be the preemptive Hunter's Fury. I don't think it finds anything on this, but it does at least clear a little bit of that worry. Maybe
hit
towards
click at the
Nest,
end.
towards Heaven, but the flash. Mini's in. He takes down Mini, but
nice
he's got a
flash,
follow-up
man.
as well. Gentlemate's flooding back towards the site. The back line is all that stands. And it's only
It's 1v3, no pings
a
anymore.
1v3.
One super low,
This
recon
time,
and 5.
The time's on his side. A tap on the spike. Click is low. This could be big. Click tries to avoid, but Robbie
Shout out to Click as well.
Rienz goes down,
The
and
bounce
it's a
shock was going to hit him
flawless
and
run
just
thus
up
far
up.
from Gentlemates.
Another
Not
round with 3
something I
surviving.
expected to be saying.
All of these rounds are
If you
really
notice, there are
convincing.
Heretics there because of their economy state.
This
they had to go
Yori
something more
flash
aggressive than
was
that
sick
post. That's why
there.
we saw Rienz using the ult in a way that was a bit curious, you would think, but
Entering.
he was trying to use it off of the kind of forward positions with the kind of low buy.
What's going on? I mean, Gentlemate's looking great.
Usually you'd see a team take offside
guy,
post with that
dude.
Sova ult, but given the, we haven't got the guns to spam, so.
And the ults are now cycling through. Robbie's getting louder. It's scary,
There's
right?
so many
And this is the
ults.
thing,
There's so many
it
ults,
feels
and they
like to me
change it up now. We've got
Gentlemate's
2
gonna
ults
be
to head over
such a
towards site.
confidence-based team
And
as
they
well.
decide to
The more they
3-person
get
push
rewarded
middle.
like this, the
Surely
more
the
they keep
Yori should
going,
have
the
the op
harder
for
it is.
playing this
The
angle.
first time we might see a
Okay,
challenge.
still good.
Okay, we've actually got a bit of a fight back on middle.
Yeah, the recon coming in for the first time clears it out beautifully. I think mates maybe have a read that the recon's usually being used towards A main, and therefore the middle is completely free to do these kind of walk downs. But Heretics have adjusted their recon to make sure that this middle aggression doesn't come through.
Okay, I like this though still from Gentlemates. They leave over towards middle. They wait like, what, 10 seconds? They smoke, they drone to clear it. One-way smoke.
Kind of waiting on this one.
And
The
they
Alvaro
said
gonna come in,
click
force him
back
away.
over towards middle.
Okay, that's a problem. Gonna be caught up here, but Boo's already taken
Yeah,
away Cadaver.
it's a
pretty much
bit of a
pretty on his own.
shame they
Yeah, he's
didn't
completely nullified
really
this round. Finally, they just
consider
powered
the
through.
KO,
A
it
little bit
felt
of a
like.
misplay, and finally addressing
The
middle.
KO
Has worked
absolutely
out for
wrecked them.
Heretics. Plants in, and we know where Zipan was playing, over towards A. So he's only got half the map to cover, does eventually make it back round, but a 1v5 is a lot to ask.
He did try to use the Omen ult, but he did ult into a KO ult, so it did look a bit silly.
Yeah, no, the KO took out
had a lot of
the
issues
Yoru,
with
took out the
Omen TPs
Astra
and
to
ults
do the
recently,
stars,
mostly
and
North
the
America,
Omen got cancelled.
But they can be very
Like it-
confusing sometimes. So
It got so much value. And I
beyond
think
that,
their
I mean,
whole
always trying to
protocol
catch
is
up
when
to
they're
what
getting
you
hit
got
over
there.
towards
Yeah,
it
I
to
was
at
really
least do
extending
the
it. You got
smoke.
There we go, yeah.
Give you some freedom.
But again, this is the first round, right? A necessary fight back in for Heretics. It felt simplistic in approach. A couple of issues here and there for Gentlemates, but Heretics needed
Good news for
that.
Heretics is they kept a lot of people alive.
Keep it simple. You don't just
Might get to a point where everyone's money's just outrageous.
Mates, I think that they didn't have enough towards that B side of the map to really hold. An unfortunate situation with Mini. I didn't catch really what actually happened there with his TP.
Honestly, the KO wrecked everyone.
I thought he made a meal of it, but I might be wrong. I don't know. Maybe if someone could get a clip of that, that'd be brilliant. Appreciate you guys. And the observers are probably mad at me because they're like, we already showed you this.
Yeah.
We've literally just shown you on the replay and you didn't even look. That's crazy.
Let's go.
Also, Benji's mullet looking fantastic.
What did he say at this point?
Yeah, no, yeah, but the audience didn't hear me,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
enjoying it. So I'm a mullet enjoyer. Yes.
You think he has his own hairbrush? I reckon he's got his own Benji.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Benji
like
Fishy.
engraved. Yeah, absolutely. I wait for your mullet to come through. I feel like that could be a very powerful look for you. But it feels like this is a new approach, right, from Heretics. Touch towards middle, get a bit of control.
I
in.
like this
And already
reaction
a
from
response
Gentlemates.
Look at the extremity
Lose
on
middle
B.
instead of
Already
re-clearing
taking
it. This
that
time they
space.
push
Super
down
deep
towards
hold on the
B.
other side, but I like
And
what
this
they're
is the
trying
first
to
time
do.
the Woot's going to get
Yeah, I
tested
like
on
the
Cypher
little-
Gs. Oh my goodness, nice.
Woot is not the person.
Well, they're not going to be pushing anymore.
Nah, I guess not. But theory for me, I take it. I like the concept. But look at the response, though. They get that contact straight in towards that A side. This time it's Cadaver over here, though.
Yeah, he's going to need a big recon here. Come on now. They've decided to freeze.
It starts feeling a little bit weird now. You're like, wait, are they still going this way? Where are we off to?
Looks like they're going to split. It looks like they're going to split through the vents to A now.
Okay.
Really interesting mid-round.
Does that dart? Ooh.
Wait, that doesn't
that
clear.
Could be misinformation.
It doesn't clear
They had
left.
no idea about how close Heretics had made it. A lovely pause for thought and a little bit of a misplay on Util. Kadabra just
He
picks the
didn't know
wrong
what to
side
do.
look at.
He wanted to go
Outside
close and
Boo,
crouch in the smoke,
the
but it
red
was so
carpet
committed around the
gets
corner.
rolled out. This is now just down a mini 1v5, similar to what we saw only a moment ago for Zipan.
So round before,
not the
4
ideal
people
scennario,
surviving.
but
This round,
is this
5
now
people
time maybe for
surviving.
Gentlemates to
3k
pump
for
the brakes
everyone.
themselves?
Money
They've
over
had a
towards
great
here, still
couple of
good.
rounds here. Do you think there's a solution within reach, or is it a touch base with coach?
I think I'd take the timeout right here. The momentum shifted. Like you can feel the momentum shifted. Even just taking the pause just helps, even if you're not going to say anything.
And we get a close round. Yeah, it's every round's been really one-sided. Apart from
That was a
the
very interesting
pistol,
protocol, though,
that was
for
the only
Heretics.
one,
The idea
right?
that you get stalled on A, quite often you see teams kind of look very panicked when they get stalled on A, and then just stand still or run to B. Whereas I quite like the mature approach of sending 3 back through middle to kind of split A. It's something I've not really seen before after being kind of cancelled on A, I guess is the way we would describe it.
And it felt like it worked incredibly. I'd be interested to know if that dart had landed better and it kind of still showed presence towards A main, how that would have changed things. Obviously, that's neither here nor there now, but it's just that curiosity. Would that have maybe changed the outcome? Who knows? I'm waiting to see if there's a timeout. Maybe Gentlemates feel like they have what they need this round. Keep it in mind,
A lot
that
of ults,
massive run
and
start after
Gentlemates'
6
money
rounds has given them so much cash.
I mean,
they don't have to be too worried
it would
about
still
at least
buy
the economy
2-9.
Heretics and money has gone through the roof too. Yeah, kind of loss bonus effects has happened.
Right here. Looks a very simplistic approach again. Now we've seen them
Yeah.
pause before to add that little
But
moment
up
of
to
doubt.
sight
but
hit.
I think, though,
Does
this
feel
time
like
we've got
again
the
like
three ready.
the knife might wreck
That's why
them on
TP's gonna
sight.
come in as soon as
Let's
we
see.
see this drone, hopefully.
Zipan's taken a deeper look over towards A, so he can
Ah.
click quick with it towards Mini Boo, but the trade was there, so Woot's going to keep them at an even 4-4 on the B site. Mini makes it over in time, as you highlighted, that TP taken early,
Wait.
and they're still going, and Mini,
what was that shot?
1-2 punch, Gentlemates back in control.
Nice shots here.
Yeah, I love that setup. To be honest with you, they kind of recognize.
Wait,
that
I really
B
got to
was
see that
probably
shot
gonna
again.
be the site being hit, and
Was it
I
not
see too
just
few teams
outrageous?
actually using kind of strong side Bs, like using 3 people there. And with the Yoru, you don't even have to be there. He's TP'd over. 3's there instantly.
And again, in my mind, the interesting part is Gentlemates did float this up against Apex as well.
Yeah.
They ended up picking, I think, Pearl instead at one point. So technically,
okay,
this is a
he
nice
did
feat
see him
over
just
there.
before
They
he
can
got
make it through
flashed.
this map,
I feel like
as
he's
they
running
are thus
there,
far,
but
and they continue
probably
to
not.
this trajectory. This changes the conversation.
Honestly,
They floated this
Valorant
map
probably-
to the
probably
very
is.
end, and I think it was removed in the end by Apex. So
We got
a
a
very interesting one
we
to
got
come
a
into this.
lot
And
of
Zipan
ults.
again, look at him. He's relentless on this approach, but he gets
He's definitely running. Yeah. Honestly, out of everyone, I
Boo, outdoes
100%
Zipan, and
trust
suddenly
you on
that
that.
changes
That's enough.
everything.
if anyone's gonna know about running, jumping
Very
shots, it's you.
confusing. In those moments, it looks a bit silly on the minimap, but when you're in the game, experiencing things like that, the comms just go wild. So, interesting idea from Mids.
Ooh, knives out. Robbie droning in. What does he get on this one? Click's getting proactive. Checks to the left. Going to spot out Boo. Stunning. It's quick. It's clean.
Yeah, I love this. Just fearlessness coming out of Mids.
And it's nice seeing them with no fear almost in this, because it's very easy to fall into the idea of
Can Kadavra get one? That's what it's all about
being
on this.
outdone by the name you're playing against, right?
Just gotta get one.
Heretics are arguably one of the most, competitive teams we had at
Should he
least
just
last
go
year.
to spawn here and hold spawn? Probably. It's a good off angle.
This is lovely.
I'll just do
Oh,
that.
it's gorgeous. Kadavra just tucking in a little on the angle, reading what
Damn,
Heretics
they're
would have
playing
wanted,
nice, though.
leaving Benji last man alive and a mile away from influence here. But Gentlemates, I have to give such credit here, being so proactive, so confident in their fights, backing themselves in 50-50s, if not, 40-60s, 30-70s. These guys are playing with
Look
zero
solid, yeah, they're
fear.
really solid.
Yeah, their first game
The
was
holds are
against
good.
Apex. It was really
They
exciting
mix
to
it up a
see
good amount.
Contextually.
The reactions
You
are
know,
good.
one of the weaker teams
They
in
got
the
some
league
cool little
potentially, and now they're
smoke
gonna
things that they're doing
have
with
to get potentially the
Astra.
best team in the league.
Yeah.
It's probably
To
one of
see,
the
like,
better I've seen the double smokes
How
look
do
on
they react
defense.
when they see the names in the server? Because that happens. Like
It does.
I've seen it.
You've
happen
seen it
in
yourself.
Like
I've
Astra
seen
just
people looking
saves
at
stance the whole
chronicles
time.
with fear, you know what I mean?
I don't blame
I'm glad. I'm glad to see that mates don't let this get to them.
But
It's almost like it's motivating them. On some
Yeah,
level, it feels
which, and there's always that, like, there's certain teams that always respond way better to confident starts, and you can kind of see why. It removes that worry or doubt, and we've got is this double timeout? Yeah, double timeout on the half. Never gonna be feeling good about that one. This time Neil's taking the vast majority of the conversation rather than Weber last time around, but still, it clearly something's not clicking here for them. They've had 2 rounds so far that looked fine, but just not continued success. So again,
one of the better played defense after the base. It's been really nice, yeah.
Apex, if we're going to put things in context, like, wait, is Floor truly the chosen one?
Everyone's like locking down their site.
No, honestly,
but I do think these reactive smokes are good. You even saw it in the pistol, right? When Zipan was playing back his site, they had the reactive smoke on the left, cancelled out the one way that he could hide into.
It's a slam dunk round. It's probably not.
And then you just use Omen at the beginning round for pretty much just one way over towards A. And then because they're not playing against a double smoke comp, they don't really need to smoke top mid because the pressure of this comp isn't that strong. So you'd have to invest double smoke really, or you could do the one at the, like where people do the Viper smoke.
Yeah.
Like it's like a good game plan. I reckon as well. I would love to see Gentlemates play against a double smoke comp and see if they change up a lot or if they literally just stick to this.
Over towards B. I'm seeing Robbie left on his own towards A.
So I love that they're just using the clears.
Yeah. All right, Robbie.
Of like the drone and.
I said you're a superstar in the
Okay, this is interesting as well. They got punished earlier for pushing, and I think they kind of have called it right that they won't be holding this because we owned them last time. But I respect that they go for this again, even though in theory they've been conditioned to not push.
To an extent, a deep smoke coming in as well, buying more times on this flank.
Cadavra gets the op out this time because they're pushing behind. Yeah, could updraft this, but obviously. I don't know where you can. No, there's
still eyes on the flank here. Not sure what Click's going to do on this. They are on the site though.
Never mind. They teased the hold and then we're like, no.
Yeah, everyone was really far away. They didn't hear this.
Okay, so Click's made it past. He's not
we got some potential
here.
behind
them, but they might be aware of this. But Rian has to be careful. Bye-bye.
Your
contingency plan just goes out the window. Falls away so the trade doesn't come in.
1, 2, 3, and the guy at the back end started sending it.
The paranoia doesn't quite get him, but you can see the flash.
Whoa, he tanked that flash.
Zipan just flooding back in. It is perfection watching these guys. And heartbreaking for Heretics. The copy's been checked.
Scat him out in the corner. Another convincing round. And shout out to Gentlemates on this one. Thinking that they can condition them to not push. They push. We change it up. We have an op over towards middle. They cleared all of this. And then they got a little bit fortunate that they committed over towards site and couldn't hear the updraft over, but
the chokes trying to get down and dirty. The flank, like as a reaction to that flank coming in, just pushing out, but it just wasn't enough. The Euro was massive here.
That flash, damn dude, that play was sick.
It feels like we've slipped into this alternate reality.
Spots all 3. Mini spots all 3.
We've seen a few of them.
Yeah.
And this just doesn't feel right.
And then flashes for them to send it through the Astra
This is so deep down in Heretics' veto process, but they still let it through.
Yep.
So it can't be so far down that it's impossible. But anyway, I pause now. Rien's looking for a quick early start. Nice. Attempt.
It's all a ruse for them to get into vents here.
Yeah, no tag though, and you're right.
This is the first time we've seen the smokes over towards middle.
I guess maybe the smoke.
But again, they just re-clear
this. You can see him working out something's amiss.
Dude, we got to be just breaking this,
surely. When I can see the minimap, I can kind of paint the picture of what the steps were there for Heretics, but I'm not sure what the idea was. We've faked on the B with the server ult.
And now they can't do anything for a long time, and they don't even have to worry.
A little bit.
Because they know they're not going to hit a site for a long time because they don't have smokes for ages.
I don't know if this is nerves or it feels over complication, or
they got like what 15 more seconds of chilling.
I don't know. Something's not right.
I mean, at a 9-2 scoreline, I think we can be fair and say something's not working perfectly anyway. But this round does seem a little strange, and Mini's in the right place again. No one's clearing close. Mini,
damn, bro.
How many times
this guy's
does
a
Mini
beast.
get this many kills? He's had 2s, he's had 3s, he's had a lot of them now. Benji's off on walkabout somewhere.
He won in the last round as well.
Yeah, Rienz is going to bring the spike
and he's fragging
over,
real
this is a
heavy.
Nightmare of a game. Benji's on 1-8.
This was a really nice
I'm one of the biggest fans of this man. He's a treat to watch, an absolute pleasure to witness play. Same for all of the Heretics side. They look like a shadow of themselves here, but Plant should be in 2v5. Make me a believer again.
It was so nice.
Benji's going to have to make a massive play here. He knows it himself.
But I feel like he's one of those players who knows the
win this is the first ever time I felt like you have to play double smokes on attack, or at least like some. No, yeah, I think this is the first ever time I felt like you have to play. Dude, look at this guy just jumping around.
That's not big enough. That's not enough.
You have to play double smokes after watching this.
Once again,
it's the only time I felt like it.
Two Shock Darts got his own reveal as well. Not bad. Hold
There's
on.
just no pressure on middle.
Hold
Like
on,
even
hold on. If there was
Robbie's
a man to
Nito
do
was.
it,
Whoa!
maybe.
Whoa!
Just maybe
Bro, I'm
it's
just
Riz.
yapping about everything he does that. That was sick.
You know
That
this
was
talent.
nuts.
And he brings it forth in those moments. A
Holy
9-3, but off
dudes.
the
Okay,
back of
well, they
individual
got 3.
brilliance. We still need to see more than that.
That was
I
insane.
mean, there's a reason he's the best in the EMEA.
He absolutely is, and we'll be back after this, so do not go anywhere for the second half.
Oh my god. Oh my. Oh, that is so sick. Jesus. I might have to meet the broadcast. The clean, yeah, was incredible. I mean, they needed that though. Wearing a mask, someone's definitely sick, or maybe there's a couple of people sick. Still, no matter what, that was a very nice defense half from Gentlemates. I love the Astra stuff. They're all Omen for like aggro layer 1, and then everything else behind it is just the Astra stuff. Then you perma have 2 smokes up for whatever site you hit. Who else was playing like this? Heretics kinda used to play like this on their defense when they would do the double smoke to defend over A. Yeah, I like this. Ivan C1. Ivan C.I. Sai? Ivan Sai. Sure. Ivan C.I. with the Prime. Thank you so much, bro.
Graphic
I have
was
no
the
idea how to
wrong
say your
way
name.
around, or someone had
But
put
I
the
appreciate
numbers
the
in the
Prime,
wrong
dude.
place. But no, it is correct. Gentlemates leading at a 9-3 scoreline, and one of those rounds was kind of off the back of Rian's. Mini, talk to me here. What the hell has just happened? Can you summarize? Give me something, man.
I mean, that was just a bit of a masterclass from Gentlemates. I'm not sure how much of this is Heretics overcomplicating some of the rounds, not just making it a bit more direct. But there was a lot of.
I mean,
great
there was a
stuff from
lot of
Mates
direct
playing
rounds.
Proactive without any kind of fear. It felt like, yeah, beautiful.
Have they got it for the second half? We're about to find out. Gentlemates on the attacking side, of course.
1-0
that
on the
then means
pistols.
Heretics in the defending seat. So we wait and see, right? Mini boot, Sheriff out. And that's about all she wrote.
Oh, nice little fake towards B here.
Wow, this is cool. 2-person sent in. Look at the rotate as well, because they send people here, and then we TP into. Damn, this team is really drilled on this map. This is a really cool pistol.
Click finding 2. They're gonna get the
Honestly, the Jet just stays alive back aside now.
Heretics are.
They've realized already. I was
And then what? You got Astra
concerned that
suck.
they were gonna not realize for too long.
They do have double shock, so even the server could play off site. They got the
They
smoker.
don't have much utility for this retake. They don't have smokes. It's going to be tough, and Click is going to be the thorn in their side eventually if it really comes down to it.
Yeah, Rien's the only one in my mind who can try and do something. 2 shock darts, reveal, tap on the spike here. Benji looking for that first player to swing. Kadabra taking a good amount of chip damage on that, and we noted it before. There is still going to be Click coming in slowly but surely, and Robbie
Wow, I'm
and
so impressed.
Kadabra
The
get
cool
things
pistol.
started with a bang. 10 rounds straight away for the underdogs here.
I mean, a beautiful pistol round.
It wasn't great.
It was really
the
good.
idea of using the
The
Yoru
3-person
fake,
command.
but then TP back, but then they're using Jet
Omen.
and
Sorry,
Omen
Yori flashes
like
in there
you
as
would
well.
traditionally
Clones
see
in
in
there.
Duelist Sphinx. Like the
Got
Omen
the
TPs
TP
on
back,
top
the
of
Omen,
side,
the Jet
diving
commit.
in like you would see like a Jet and a Raze, for instance. Jet going 2.
And you do it fast round, so they're scared of that, so the rotate might be
That's one for the
later.
archives.
I mean,
that's for the mini archives right there. I'm seeing that.
Because kind of
Is
pausing
Polvi here?
this,
Hello,
I know a lot of
Polvi.
people say, oh, well, Heretics were just not very good today.
Oh, yeah.
Cool, that's fine. And
There
there's
you are,
probably
let
some
me-
validity to that. But what we're seeing coming out from Gentlemates, like that pistol round
If Heretics
there,
lose this, are
how
they
they're
out?
applying the
No, they
Yoru
got
in this,
they got 2 more
everything's
maps
working
first of
well
all,
for them.
and it's
Deserves its
upper
own merit
bracket.
too. They've seen a lot on that drone there, and they're like, nah. That's
I'm just
3
impressed how
players.
drilled
I
Gentlemates
don't
are.
want to go there. Off we pop. But this is where I want to make sure Gentlemates do get the credit for what they're doing, rather than
And
people
I
just
think they
saying
would-
Heretics have a bad
I
day.
think
Because a lot
this
of
is-
people will have that mentality. Now, do I think
I
Heretics
kind of want
can
to see
get
some more
better
Byrons on
Yes,
attack, but
'cause I'm not
not
stupid.
just going to
They
last.
are very good at this game. We know that by now. I think everyone around
Okay,
the
everyone
world
does
does,
this.
but
Are we going to fall for this?
see if they can make any stand here, right? Otherwise,
Yeah,
we wait
nice,
for Fracture
dudes.
and we enjoy the show. But for now, we did have a hidden whoop cleared out. Oh,
Damn, bro.
I'm willing them on here. I
Might have one of the better abysses we've seen. It's obviously double pistol that really helps.
His
But.
was egregious earlier on. I was watching it when he was covering the EDG game. Shocking. What's it like to have that curse potential? Do you have the curse potential?
When I started streaming,
Yeah,
I did,
it came through.
It came to me a little bit. Yeah, it's like the Force. It kind of just, you know.
Yeah, Sith Lord Mini, brilliant. Thanks for that one. Steven Lord like black robe.
Yoda.
I need you to talk in just like how Yoda does. Not now, but we're adding on to the list. All right, it's gonna happen.
Yoda voice.
Oh, you can tell it's an 11-3, can't you? Because at the start of the day, I was like, oh, Heretics against Genemate's pretty cool. That'd be a quick day, that one. Not quite really quick, though. Ah, the battle cry.
Man.
The infamous Robbie battle cry.
You're having way too
Getting
much
used to it
fun.
now, you know. Imagine losing to that. Tilts you a little bit, doesn't it? Just a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, we do at least have bonus against Bai, 11-3.
Instant strat here from Nick.
It's
I
the
can't even
kill.
talk and he's already got a kill.
Unlucky, mate. That's really unfortunate.
Become a plat chat Gentlemate's truther. I said they might win a map.
I don't know what to say. This
But
is madness.
I did not
We
think
get
it would
upsets,
ever
we
look
get
this
them a lot,
convincing.
right?
They look
But
incredible.
This just feels bizarre.
This map
It
is
feels
crazy
like we
drawed
slipped
from
into
them.
some alternate reality.
Again, I still want to see some buy rounds. I'm kind of hoping
Heretics
Heretics
can't get away from essentially
catch a couple of
3
rounds just so we
rounds,
can
but
see
let's
it.
see
But
what they can do.
I highlighted it in the pre-match where we're talking about the kind of double duelist.
this is a map, yeah. But imagine they play this level on other maps.
And I think if we added up the kills and deaths, I think we're at like 30-12 or something stupid right now. Like they have rolled the dice and they've hit a 6. Like I don't know if this is going to be consistent, but
If it's their one-off.
pretty good right now.
Yeah, no, if you're going to run it now, that's cool. And it gets you a win above Heretics, at least on the map, right? This could all be just a
Yeah, they
footnote
can't
in the
retake
eventual
this.
story of this game.
We're
when
gonna
we get to
pummel Smoke
Fracture,
Heaven.
Maybe make it to Pearl. It's all too a little bit out of normal, but I love this lurk as well, this flank coming in. But does Robbie get the timing right? There's still 2 players working their way through mid. Oh, I'm not sure about the timing, but Woot's one out
I
towards
like
the
that
side.
to get
So if
proactive.
anything, he's got to speed
Where
up the
do you put the
pace here,
smoke?
or maybe bank on Zipan or Kadavra to really buy time and keep their attention turned. And I think they
You gonna
cancel.
TP back into it?
Rien's noted
No, he
it,
fakes
because
it?
Rien's is
Ooh,
looking that
like
way.
it.
Maybe the lack of presence from Robbie or something along those lines. Already going to start clearing through the site, though. Benji and
Doable.
Woot clear on home. Robbie left in a 1v3. Oh, that's big info here.
Nice
oh,
shot.
that's a better shot. Benji starting to get a little sharper. That's 4.
They've got enough rounds to work with mates to lose rounds like that, but it'd be really nice to see, you know, how good are they? Are they able
they
to close
close?
these kind of games? They were in a massive, advantageous situation there, and they kind of let it be thrown away a little bit. In the context of this map, it might not matter, but in the context of their season, those are the rounds that we need to be looking at if this team wants to be the dark horse that we've kind of set them up to be.
And I think it kind of boils back to a lot of kind of what the whispers were at the start of this year. The Gentlemates and a lot of people putting them towards the top
We got
5,
1,
top
2 that can't
4
buy.
even
Everyone
at
can't
times.
buy here.
So
The
you're right.
Gentlemates.
Can they play to those win cons of keeping
Anyone
clean
close to the
games,
north?
even
Easy
against
call
someone
for the
like
rounds?
Heretics that
Not
is a very
really.
hard opponent. As
Knife
it
goes
stands,
over
though, we're looking
towards
at
A.
Pressure towards middle. There's still a little bit of a display on it.
Yeah, mate's not rushing into anything, just doing the kind of standard.
Yeah, they're chilling.
defaulting.
This is what we're talking
Despite
about, the
their
double
composition
smokes.
having the power of the
They double
duelists and going
smoke, but
deep
they
if
do their
want to.
smoke deeper than most teams.
Just ticking off the boxes.
Rotations are so quick
And
as well.
reactively, they put
They
a smoke
swing
here, and
that
we
spike
had
back towards
Minibu
B.
watching it the whole time.
Yeah.
So
The
they haven't
information
really
from
created
Heretics
pressure
on this B
middle,
said the
even though
map
they
has
think they
kind
might
of
have.
led them to believe that they're still there. Mate's setting up a fake potentially again.
Double
with that
fake,
B
maybe?
side.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what their goal is here. We're about 50 seconds in. And you can see that Heretics want info, right? They're droning down middle, they're trying to catch any of this. Something's pulled them over towards B. Maybe this pause on A, maybe just having faith in Benji that he can hold it.
Mates did. It looked like it was going to be a fake. but
Yeah,
they
I thought there was
literally
going to be a
just
fake, but then I think they
So
bailed on it.
A very strange fake if it was one.
But maybe there was
Keeping it
something.
simple, grouping
Maybe they
it
fake crossed it here with it.
Using that.
You know.
There is util still here. Benji having to respect it to fall towards at least back sight. How does Mini play this one out? Benji's under
Oof.
pressure. Yeah, there was too much for him to handle. Mini on the crunch as they flood the front of the site.
Yeah, they
Too
had
many
an
angles to try
omen
and cover.
flash on top
Rienz
of that
couldn't
as
really
well.
keep him safe either. So at this point, trying to stall out on the plant, but Robbie's got that one down. Time's on their side. 5v4. Flank being watched. Nice underhand flash gives Boo the
they're in
fight
trouble.
towards
They probably need to
Kadabra.
push spawn.
Now, Gentlemates play forward in the side. They're grouping towards
Not the best
backside,
plant for
leaving a
them.
little bit of this flank open, saying screw it.
Oh,
We'll
they
try
got no
and fight
flashes.
Miniboo and Rienz instead. Maybe the right call. As already Click going to take away the head of Miniboo. Follow-up swing goes Rienz's way.
Dude, nice duels. Oh, they're kind of out-aiming them as well. Look at that round.
Great.
It's a great reaction from them. They have no smoke, so they decide to duel it so that everyone else doesn't even have to worry about the angles. If they go over towards the right, these guys on the side of sight are a little bit wrecked.
General makes are hitting everything right now.
Click no, yeah, they are out dueling. Click is a beast.
Yeah,
I feel like the double duelists are doing so well.
Because they were good in totally opposing roles, right? Mini was really impressive, kind of playing Sentinel. He was the kind of the
yeah, look at how they played together here as well.
Now those two look really
like that.
solid.
It's always going to be a trade with how they're spacing that.
There's so much potential here.
Yeah, it's also a dynamic. When you see it working on official, you can be like, what other maps can we do these kind of ideas on? A map like Split screams out to me as the kind of map that I'd love to run this kind of thing on.
Learning on the fly about this team, more and more and more. Mini.
Okay, 8 chances, 8 of them.
I think that was like the interaction that happened before.
Been.
The
yeah,
KO interacting with the ult with the knife.
Okay.
He's sitting on a cage, or are we committed?
On this off angle, won't be the first time he's played this setup. Very classically his almost. So they should be aware of it now, seeing the util in play. Benji does only have a sheriff.
He's in trouble, man. He's in real trouble. They clear back a site, safe TP across, Recon at the back cleared this as well. Damn, they
down to now 3. Nice from Boo. Big shots there. That's the spike now left loose. Another issue could come from this now. Time for rotation. A little bit of paranoia in Miniboo's mind because he does want to overcommit here.
Heretics doing a good job re-clearing mid. A nice little push down potentially, adding another layer whilst we're waiting for the spike to be planted.
I wonder how much he gets from this though, Miniboo.
Oh, we wait a long time before planning.
He's not had a great game though. 3
yeah,
to
they really
14,
want some kind of
rare,
pick or
right?
some kind of
Miniboo
info.
is a star. This is quiet for him. Now I'm already seeing Kadabra kind of look towards this way a little bit here.
Yeah, Kadabra's been checking this the whole time, so he's aware this could be a possibility.
Miniboo closing towards the gap here. Dashes on, looking for a pixel on site. Not going to see it yet. He's cleared a lot of space here, but he's not spotted the play up towards the window. Bullet to the back of the brain.
Just as his teammate's crossing. Nice shots, nice shots, nice map. Really, really nice map. That's impressive, fair play. That was cool.
Outstanding scoreline and a surprise.
Dude, if they look like this on other maps, they're getting top 4 in EMEA.
Or is this the team that everyone was fearing during the off-season? You're going to find out after the break. Don't go away.
he's actually crazy. Okay, let me upload the VOD and then we're good to go. Yeah, I'm impressed, man. That was nice. Proud of Click? Yeah, he's playing very good. I was most impressed with Mini that map. Alright, chat. That's coming your way. We've got Fracture coming up.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you asked for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Gentlemates, they might just be the real deal here. An absolute demolition of Team Heretics on map 1. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. Are we on the hype train yet? Is this the new Heretics? You know, like how Heretics last year was doing this to other teams? Are Gentlemates the new Heretics?
A little bit of KC, I'm gonna say. You know, like I get that vibe of a Rider of Kickoff. Dare to say, love the dual duelists and what they were doing. I mean, Click and Mini were just different on everyone. We know Heretics for so many good, how good their plans have been, but today they still have not showed up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to look into it too deeply with that being Gentlemate's map pick. I was expecting them to go into it and do very well, but it does pose a good question. Are they actually what we think they might be?
I mean, Champs is in Paris. Gentlemates, you know, if they were to make it, one of the franchises making it is only good for us. I'm on the hype train. I am definitely
love to
on
see
the
that
hype
happening.
train. Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Mini as well. Gentlemates Mini, that is, not the other one. But because this is an absolute shock, right? If we came here today being like, they're going to run double duelists, you probably don't expect Mini to be on it.
He got the 301. Does he make it into the debuts, knowing that it was the first time that he was playing on the Euro? Yes,
he's not Turkish, but
we can still, you know, we can still put it there. I think that the way he was moving around the map, he was locking down sites time after time. He was never good for just one. He's at least good for 2 or 3. As I'm saying, as a Sentinel is brilliant, but it's so good to see that he is coming to this league willing to go the extra mile and have this kind of performances in new regions.
Yeah, I mean, I was absolutely blown away by Mini's performance on the Yoru. He was the top 2 KJ and Cypher player when we look back at Ascension groups, and now he's up in VCT and he's playing things like Yoru. I love the flexibility that he's already providing for this Gentlemate side.
Yeah, the Sentinel to Duelist pipeline is a real thing. It is a real thing. We love to see it. However, when it comes to role swaps on the other side of this for Team Heretics, we theorized, are they going to do it? Will Boo and VUT swap? But, you know, the controller initiator around, they did. I mean, you probably can't just blame this, right, for their loss on that map. But certainly, Billy, when they weren't playing on these agents, they had a bit more success.
Yeah, I think for me, looking at Boo's role swap, it is a little bit difficult. I can see why they want to kind of move him onto that KO. Perhaps it's more the fact that they want to play him as part of the pack, so he can go and make pressure around the rest of the map. But yeah, I don't know. It left me leaving wanting more, to be frank.
I think that we still have a lot to see about this role swap. For the side of Wood, we know him to be very flexible. He's always down to take literally the flex position in the team. There's a hole, there's one agent that we need to play, I'll be the one doing it, and he will succeed in doing so. But on the other side, specifically on this map, we had players like Kadabra that for those retakes and everything that we were seeing from Gentimates had so much impact.
Yeah, they did indeed. And as we head to Fracture, of course, this is Heretics map pick. We've seen so many different comps on this map, you know. Everybody seems to have their own identity of what they want to play here. What do you think that Heretics could potentially bring up?
I would like to see them try some of the newer agents, you know, like bringing something exclusive onto the board. As we're saying, they had the extra week. They for sure have seen something, even if it's not in this region.
Boo on Tejo?
Yeah, I'll be super down. Like, you know, we have all this.
Sorry. Sorry.
We have all this IGLs just moving into this. It was Mr. Fallen earlier today. I think that if they want to make a change, that'd be pretty good.
Not
NG
only have
Breach?
they had the extra
You guessing, or did you get a
they've
leak?
had all of the off season due to having no changes. So you'd like to think that they've been innovating during that time and hopefully being able to lead the way. I really want to see a Vise from Benji Fishy personally.
What happened first map?
I just think that if
When
there's an
Genomates
agent
wrecked
out there
him, to
that
be
he should
honest.
play and we want to implement a new one, it should be the Vise.
What about some
Double
chamber?
pistol
I'll be down
helped,
for some
but
chamber
overall their
action.
5v5s were
And,
impressive.
also, I hope that Miniboo has a better performance on this second map. 3 and 15 for the first one is definitely not the way that you want to start the year, but hey, we've all been there. I know we have literally all of us been there.
I've never left there. I am still at the restaurant getting pie every night. That's me. That's literally my life story. But on the other side of this, Gentimates, of course, they didn't play Fracture last week. They will play Fracture this week, and maybe some Click Neon. How do we feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't overly shock me, to be honest. I'm more intrigued to find out, are they going to chuck Mini back onto that Sentinel, and what does that Sentinel look like? We know he's good on the Killjoy. We know he's good on the Cypher. Does he go for something new, like we say that Team Heretics might do? Is he going to chuck a Deadlock in there? Is he going to chuck a Vise in there? Yeah, I think it's all very open for interpretation at the moment.
I want him to move out of the like the Sentinel to duelist pipeline. I want him to stay in the duelist part because he's so confident right now. This would be the perfect time to throw out another surprise, but we are going to be
Very
disappointed.
nice. Okay, so we have the Fnatic version of the EG comp, kind of, with a Cypher.
Back into that Astra.
And
this
then
is technically what should be the most comfortable. And now on the right side, we're actually going to see Mini moving away from that
Astra with the Teo, they were like,
or duelist.
the Sky's interesting.
Initiator, and Zipan is
I guess they're just using like
yeah, I mean, deciding to play Kadabra
info to make sure they know where to put
I
this.
really like this though. I think
They got the camera as well.
that Mini, Robbie BK, and Click
Honestly,
had in that
I think this
previous
comp
map,
might be
you know,
right.
You've seen them in the videos. They were all hyping each other out. They're all shouting. So I think
How
that
do you
that
take
sets
A main?
Click up really well to be able to ask Robbie
Sky
BK
Ito,
or
I
Mini
guess.
for
Sky
any sort of
flashes.
supportive utility. But looking at Heretics as well, I'm just more interested to
Astra
see how
Star.
do they
Yeah, this is
implement
fine.
that Tejo.
Yeah,
All right,
not
I'm in
every
for
day
it.
you see Zipan on the brim as well. Looking forward to seeing what Mini can go up against Mini Boo here with Boo on the other side and Mini on the mic. What do you make of that, Pansy?
3 minis too many, I guess. 1 is just fine for me, but for now we do focus on what's in front of us, I guess. And I've got to start with the Heretics comp here because it's caught my eye. I feel Gentimates is quite traditional in approach. So let's kind of look into what we're seeing from Heretics. What do you make of it? Just, you know, eye test.
2-0 for pistols for
we're seeing a
Gentamates.
I'm very confused why we're seeing a Sky. I'll be honest, like I don't think there's any synergies between Sky and his composition. I like the
No,
Astra,
it's
I
just
like
the
Teo.
info.
I would love to see a Breach here instead of the Sky.
But then you're
They're
guessing.
gonna have to prove to me in the server like why they picked this guy basically.
And again, that's
Yeah.
kind of what we're here to do, because for Heretics, traditionally we haven't seen too much of them in this map either. This was not really something that was played in there.
Yeah, very nice. They go for a classic. Do you know what I liked about this? Most people, when they do this little bait, only put 2 people here. They go for 3. And this is actually one of the most common pistols that used to go down. Used to be Demon 1 and Boostio play here with Boostio jump spotting, right? And the fact that we actually have 3 here, I like that little change up. Very, very nice.
Nice work from Heretics there.
I think back to my point about, like, usually you see the Sova and the Fade played on this map because of their drones. And we have a drone from Teo, like a very strong
Poor
drone.
dudes, man. They're so sick, aren't they?
Sova drone in some instances, but I think on this map is more than enough. And I think the Breach on this map is already a very strong agent. And then it only combos, like, it only is elevated by Teo.
Okay,
So it's like
2-1. and they're
Yeah,
allowed
they're
one
allowed
def
to
kind of,
explain what we see
maybe
from the
3.
sky. Maybe there are things that they've got that I'm kind of unaware of.
Miniboo potentially trying to get his ult early.
And if we're going to hold them to the highest of standards, which we should be,
Instant damage to take a
we
main
have to see the
control.
validity in it, right? Because again, the other regions are looking good, so
Yeah.
yeah.
They,
So
they
immediately
kind of
part
just
of
do
the hands
double
being revealed
info
to
and
me
then
that,
dueling.
the Teo being used for the A main control. I'm going to be playing that 3 towards A. We can use the Teo drone to do things like this, push out. And then on the other side of the map, I suspect for a lot of the game we're going to use the Sky and the Cypher to hold strong. And here we see a crunch coming down.
Damn,
on the
late
side
crunch
of
as they realize they're over
Worried about
towards
the timing
dish.
on this one. They don't think they expected to explore that much further.
Dude,
Yeah,
and then just as they're like worrying about behind, this was cool late
So
crunch.
the drone, it wasn't just the drone, it was the Sky Flash. So
Yeah, they
got
realized that they
info on
started,
both sides, and it looks like part of their game plan might
aggro
be to
have top side,
continue these south side crunches,
north side.
depending on what information they got on what side.
Okay, if they bring it in proactively, then I'm all aboard this. I guess the info off the back of the flash is viable as a way to do it. Boo gonna look to keep this one very, very clean. And Benji gets there in the end. Lovely stuff
Well,
for them. 5 still
it's gonna be a
standing,
pretty good
so
bonus.
Heretics,
You got
this is
3
good.
rifles,
This is
2
a nice kind of
specters.
course correction after a really rough map 1.
Do they want to send
And on
it?
this
The
map,
comp should be
we've
pretty
got,
good at
defense side on
like top
Fractured
side
that
crunch if they wanted to go
plays
for
a
it.
lot like backsides on other maps. Like we can go aggressive and do big things. So on this bonus round, I expect something big,
Yeah.
and we can see Heretics already grouping up for 4 on B,
I'm saying.
some kind of push potentially.
This should do.
Big fight towards Tree.
Yeah, wait to see.
This goes
Alright, dude, we're gonna get a
How this goes.
7-person
This is
duel
a
at
pretty
tree.
deadly little bonus. Still got that Vandal on Miniboo, so he's the one who could be the kind of main one to bring this in. And yeah, already springing in, taking a lot of space, willing to challenge on it. You can see all the util really forcing
Very,
them.
very
and
nice.
The
It's the
angle
Jing
above
classic.
The top, that is stunning.
Yeah, that's one we haven't seen for a while. It feels like just yesterday Defo was doing that to me.
You've been on the receiving
He
end of
went
some
for
of these
Defo?
things. And it's nice kind of getting some of these throwbacks
Damn,
mentally to
dude.
this map, because again, you guys were one of the forerunners at it. EG back in the day, we had some really strong teams, so seeing some of those little elements early on being brought back. Now, is this going to equate to a misread here? I'm not too sure, because I think the
he's-
drone did catch
he's
a little
old
bit of
school,
info,
man.
but Boo still holding some really solid ground, and Cadaver making a bit of a meal of it. Makes now Rienza's life a little bit easier, can focus on the one side. And this
Nice,
is the bonus.
not
and
playing
they're
outside
holding
over
this
towards
so
site.
well.
They're playing very good at the moment.
Yeah, not,
I like
not
this loader
overstaying
push.
their welcome anywhere.
Damage,
Robbie
damage,
BK
Sky
did a good job of
Flash.
kind of faking towards the
Double
sides over there,
satchel
but
to the
ultimately
top,
they
C
went
over.
to that duel on Arcade, I think.
And then the 2 that did the damage were holding the
Difficulty
smoke.
now
They
becomes
decided to
trying
push
lean
through.
in towards this site, up against the Cypher still. Got all the util in play. Going through Sandal, at
This
least
is
give
strong
them
pause as well,
a
this
step into
smoke.
the site, but Miniboo just sitting just on the corner of that smoke.
Really nice.
That spray was lovely. Taking away Robbie as well. And Zipan's options have gone from some to near on none. And Rienz might be the one to get it. He is. Heretics looking like themselves again here in the in zone flawless.
Yeah, a complete mirror of what we saw in Abyss, where mates went up early with the pistol, converted the bonus. Heretic looking.
God, look at the movement on it though. This is one of the cleanest I've seen it done, to be fair.
And it's a good map, as I said, to do that kind of thing on. Like seeing the aggression from Heretics. Like last map, they weren't scared, but they weren't fearless, I don't think. And this is a map where you can be fearless, and you're rewarded on this defense for it.
And I'm just so happy seeing Miniboo bounce right back in.
Yep.
It feels like a night and day performance, right? Already super comfortable, hands in mind. And Rienza's in the right place for this, but Sheriff's on the other side. He's got the support here. Ult ready for Miniboo. There we go. That should be enough of an alert here.
Yeah.
At least for now.
The camera deep though, there's always some kind of info somewhere.
Like this,
And they want info non-stop.
Or they want to hold sets.
Yeah,
big
they
question
lose
mark.
this, instant reaction to drone out,
Sitting
Sky.
on towards site. Rienz just farming from down below. Woot there with him. Just temporary crossfire set up really diligently. Very hard to divide and conquer coming in towards this site.
Looks like a lot of thought have gone into this from Heretics, by the way.
Heretics
They got protocols and they got info everywhere. And they know what their reaction is every single time.
This is the round.
Yeah, lose dish control, insta drone. We had camera aggro.
The stairs push from Heretics called mates.
This was sick from Woot as
In an
well.
unfortunate way, that just one angle over the top. When the rounds like this, it's just those low buys.
And once you know the 3 smokes are committed from Brim as well, you know they're like 100% hitting. That's what it kind of comes down to when you have Brim v Brim or Brim against anyone. Once those smokes are in, you're just trying to stop them from getting through the point. 'Cause if you can get through their smokes and hold your smoke, it's pretty much a round.
Definitely a line to work
Unless
down
the
here. There aren't
duelist
players.
absolutely sends it in on you.
Ooh, close as anything. He actually takes a little bit of damage himself, but now forced away, and the operator will be
That's
added
why you
to
always
the
see Brim
checklist.
rotates, right? On defense.
Yeah, very slow approach from mates. Looks like we're going to go for some kind of B crunch. But again, the proactivity from Miniboo.
Yeah, re-aggressing, and he might get the timing right.
Are they going to get stunned?
Miniboo just really close corner would be hard to clear, but the camera's watching for it.
That was sick.
That's where
Nicely
it
done.
falls
That was
apart.
cool.
Cadavra catching both. Finding Benji
Yeah,
first
and
was
they're
perfect.
first round where they kind
now
of
the side should
punish
be
the
theirs.
proactiveness, so
Blanc
it's pretty
should be
good.
on. Boo trying to get some pressure on the backlines, but look at the stall out here. Really frustrating for him. Woot might be overwhelmed through the smoke as well. The flash is
Before the
stunning.
stun, yeah, I think he knew he was
Cadavra,
going to take
the one
the
to
ping
claim
out.
it, but it could have been any. And Rienz and Boo, their position should
I mean, he was
be
ready to stun for
really
Arcade if
well
they took
considered.
contact.
Very few options.
Then
You can already
obviously
see the
that's
molly
just the
there as
easy
well.
reaction.
Can you slip around the side of it? I don't even think so. Might be time to call it on this one. I don't know
Might
what else
be
you're gonna get
might be
through
worth
from
doing
it.
some damage
like the
though. It's
reaction
not
from
like
mates that
you
push
guys are
into the CT
lacking any
knowing
kind of
the fight was
money.
coming. There's
Are
a
they
common
scared of giving them
reaction we saw
ults?
some of the best teams in Fracture use.
Maybe.
It's good to see that mates has that in their wheelhouse.
And I do now wonder about repeatable success, because we have seen now real proactivity from Heretics, which is fine. But you even question mark that operator this early. It can be used fine, but it didn't really find its footing here. Do you think they can just bounce back by not running it, or do you think this kind of proactive approach is something they want to run again and again?
I think after that first miss, I think that on the weak side, they only had 2 on that B side. To get proactive again was a mistake. The people on A main were the people who got proactive later. We didn't quite see it because we're kind of
Happened in the
focused on that
first map.
operator on the
Gentlemen
stairs.
does have a
A
really
main
good
is where we
abyss,
saw
to be
a push
honest.
out
It's
from.
had a
I
lot
would
of
like
thought
to
into
see
it.
more coordinated across the map.
It was one of the
Or
better
just leave
defense
the
abysses I've
op
seen.
on that B side,
It's probably
and then
the
let
best
that push
defense
come out from A
I've
mid.
seen with that comp, for sure.
A little bit of like overzealousness, fearlessness maybe, but
Yeah. And you kind of let them have one round of it, I feel. We see how many they get away with, but such early map control from the Teo. It allows Woot to get one away from this ult so quickly.
yeah, Fracture's a map where you need to be really thinking about these orbs.
Okay, so we're
Best
going
teams are always
for...
gonna figure out
What the hell is
ways
that?
when they're like one away to always get them. And that Teo, Teo Salvas in A main is going to be one way. And again, we see this drone coming through.
Yeah, the
for
drone
push
gives
from
them
A main.
so much info.
So much coming towards him though. The
But these
pace
two on
is
site might
pretty
get
much
wrecked,
spot
though.
on here. Click could be a real issue. Benji might have to walk the smoke here in a second, or maybe just wait and hope that no one clears him just yet. Click's already gone down. Actually, Benji's rewarded, playing perfectly on the edge of the smoke there.
We're
in the
gonna
end.
see
I
a
was worried
stomp
that
on
maybe
both maps,
Click's
aren't we?
rocket could find him, but no. In the end, they're fine. And Robbie and Zipan are left pretty much behind the wheel, but Robbie gonna isolate Boo. Gets a pick on this. Zipan's got sight. He's a little worried about stairs. Oh my God, Robbie trying to make plays. The spike
Yeah,
now
with the
left
spike,
deep
but
behind that
it's
smoke.
2v3. It's
But
like it
Zipan in a
doesn't matter
really
too much.
tough spot. 36
You have to try
seconds.
something.
You're not
Western Me
feeling
with the
like
prime.
these
Thank you,
options are
thank you.
there
The
for you.
14 months.
I don't hate him, just
30 seconds
left.
Like this reaction.
Saving, to be quite
This pose is cool.
Benji will even
Close
allow
here, can't be seen from heaven, so it doesn't matter if they get heaven control.
Benji's
Maybe.
curiosity
I didn't. Honestly, I wasn't
comes
looking at anyone
undeniable.
else. I was just looking at this
Seems
guy.
the orb still there and
Looks like
clears
they
back
got.
through.
Then everyone knows what they need to do once they
Just
lose
keep
one
10
side.
seconds. Is he going for this one? Yeah, not going to happen. Benji just taking all that space away. Well timed and well positioned.
The site hold from Brians and Benji on this B site reminds me of their Sunset a little bit, where they would play the Sova Cypher, and there's the same duo with their kind of creative. I'm sure they've been on the server together creating these little setups. And I
Yeah,
think
like where
for
do we go
mates,
once we
having
lose
to deal with
control?
it the first time ever without any footage is a lot easier to be like, okay, Benji puts the cage here, he puts the wire here, all we got to do is do this. Mates don't have that privilege. You're going to have to problem solve that on the fly. I do think deeper into the game, that kind of hard hold on B with the Sky and the Cypher shouldn't be too successful if it keeps happening. It does, to me, the B side of the map, you saw EG, famously, they would be off the site quite a lot when they're on the two-man side. And that
This
was
map
kind of
is
playing
done.
more for a
They're
routine.
very drilled. They're very
Trying to
drilled on
hold
this
it
map.
is
I
more of
think
a
it's
mix,
going to
in my
be
opinion.
a
So
convincing
we'll see how that
scoreline.
plays later on. So far, so good, but you got to flag it.
This comp does get pretty strong once these
And this, I guess, then
ults
brings
start
us
coming
into the
on
question of how
online,
good
so
the gentlemen
they'll have a
are
couple of
solving
rounds.
problems on the fly, because this does come down to kind of conversations between, I imagine, Robbie and the coaches and everyone else. Is this something they can fix or come up with quickly, or is this not a problem they can solve yet? Because we haven't really seen them in this position. We've seen a close game between them and Apex, but I don't think it was that sort of situation ever.
Do I like watching Abyss?
Yeah, I think
not normally. This Abyss was fun. Sometimes Abyss is great. Sometimes Abyss really drags on. If teams know what they're doing or there's like a new comp, it's pretty fun. But it is like, it's kind of one-dimensional. Like it's not like you can have the best reactions on the
That was
map.
there to at least get the information of that and get that, yeah, pure Northside crunch. You can see it as well with that Sky Flash coming in, 5 players towards it. I don't know if there's going to be a call for speeding up, so I don't know how much info they really got away from it.
I think they need to accelerate here, and if they get the spike down as big, because Zippen has this Brim ult in the post.
Yeah, but Wood just got all.
The spike go down, it's going to be a rough retake.
What do we got for his ult?
Could be. For themselves, they've got
We're gonna all like this and then fast flood through Sky Flash, or are we waiting?
Maybe very aware of the potential, but an open main plant here. And aggression, Mini and Click trying to get proactive towards
Damn,
CT.
bro!
And
Every time they try and push somewhere, Miniboo's just putting them down.
The ult seems a little bit
3 in a row now. Robbie
out of
here.
sorts
These two
here.
close.
This looks almost unwinnable, but maybe there's still something in them. But this ult
Yeah,
is deadly
okay,
here.
these are the kind of
Clear through
ults
the
that make
side so
way
well.
more sense.
Forcing them forward.
Damage at
Robbie
the back
nowhere
of
to
it as
run, nowhere
well,
to
so you
hide.
don't have
Wood
many
has
places
made
to
this site
stand.
completely unholdable from that
Very
position.
nice.
Kadavra makes a go of it, but Heretics play it back in.
Yeah, just ult filled up all of this, and then they had damage. I think maybe damage closer.
Where this tail was going to be used it appropriately. I really didn't like
A rare good tail ult, yeah.
push into CT. Usually
People always do them like reactively though, and this is the better way to do it. You want to combo it with something, push them out into an area. Like those two there are dead, by the way. Like if they wait a little bit longer before they swing, I'm pretty sure.
They're more than fine to just play.
I think they touch together to bits of damage.
Overcommit into CT, in my opinion.
That's
Money's
an
out of control
opportunity
again.
gone 6-1 now. Heretics almost doing the same sort of scoreline, right back to Gentlemates that we saw on map 1, obviously ending in at 13-4. But for now, Heretics look well prepared here. This seems like a show of force as well. No
Let's bet to
direct
jump
approach, but
this trip,
a lot
right?
of interest over towards this north side by Dish. Rien's waiting.
Okay,
There was a
we
flash
got
in there,
contact
but I think
punish
goes
set up
goal
over
instead.
towards
There's a
Dish.
nice little idea where Boo would take contact if he hits anything. The
Wait, that is a nice
trip.
trip.
They just double swing and kill all the.
Yeah, this is good. We have double trap set up. One towards Dish that got cancelled, and then we have contact into swing from heaven. Yeah, don't really need to swing when you got the first kill as well. Benji didn't go for it. Big 1v1 at A main.
Brilliant mechanics from Heretics.
I think there's a lot of these micro plays. Like, I don't know how they come up with them, but I think that I would imagine the players are kind of working on these together in some
Just like
respect.
server time,
just little ideas. They're not big. Just I face here and then you swing off me kind of ideas.
Lovely. Big info coming in. Kind of forcing the hand here, clear through the site. We're away, but Heretics aren't far. They are actually playing ahead of these smokes. The drop down comes in. Woot, Rien's perfectly shoulder to shoulder. Cadaver is irrelevant. It's 3 alive here.
This looks like
This
a
is
nightmare to play
different
against.
Look from Heretics. These
Yeah,
guys look
it
sharp
looks
on
hard
this
to play
map.
against this.
Totally different from map 1, where they looked kind of stunned out of the server. Cadaver's options are pretty much zero. The spike is so deep within
if they
their
want to
hands.
do this,
It ain't gonna happen. Mini, this is the Heretics.
I don't want to
we
say
were
4-1 because obviously they lost one. Like this 3-1. We've seen a couple of rounds where they're like heavy going through Dish. If they're gonna do that, this person's pushing through the whole time, so they need to pressure A main way more.
They know they're coming out.
They need to actually like do a split, a 3-2, or even just like a 2-3.
Just get ahead of it. What are they going to do? They got to jump down some the choke.
Yeah, watching it again. As you said, there's those
It looks like a
small setups,
nightmare
those kind
to
of
play
like
against. It really
swings
does.
on contact,
We got some
off
great stuff
angles
here from
there.
Heretics.
And I think you're right. It's one of the biggest strengths that does get overlooked quite a lot because it's very easy to see the bigger picture sometimes and not see those little, tiny setups back and forth that they have that just work wonders for them.
The Sky, I mean, yeah, they're just getting info everywhere, and everyone knows the reactions. This is going to hit a lot harder. Like, sorry, it's going to hit a lot less harder once you see a demo. You can work out pressure here, they're going to drone here, etc. Like when they lose heaven, they're going to go to this crossfire kind of stuff.
This is a really strong A main hold.
A little bit desperate from mates, to be honest. I know they got to do something big
It's eco.
in a round where they've only got one Vandal, but solo click without much support might not be the one.
No, and Heretics are going to get more confident. Again, you're seeing this now. You know, the sort of bar you're up against. Look at it. Where are you meant to go? Well, Mini's going to at least get one on Rien's, but...
Blocking vision.
Who hit that? Yeah, all good. Not going to be 5 alive for Heretics, but pretty much, as Mini does at least recover a rifle. And he's got a 1v4. Is it Spike? But this crossfire again, unpleasant. And that's why. Boom.
Very, very nice.
Comfortable, no problems there. And another round for Heretics.
Yeah, I think if mates wanted to do something on A main,
Just send it, man. Just give me a A split fast or something, but go heavy dish at the beginning. And then once you take dish control, take A main control, and then send it.
No Click is going to isolate himself, dashing past those salvos. Feels a, yeah. I mean, it was a hero Vandal round. I don't want to be.
The cards are extremely biased. Yeah, that mini guy, man. I'm telling you.
I'm going to look back at the veto from
I knew he would be.
to release their Apex game and
Yorgamo, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Fracture too, because this doesn't feel anywhere near as high up as the previous, but again, we do see the operator back out now. Miniboo did get punished before, but this time you can see what he can achieve with it. A little bit more passive on the angle, a little bit less aggressive on the approach, but Zipan looking to try and maybe avenge his fallen teammate, but it looks like a single endeavor, no spacing or trading to it. Benji finds his corner of safety and waits for the next target, but I don't think he clocked the other player just next to him there. So down to
Dude,
3,
look at the
Robbie
info,
gets to
there's
live,
Parma
and it's
info.
Kadavra to find Benji. Information was flowing between all of them.
Okay. This is the best chance at getting another round so far.
Though. Hold on, Mini
Yeah.
trying to turn the screws here, trying to be the one
Nice
to
shots.
take the fight and take down some more of these players. Rien is like, oh, Mini Boo, I've missed that man. Stunning shots, but it is down to the 1v.
How much actual HP has he got? 15, 20?
He was
20?
taken down so low there for a second. He will get to back away. Mini's been on a tear.
50.
Rien's
tank
got to
one
walk
bullet.
back in. 50 HP. And Mini, the angle, nasty. Is it prepared?
Oh! And he does tank one bullet as well, bro. What a shot. Dude, Mini Boo's playing really well, by the way. Like, aim-wise.
Mini's attempt at a second round
playing
there
so,
for
so well.
Gentlemates, but it will make 9
really
for
sick shot.
Heretics.
Yeah, Rien's once again with a massive clutch.
KNM, how we doing, bro?
Beautiful clutch from
Thank
Rien.
you so much, brother. Thank you,
I think
thank you.
that the prime
Gifting to
tip from
Jorgamo as well.
Mates
Love that.
again,
Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the
They
gifted.
kind of made a very hard round winnable. But yeah, again, just Rien's. I think
We do have a timeout coming in from Gentlemates, so, you know, they're hitting a bit of a brick wall here. I was going to try and take a look back at the previous veto just to kind of get a glance at, you know, when this was removed, you know, how
God, look how many ults
will
they
they
got.
be looking to even lean towards this, and that's always kind of tricky to figure out.
Sorry, the point I completely forgot. The point I was going to make about this round was that Heretics are a team that are very good at reading the rhythm of the game.
Okay.
Last round, they shut down the A main, and then knew that we had just solo whoops by himself, grabbing an orb. Like, in what universe are you allowed to just go whoop up into a dangerous spot and just take an orb? And they played the 3 on B, and then completely.
Can you explain how this is possible from a mental perspective? As in, like, getting boomed on one map and wrecking another map? Dude, everyone knows from, like,
Just
practice
because
that each map is
Now the
different.
veto from before when we saw Gentlemates up
Like,
against Apex,
like you just
it
know.
was their second
And, like,
map
it's the
ban
same
for
thing as when you,
Gentlemates.
like, get wrecked in a half.
It is low down. So
You
this-
had some
it-
good
it is how
practices
it is.
on that
Again,
map,
you're
you
not
know
gonna
you
get your
can come
perfect
back.
veto, I think, up against a team like Heretics.
Like, we should all be
But
judging
Pearl
every
was
team,
also something
like,
they did
per
well on
maps
before,
as
so
well.
we'll see. We'll see
That's
where
why you
this
can't really
lands on
judge a
map
team
three. I
from
feel
just,
like
like, a
we've
best of
had
3.
two pretty one-sided maps. I hate to break
Because
it
you
to
should be like,
I
well, they're at
doubt
least
Gentlemates
good or
bring this
bad on
back,
these
but
3
maybe they
maps.
will.
It's the fun of Kickoff where nobody
Yes.
really knows where the strengths of each other's maps
Like, you
are.
watch Gentlemates on that first map, that was incredible. You watch them on this, I don't even think they're doing that bad. I think it's the first time you go up against this, it's going to be a nightmare to play
Shake
against.
things up here. Bare minimum Rubby has
It's,
been noted.
Yeah,
That
each
B
map
side.
is its own beast.
Big goals for
Ooh,
Heretics,
the
though. They're more than happy
it's
to
funny
take
because
it
they
again.
copied a lot of the
It's like
Fnatic
Benji are
stuff,
gonna
but you
try
can
and
just
hold
tell
the
it
site despite
needs
the
more
advantage.
See
time.
the ults coming in, forcing them away here. Miniboo gonna find Click. Rien's just go
Dude,
down
this
because of
guy
the creep
is-
from Mini. Again, Mini has been the one man to try and put up some
Yeah,
numbers
Mini
here.
might be
Zipan
one of the
swings out from
flexes to watch
stairs
out
and takes
for.
away Benji. The spike still yet to cross though. That's with Mini.
Daniel,
What a
thank you so
minute
much for
to
the
play
prime,
with.
mate.
They're in a
Appreciate the
3v2.
14
They
months.
have time to play here. They don't have
That's
to
the
do
EMEA
everything
team.
right now.
I don't know, man. It's hard. I'm still going to go with Heretics, but let's wait a little bit.
Expected to follow up Mini. Oh god, this feels like feast or famine between these two. Oh my god, Wood.
Nice shot.
It's purely cosmetic. I tell you.
Very nice on this as well.
Finding
Feels like one of their better chances also. Anytime they looks like they're kind of close to winning a round, someone just gets like a double kill that maybe shouldn't as well.
Individual brilliance from at the end of Heretics there. I do want to point out though, it's a 10-1 scoreline, but that's the kind of round
that was sick
I
as
don't
well.
want to see from a Heretics that's looking for internationals. I feel like 4 ults and we're playing our weak side B on site. I think that's not an acceptable way to play this map. I think we need to be off site playing for retakes. I think against weaker teams like this where we think we're better than them, that's going to work. But you play against some of the best teams in the world, I don't think that's...
Yeah, they go for this push again, last rounds. Kind of reaction.
And I think you're right to ask
sending
Heretics
it one
these sort
away.
of things, right? You want that level to come through consistently to an extent, right? Is it going to be every single round of every single game? No.
This is a problem though. Every time they have like some kind of pressure, something like this is happening. Skydog just clears all of this. Raze for sure can start rotating. Now they can drone this side as well.
Contact made over towards the north side by Dish. NG.
And then they find the Cypher and you know that that's the person lurking. Give me this Astra. So much going on at the same time. Poor Observer.
Benji and Rienz. They are so well positioned. The information game, they are winning it. Mini has been heroic for this side at times, but this, again, unless mistakes are made, you're not going to see it really happen here. Benji dodging bullets, but he can't.
It's an incredible
really
half as well.
we
got an incredible Abyss defense into this incredible Fractured defense as well.
Again,
this double drone thing looks pretty cool. And when teams are grouping together like this, it's going to work. You need to like default more and have like 1-1-1-1-3 maybe, and just leave one open. And then that's not how you practice.
On the other side, of course, Gentlemates have a bit of an uphill struggle in front of them, but the man on the screen, if I'm not mistaken, we are fortunate enough to have some of his family in the audience and already a bit of a superstar. So as soon as I'm told we're ready for it, we'll be jumping down to a delightful interview with the man on the screen, well, mostly his parents.
This map, yeah, I saw that at the half.
An absolute superstar indeed. That is Robbie BK. I'm now joined by his mum and dad. Welcome to the Riot Games Arena. Now, I understand you were here last week as well to support him, so I wanted to ask you, what's it been like? Are you enjoying Berlin and also watching him in the games as well? I'll start with you.
Yeah, I love it a lot. When I see him, it's great. I think he works hard, and he wants to be a big player, so and an entertainer also, like me.
We love him. We love him.
Yeah, he's really great. We're very proud of him.
Of course, you have 3 sons and 2 of them are professional Valorant players, you know? So this is definitely not new to you. So I wanted to ask you, what have you learned perhaps from your boys, you know, about this world, about esports, competition and so on and so forth?
Yeah, well, we started as many other parents, like, oh, playing games, that's not good. What are you doing? You have to go outside, finish your school. Yeah, but we grew into this and we saw he was really serious and we grew in this world and it's really fascinating.
Yeah, and he's great at it as well. I also wanted to ask how you guys embraced, I guess, the fans, the French fans in particular, because they love him as well. They really support him.
Yeah, a lot, very a lot. Gentlemates is... We have first it was another. I think no, I don't know. Gentlemates is the fans are great. So for him it's also good because he loves it a lot, and I think good support is very good. Also for us, but also for the. Yeah.
I hope you've learned the chant. I hope you learned the Gentlemates. You know, we got.
Yeah, last week we did it.
Yeah, I love that. And last question. He seems to be the kind of guy that leads from the front, very passionate, very vocal. Has he always been like that? He likes that leadership role.
Yeah, he's been born like that. Even when he was very little, he's the entertainer at home. Yeah, he makes jokes, he's always making us laugh, and he's always in the front.
Yeah. Now he's doing it on stage. Let's see if the Gentlemates can make a comeback in the second half.
We'll see. I think my mind's on map 3, but I think you're right there. This man is truly
Chat, who is his brother?
in the server,
Did you not say in the end?
and of course out as well. Quite the
MBK.
personality to add through. You've had one of those before, personalities on your team, right?
I didn't realize his brother was a pro as well.
All the attention on them.
Annoying.
You said it, not me. You said it, not me. Yinzu's right there. She's going to jump up in a second. Watch out.
Pistols 2-1.
Heretics
1-0 this map, obviously.
flexing a little here, showing us this map is very much in play for them. Sending a bit of a message, of course, out there to the rest of the regions too. Be keeping eyes on this team, I'm sure. Plenty to learn. And same can be said for Gentlemates, though. What can we see from them here? What do they have for us?
Proactivity outside of A main, and they might catch a timing here.
Poor Benji. He just arrived.
A little bit laboured to get Benji down, but that's fine. You take that. That's a man advantage. Now working forward towards a side. Kadabra.
Miniboo's aim the whole map has been incredible. He is
They're
16 to
desperate
3.
To find a little bit more, but still plants in.
Mates implied they're going to go for the flank with that A main push, just regroup towards CT. It could catch Heretics off guard here.
Certainly could.
Honestly, it might have gone too far.
As well, Miniboo forced in. There was nowhere else for him to go, really. Fight forward, and that was your option.
Shot.
Boo turns around and catches Mini.
When does
Yes, a 2v3
when
here.
does this come back up?
Zipan and Click. It's rough. What the dog doing? Oh dear. They're throwing all sorts out. It's like
I got
it's
so
just
much
Pokemon's
detail.
being thrown at
Got
them
Ash
now.
to suck fast.
Oh dearie me, Zipan. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
wrap
what
it
can
up,
you
put a
even
bow
do,
on
man?
it. It's going to be 12. There's not too many ways to say it. And Woot's the one to seal it. 12 for Heretics.
Okay, well, 11 chances to close this out.
one
We're going to see
round
a
off from getting us to
four-spine
map
defense.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we were being critical, I think Cadaver and CT there needed to just stay alive for that retake. We got the advantage that we needed. This map, again, is all about those retakes. So if your weak side is just there to contain, delay, get information, and then stay alive, so that we can use the space that they've contained for the retake.
And whoever's on replays today, please clip Benji going hee hee. Thank you very much. And send it over. Has good potential.
Absolute shot.
There's something really satisfying about just a sheriff shot like that. You got one for me?
Ooh,
No?
I thought that would have been good for one as well, really.
Do you mind?
Okay.
Okay, Robbie's done it though. That's fine. If we get a bit of a scrap on our hands, extend play a little bit. Why not? Throwing an entire menagerie in towards main. The dogs, the birds, all sorts.
Alright, nice round in the end.
Do the best he can.
I was about to make the point that this kind of situation, you're kind of aim training. You just want to get back into the
you
rhythm,
just duel
hit some
people.
shots again, and you know.
A lot of the time,
Go
even
around
you're
to
not
do it.
believing in the comeback until you get like 7 rounds.
Like this?
Well,
one.
Probably, but
They're pro-
maybe not
Nice shot.
VCT.
Historically, there's got to be one. Imagine if it was a Fnatic game, and you know, both of us have got it. Who knows? No. What was the scoreline of your comeback? That one that everyone goes on about? I can't even remember.
11-3.
See, yeah, that's a lot. I've literally just opened Slicky's chat to see if anyone's got one for me. Now they're trying 10 chances. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Right, 10 chances. We need to get.
It was funnier earlier when it was 12 chances for ADG. 10 is okay. But.
Okay. Okie we go again. And it could be 9 chances.
Could be.
It's classics.
Full eco, just for reference, on a full eco, I'd love to see them just walking around the map, collect these
Yeah,
orbs.
let's get the Razor for next round.
Tree one's
I mean,
gone,
with a death, this
Arcade
is a
one's
Razor,
gone.
so it's good enough.
Just get as many as possible. Win condition on this map is these big ults. We've got a Razor and a Teo ult that we can farm for.
Okay. Just having a little walk, collect some orbs. Nice day. Spin the camera. Call out, they're coming my way. Cadaver flee. But this should be
Kind of nice
right?
though.
Again, it is classics. If
Nay
they get a farm, that'd
close.
be
Wait,
impressive. If they get a
that was
kill
a
or
good
two,
stun.
cost them a weapon.
Nay close
cool.
and missiles deep.
But, very unlikely. Cadaver clean. This is nice for him. Again, it's confidence building as well. Woots. Ooh.
Yeah,
Got a
take
little
that.
nervous. Confidence building there.
All right.
Cadaver,
Problem
that's
now
fine.
is
Again,
up
you don't
against
want to feel like you're
Razor.
completely cold in this game because there is still going to be map 3, of course. So you don't want it to feel like it's impossible to be getting these kills. So an extension of play here. How many chances, Minnie?
I'm
How
not
many?
doing that.
Wait, where's the pen?
There is a pen on here somewhere.
Free draw. Free draw.
This isn't me.
No, you got to do it. Wait till the
No,
replay's
no,
over.
'cause
Go on,
it's
do it.
actually hard to do the handwriting.
Yeah, but I want to see you try. 9. Oh, is it 9 now? How many?
This goes here.
It's so horrible.
No, leave it at 9. Leave it at 9. We'll leave it there. It's gone. It's gone quickly.
I assure you that is not easy to do.
It's not, but that information is huge. They managed to get a good spot towards the players on their north side in this 3-2
Ooh.
split here, but Miniboo posts that to God knows where.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but they got hit by the fade eye, so they thought they were pushing to try combo kill through smoke.
I mean, Robbie's going to get the trade on that. Boo going to keep things moving forward. They pretty much have that B site now open and available, but they didn't expect Click, and I think Click's a little... it's his third kill. Leave the man alone. This has been a really topsy-turvy round already, and he keeps going. I feel like he could have fallen off that and kept the pressure for the most part, potentially, but now Miniboo trying to do the same sort of thing. This 3v3 could be all but over, because they have no idea that Miniboo is creeping around the corner. 1, 2, and a
He had an
third.
absolute game.
Miniboo
Yeah,
gets
20
this
to 6.
one done at 13-3. Pearl is what we are waiting on, though. This map didn't look there yet for Gentlemates. For Heretics, it feels high up, but you don't want to miss how this one ends.
Okay, one dominant map into another dominant map. I mean, they had a nice fracture. Insanely drilled.
I'm not fist bumping, I need to get first.
What a piggy!
Okay, map 2. Let's get this VOD up. And then Powell to finish. Have we seen Gentlemates play Powell yet or not? They played it against Apex, right? Yeah, they did. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies trying to pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots.
There's a good reason why you should never doubt Team Heretics, and I think we saw all of that on Fracture. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Billy. They had us on the first map. They had us.
They did, you know.
Put the pitchforks away.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think that they just needed some time to warm up, as we were saying. It was not their map pick, but God damn, they looked pretty good on that second one. I mean, an 11-1 half, what a way to start a map, especially after the performance that we were seeing in the first one, where sometimes they just looked a little bit lost.
Yeah, I mean, Miniboo took that first loss personally, right? He was absolutely popping off on Factory here, so it was really nice to see him get back to what we would expect to be his usual form.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I think he heard us, well, you in particular, Bear.
Yeah, it's okay.
I think he heard you, and he decided to just come out and give a lifetime performance.
Yeah, completely iconic.
He's
Round
right.
one, I was watching here with Bill, and I was like, well, that's the same kills that you got in the entire map. And he continued that for the rest of the map. What a black and white performance. What a good way to bounce back. Because actually, this was on the other's team. It was actually Click from Gentlemen that ended up on a 3-14 this time around. It's all about the duelists, apparently, with these two teams. But man, oh man, I have to say he was perfectly set up. That has to do with one, Rians in the sky. I agree with me. I'm still not very sold onto that.
Oh my
but look
God.
at this night and day performance.
Yeah. Honestly, if you don't love Miniboo on his Abyss, you don't deserve him on his Fracture. That's all I'm going to say.
That's based, yeah.
Yeah, it is indeed. But it's not just Miniboo. Like, sorry to interrupt you, like you were saying. The rest of the team, they all stepped up.
Oh, yeah, exactly. What I mean is that C and Boo playing with the Astra, just playing with all these combos. As I was saying, I agree with Mini, maybe with the Breach, I would have liked it a little bit more. But I feel that it's also very comfortable for Rians to just be playing on the sky. And hey, after a performance like we saw on Fracture, okay, I'll get it.
Is it a coincidence, we think, that when you put Boo on the controller and VUT on an Initiator, they look like the best team in the world?
I think, again, it just goes back to comfort, right? Because they were comfortable in playing those roles all year. So I think that, yeah, for this, it just felt like they could just go back into what they're used to. They know their protocols when they're playing these types of agents. So, yeah, I think for me, it's just a comfort thing.
I think teams want to have this flexibility that Team Heretics was trying to portray on that first map. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just because it didn't happen on this official, like, many things can be one-time things that affect today's performance. That doesn't mean that the idea is terrible or that it's not going to work. There has to be a reason behind what we're seeing on camera and behind seeing that change. Will they perpetrate it into other maps? We shall see.
I do wonder also on the other side for Gentlemates, though, when you beat Heretics that dominantly right out the gate, there might be a degree of just like, whoa, we could actually do this. Maybe they're in their heads a little bit there, maybe mentally, because they've never had the experience like this on stage before. They don't know what it's like to be one map up against the best team in the world.
Exactly, and this is the first time that they lose a map. This is also a very important learning experience.
Yeah.
And speaking about learning experiences, they're still on the upper bracket. We know that if they were to lose against Heretics today on this
With a demo,
map,
Heretics?
they're still the lower bracket.
I mean,
There's
they
still
should always
things
be
that they can
favorites.
do there. Even just having that first map is amazing coming from a team like Gentlemen.
Yeah, I think that's one
See
thing
what
that
comp
we
they
can
use.
compare these two teams with is resilience, right? Gentlemates, they haven't really been challenged yet so far. You know, that first series that they went into was a clean sweep. So it's nice to see them actually being challenged. And then when you, on the other hand, when you look at Team Heretics, last year, 2024, was a year full of resilience for that team.
It was indeed. Chat are definitely leaning more towards Team Heretics here, and I wouldn't blame you after watching the last map. But the fact of the matter is, Pearl was good for Gentlemen.
He's going to play meta
They
comp.
looked good on it. I think they would be pretty happy, Billy, to end this match on Pearl.
Yeah, I think so. I think that when I consider Apex, though, and then going up against Team Heretics, I don't want to look into that too much, just because obviously Apex is the team that came up from Ascension. Granted, there's been roster changes. Like, in comparison, you
Nobody
can't
played
really,
Pearl last year? No,
say
it was
that,
out of the
yeah, okay, we could
map pool.
be Apex 2-0. Like, Team Heretics for me is a completely different ballgame.
It was out for a whole year.
Yeah, exactly, and we need to think about also
They
the
updated
fact that
it,
Team Heretics,
and then they
since
got
this
rid
is
of
their
it
first matchup, we
in
do not know what they're
2023.
going to be doing on Pearl. We just saw Wood on that Tejo. Maybe they swapped some more things around. Again, I would love to see Benji Fishy moving or trying and testing some other Sentinels. I would be very down for that. But of course, let's say the Team Heretics does have the upper hand here just by having that tape already on how
You see
Gentlemen
Harbour
played
here?
that
Nah,
Pearl,
you won't see
the
Harbour
other
here.
day. Very passive.
It's
I
a
remember
little bit
that,
outdated
yes,
on this map.
Click was the one taking most of the risks.
At least
but
in theory.
I remember their retakes being
Ever since they
as
changed B, I
spectacular
don't
when
think
they
it
were on defense.
Yeah, and when it comes to this,
As
part,
as
I mean,
much
you're just
value.
looking at how, what
Oh, I
agents
will
they
say though, the
played them.
pings
And
are.
on there already,
Maybe it
you
would
have
work
Boo
again
on side
with
for
no pings
Killjoy,
anymore.
and it looks like he is gonna be a
Okay, so
player.
this is the default comp over towards Gentlemates, and then we got this madness.
Players that could play Tejo.
I say madness, it's just the Sova is out and
I think that there were
Teo's
many
in.
things that we can take away from the way that he was playing Fracture, but on Pearl, apparently Wood is going to go back into that.
Still got the drone,
Astra,
don't have
that
the recon.
control role, and Boo is going to be the one
Flash
supporting
dash.
Rians and his brother.
Yeah, I mean, we had already discussed, was this really
Bit
the right
pair.
role change for both of them?
Yeah,
And, you know
after
what, I'm
plan
gonna stand
is
by
pretty
the fact that I
scary.
think that
I mean, the
Boo
after
and
plan's
Mini Boo
crazy
have good
scary.
synergy with these picks. I think that
A
the
double
first
molly
map,
here.
maybe they just, as you said, needed to kind of warm up to the stage.
Yeah, Mini back on that Killjoy, and it's time to jump into the final map of today with, you guessed it, Mini and Pansy.
Thank you very much. And yeah, final map between these two very one-sided maps.
What do you think of putting Teo on every map?
13
It's good enough, yeah.
Gentlemates look nuts. Okay, Fracture,
think,
Heretics showing us it is in their map pool. Now Pearl.
It's probably
which way does
in
this
that
go?
sweet
What do you
spot
make
as
of
well
the
where
comp
teams
from
don't
Heretics? Do you
know
like
exactly
what
how
we're
they want to
seeing,
play
or
against it
Is it
also.
leaving you wanting a little more?
I love the
And then
fact
obviously
that
you
seeing
play
the
it loads,
Teo
so you
again
kind of know how
with
you
Nico
would
and the
play
Astra
against
with
it,
the Teo.
so you get that advantage as well.
They got a different read on the
And it's a
initiators
very
that you
strong
play with the
agent.
Teo. I think that KO to me doesn't strike me as a Teo heavy kind of initiator.
Okay, Heretics
Especially on a
on
map
defense,
like
we got
Pearl, where the
Gentlemates on
Sova
attack.
drone is so useful as well. I think there's two routes from me, like the Sova or the Breach. I think again are the better options, but
Bots too.
You know, I said that on Fracture, and then they won 13. What, like?
Sure, but you know, we're allowed to theory craft. It's why you're here.
Yep.
It's, you know, it's not just for the mini sort of thing. You know what I mean? It is for everything else. But we
Okay,
also
question
got
mark
to see
created though
Gentlemates here
fully.
before as well,
And
obviously up
Asher
against
doesn't want to
Apex
jump peek just
previously.
in case there's
A
3 people
13-7
spotting.
result, and I'm glad the observers were on him for a
But
second there. Robbie
Heretics are full
had a
trusting in
performance. He was the standout in
Wu
my eyes.
over
He
towards
really
B
put
at the
Steve on the
moment.
map.
Kind of
Then,
looking like
of
how
course, we got to
DRX were
know
playing
Click.
it.
Then we got to start
With just
seeing
Mako's
Mini,
just fully in
then
charge of
Gavra
B.
Zip, you know,
They'd have full trust in
it
them.
was a really comprehensive look, but we wait and see what they look like now.
Looks like a great trap setup here on off the turret contact. Maybe flashes.
Alright, flash, swing, or damage.
There it is. Salvo's
Damage
gone in,
goes
Flash
behind,
has
so you
gone in.
get
There's nowhere
that
to
damage goes
hide
behind
here,
you, so you
but
swing into the flash.
Gentlemates still get a 2-for-1 trade until then. Minibu tips
Nice
the
shot.
scales back in favor as Benji gets more interested, gets involved. Robbie held back on 30
Nice
HP,
shot.
gonna need Zipan, and Zipan can't do much at this point. Trying to creep back through, but Benji still waiting. Spike just in front of him, 2 kills, toying with him. He now knows he doesn't overdo too much. He lets the rest take the strain of it. Minibu comfortable.
That was impressive. I
Nicely
like the
handled
little
from
trap play.
Heretics, and a lovely little setup.
Turret,
Feeling
spots,
almost
damage,
reminiscent of those
damage.
small
Got to
setups
swing
there that
out.
we're seeing in
You're
Fracture,
swinging
but
out.
taking
You eat a
contact,
flash, and at the time, in
movements of
theory, you're still
utility
kind
set
of
in motion, and you saw it there.
still
Lovely replay. Thank you for that
moving.
one. God, EMEA is good at that. Get out of here, North America. You'll never keep up. But genuinely, you can see how oppressive that crunch is.
Yeah, the value from the KO immediately. Like, even though I was kind of giving some shade towards it, I think at least we're seeing those kind of micro plays from it.
Yes. Yeah, you see that value so early. It doesn't, you know, it's not just like a passive piece that they keep there. No, it's actively used. Lovely,
we
lovely
are
stuff. Back
3
into
and
this,
2,
though.
right, chat?
Look in the buy. 2 Bulldogs.
Not 100% in that.
SMG, bits and bobs. They could afford to lose
Might be the
one,
opposite way
maybe
around,
2 at
actually.
most. You wouldn't really want to go beyond that. Minbu taking the glance towards Mill, just out of art, but that's it.
I think we're going to see this quite a lot from mates. We saw this last time against Apex, was just a lot
is
of
again, there we
A
go.
control. So the early rounds in this game might be a little bit, you know, repetitive, but it's the mid rounds where Robbie BK is going to have to come alive.
Not on the young man's shoulders, not an easy job. But, you know,
What the hell?
keep our eyes open. Boo so far, handling Kadavra well.
Damage, damage beyond as well, so you have to
The salvo is being used behind the
to
doors
flush them
kind of
into
trap
crossfires.
the attackers inside that B link. I think there's kind of 2 ways we're seeing
Insta drone as well clears over towards middle. At the same time as the drone, we got a cross map knife that cleared all of A clear, all of middle clear. These two just can focus on sight, and honestly, even Teo can get involved because we've got the alarm bot here. It's very nice from Heretics. I know this was anti-eco, but it was still a great sign.
Fight back, hopefully going to be coming into this bonus. This is where we get to see the real kind of meat of things get into it, right? This is what we're waiting on. How does Gentlemates shape up on what should be a neutral map, something that's a high pick for Gentlemates and a pick
All
for
of Heretics
as
sick,
well.
yeah,
so
looks
it's like we
it.
get a bit of balance here.
Yeah, and something I was thinking about was that we saw mates with a lot of A main control in their previous game, and here you can see Heretics setting up for that, and the Teo Salvers could be used behind them in the future to kind of trap them in. But mates one step ahead.
Right, first buy round. Heretics. Aggro knife insta over towards A with a smoke deep. They take control and oof.
To hit that shot though.
Yeah, that would have been very nice. KO picks up Orb, so 2 away. Maybe going to get it on the next buy rounds.
Does now have support from 2 more players.
After spotting 1, we get a heavy rotate. They still got 3 that can focus on site here. Gentamates could get wrecked.
Yeah, the rotations are in, the tags are coming
Nice
through
shot.
here. Click's going to find Miniboo though. Get some safety on the back of the site, but Robbie
Nice
with the
shots
follow
again.
back and forth we go.
Dude,
Still
that's
a
a
bonus
Spectre.
here. Still a lot of damage done. Rien's in trouble. He can't get out of it in time.
Info that they're just pushing you
Now
next
with the
to
man
it.
advantage.
Devastating.
Plant should be coming in. Does Woot get any opportunity here? Not really. Held back behind that smoke. In position, gets to work a little bit closer forward. It's a little bit of the game away, but we're in the post plant.
It's not a great plant though.
Okay, I was going to say, they were making it look like they weren't expecting elbow, then the knife came in, hit one in elbow.
A great bonus round, and it could get even better as it's down to
Shout
1.
out to Robbie BK.
Again,
I like how proactive they were in the 3-3. It was a risk.
for the man.
It really was.
Yeah, I kind of wanted mates to kind of go a bit quicker on that exit, but because of the gun disadvantage from Heretics, they couldn't get those shots off on the long range. Great play from Robbie BK, realizing that we can't do anything off site there. Going for an individual play through the smokes. What's that one?
I don't know that one. I don't know that
That's
one.
what we call them that.
You play Dark and Darker?
Dark and Darker.
Yeah.
Yes, I was so bad at it. Those like
it's a rough.
You asked Boaster, but I was so bad.
It reminds me of the little goblin.
Heretics.
Someone out there will get it. There's one person.
Instant A main control. Knife back hits 2 though, but that's good because they're going to think that people are holding
It looks a
this.
little different here. Looking at the attention being drawn towards those doors. A bit of a trade out of the drones. For now, that was the early attempt.
They don't really get much, and this smoke's gonna go, and they're not gonna have any control. And we've been watching this line the whole time as well. So, sorry, Gentamates haven't really got too much map control. There's a question mark in art. That's about it.
Quite good at trapping them at A main, but we'll see how it goes as we progress.
I mean, they should be hitting a site that has 3 strong.
As well, kind of that early contact towards the doors, and then kind of
Ooh.
pausing for thought and then going back in towards art. They've at least got step through art, but you can see the Heretics are sat down
KO,
towards the site.
and then they're still going to get pretty early info.
They've dodged the knife, and I thought they'd use that kind of.
I'm interested to see what the damage is like here.
A big shift now towards B lane.
Yeah, the
They've got
pace.
a tiny choke.
Miniboo's at least getting 1 here.
Could be big.
Yeah, Miniboo is on the back of the
Ooh.
site as well, waiting to see
yeah.
what he can do here. Robbie's gone down. Miniboo again getting more curious. You can see the
I
util
thought
now
this
being
I thought this was going to be about a Uto. I think they
challenge,
fake started. Fake smoke, sorry.
apparently Benji on the follow-up.
I like this reaction from... Oh my goodness, we hit some absolute shots as well. I love their reaction. Their reaction just to turtle up in elbow double.
Pushing the scoreline. We're starting to see Heretics warming up here, Mini. They look deadly.
Okay, give me this replay, give me the whole
I mean,
thing.
it was a great hold from Heretics, but as I said, deciding to shift the tempo through the smallest choke point has been
Ooh.
not a great thing to work with, to be honest with you. I think there was more in that round that he could have worked with, dodging that knife.
Okay, forces them down to eco as well. It's mad impact. We are 9-1 for Benji Fishy. Got his ult online as well.
Oh, it's cost them, and you're seeing Benji on 9-1 now. Stark contrast to how we saw them at the start of the game, or this series, should I say. A real pickup. Has to deal with the turret there.
Oh, they took it away though, so get to that in 20.
I like in the Teo in the center of the map here. It's interesting that he's always ready to use salvos wherever they need them.
Yeah, it does give some nice versatility, right? There is a decent reach with Teho, so why not?
Re-clearing middle with his drone was interesting.
And it gives
I think you got to smoke
that.
that.
Rotations, maybe now they can kind of put everyone into the right place, kind of play retake on this. As Gentlemen do at least have the plan. Miniboo. I mean, this is against Sheriffs. It is up against. I don't even say it eco.
I like that Heretics are happy to give up the site. Like,
Yeah, this is nice as
so
well. Miniboo's got to
frustrated
be
watching
ready
Team
for them to
Pro
push him.
Trying to hold a site to the bitter death when it's quite easy to get a little bit of contact, fall off, get spam.
Because they got to do something.
It's a fairly simple site to retake.
Yeah, he
especially
clears
when
all
you're
of this, man. They got so
advantage.
much info. It's so nice.
Already seeing very clean affair. Cadaver and Mini. A nice try. But a nice try is not going to be enough. So,
one bullet in it. Okay, this, I mean, 5 people surviving as well. Did use the killjoy into it, but the killjoy's really nice.
Still too early to almost judge, but we've got some big ults here. I mean, I feel like this is
Dude,
a really
HERETICS'
big
reactions
round.
are great.
If there's gonna be
Like,
a
that's the main
moment to
takeaway.
try
These
and
last
keep
2
this game
maps,
from spiraling away,
the
it
reactions
starts
are
now
awesome.
And it kind of ends now. As silly as that sounds, it feels so definitive in this situation. Because it could just feel like
I wanted Miniboo here to smoke the recon and duel a little bit more, and honestly he could have, but playing so safe because he knows that if they have the ult in ARP, then they're going to have to try and push into him, and he's the only person holding solo defense and spawn, so he has to stay alive.
Timeout coming in now. I think the weight of this round is clear, and they've got some big ults here, and they're only 1 away from, I think, clicks, 2 away from the divide, plenty on the horizon.
I think even Heretics might have been one of
You
those
worried
teams
about
that
Heretics' Abyss? Nah, I'm just more impressed by Gentleman's Abyss.
Yeah, ults, like, this is another, they need to take this timeout, but again, Neil and Weber, the kind of coaches that I try to avoid the timeouts from.
Looks like it
when
might
we
just
have
be a
big
free
games.
lesson for
I don't want
Heretics
them
as
to kind
well.
of unpick. I don't want them to remind them of their preparation.
Yes.
You know, they know that, you know, when we got a server ult, we might do this, and they're going to kind of adjust towards that. But is a timeout necessary given the context of the momentum shift?
They've got Boo's ult for themselves, and I think it's actually, yeah, Mini Boo's one off from his too. So it's not like they're not without their own coming up too, but the gravitas of this round cannot be stressed enough. Gentlemates need to get something cooking here. They've had a little bit of a drought of rounds now.
I wonder if this is going to be like a little fake A main pressure from Heretics, and then Mini Boo's going to face the doors as a kind of surprise factor. Because usually you expect like the Jet with this kind of A main play. See if Mini Boo goes for it. I mean, this is simple enough. Like, this could catch someone thinking, oh, they're pushing A main, maybe Jet's there, Jet's probably beat. Like, even, yeah, maybe some layers there potentially.
You're already seeing the knife being used quite close to clear that space, just because maybe there is that worry that there was someone pushed up that little bit deeper, which would have been more than likely Mini Boo. But without the tag on it, I mean, you can't read fully into it, obviously.
Here comes the drone to clear
now,
this.
but they're going for a 3-2 split.
Looks like they might be able to do a fast reaction once they hear them going heavy.
Like
It's just if they want to actually push through this.
More than happy with this group.
I have no idea if they're in middle.
Ooh, did they see Woot here? I don't know if Woot got spotted on that. I'm still not certain.
Could be an unbelievable
I
pause
think
if these
Woot
guys don't go
actually
fast
could
from
be
A.
a real threat to this. He absolutely is. Does he get any
No
more?
way. How's he allowed to do this? How's he allowed to do this?
Hands on a dime!
Oh my god. He did incredible.
Make it through to the site. They just didn't see him for a second, and that's all they needed. Mini
Incredible,
can do
man.
no more.
Solid play.
Heretics are in control.
As much as I highlighted the kind of Boo, Woot, maybe I wasn't the biggest fan of the Boo on the KO, I do want to highlight the fact that Woot on the Astra being able to make plays like that is big. I think people seem to have this idea that like you can only make these kind of plays on Omen, you can only be like an aggressive player on Omen. But I'd highlight a player like Cryo Cells in it who keeps playing Astra, and he's just holding down sights. You've got the stars next to you, pop them up, play around them. Like, if you're a mechanical player, Astra can work for you.
It gives you so many options, so many options, and you're right. I'm glad that you brought in one of those players from the other regions. Cryo is a fantastic example of it. Now, we're going to see the money now fall to pieces for Gentlemates. This is getting the uphill battle. You think it's going to be 6 rounds.
Well,
playing Peekaboo up towards B long. The confidence will start to mount here. Shot.
Ooh, nice shot. Good recovery on that.
He's quite quick, he is. Oh, and clicked.
One knife
what
left.
He wanted.
What a
the flash is so nice. Yeah, Heretics. No access to these sites. No access anywhere to the half of the map that might even be a contest. Kadavra picking up the Elder Wand. I think it's going to do much for him.
That's the spot. I liked it.
That's nice.
Thanks, man.
At least they waited for a flash. Nice shot on that.
I mean, it works with the name, you know what I mean? Thank you for complimenting my job. Yeah.
Doobie Doobie Doo with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 19 months, man. Appreciate that.
Don't worry about it. Beyond that, though, this is where I worry for Gentlemates because we don't know what they're like.
Nah, you get your. Oh, that's a good question.
Really
I mean, it would probably run out. Doobie Doo.
It's all good and well when you're winning and your confidence.
I think it depends on when your initial body is.
Everything is working. When the chips are down,
Actually, I have no
that's
idea
when
how
you
that
get
interaction
tested.
works.
Okay, show me what levels you can go to. Show me what players can
Getting
activate.
Vice
Show me
or
how you
within a
do
Phoenix
this.
or.
Now, doing that against Heretics is quite hard. They are a
I
very
think no
good
matter
team,
what,
by all rights.
by the time the ult's ended anyway, you probably got 2 seconds, even if it's near the end.
4 rounds in total. So, Tough one.
Maybe something from the Apex game. would take
Where's
away from
the
is that they
Shopify
were
game?
very ahead
I
of the
mean,
game.
it'll
Things started
be.
crumbling a little bit.
Yes.
Maybe
Sean will
there
be
is
streaming
something
it,
there, but
no
I-
doubt.
you know,
This was nice as
great
well. We
pick
got
from
someone
Blue.
covering the back.
That kind of
We're
fearless
mixing it
aggression
up.
into
We got a
middle,
lot
that's
of
kind
ults here, so they go a little bit
wins
aggro over
up.
towards middle to mess everything up. Lose a main control and reaction push middle. Haven't done that yet.
Lockdown on 8.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about this anymore because that just straight up kills it. That at the very least needs to get
That's
fine
unfair.
tuned.
That is a bit unfair. That was the
No, it is
bit
unfair. It's so
Are
dumb.
we having that developer indie you played? Do you think that's a fair use of util, completely safe? Okay, that's not bad though. Zipan going to get mini boo at least. That's going to maybe quell the aggression. Boo might be a little bit too.
You do have to be
close on
smarter
this.
with your
Yeah, he
killjoy,
is.
although as much
A
as the
little
flame in the
messy
game.
on that, making mistakes here. So it leaves Rienz with an operator. Yeah, didn't think that one was going to.
We got backup guns. We've got so much money. We have backup guns now. Jesus.
We're going to make a little play.
Hello.
Hello. I guess not. And a divide on a divide. Util close towards site. Gentlemen are playing close site as well. They're having to stand some of their ground here, finally falling away. Oh, this is gonna get
What a
messy.
flash.
How
He
did
didn't
Benji
commit.
get
Did he flash
Robbie?
himself?
What is going on here? Kadabra has to invest his util now. Jump spot at least to go through. They now know that Benji's gonna be back on this surely. And there's no way they win
Nice
this.
stun
The
in the end.
post-plant util
Okay.
there was just too good.
I mean, they got a long
get a
way to
second
go, and they got to win a couple in a row
Yeah, I
here.
mean, I
And
think
it is
that
an
the
attack-sided map.
deciding kill was on Boo on the art there. It's a
So they
really
kinda need to
difficult
win the
position
rest.
to play, especially as the KO. And the kind of thing that like I'm going to highlight with a player like Boo, being the IGL, he's got to be thinking about a lot of things when he's on that defense. In that position, if you get caught at all, you're more than dead. So something to look out for maybe is something that mates can abuse.
Nice! Okay,
Yeah,
guys, let's go.
I would also say that mates kind of played that post plant a little strange with the solo. They didn't have to use it, but Robbie BK had no intentions of getting to that site there, which is a little concerning, but at least they got it for the next rounds and hopefully use it as a win condition in the future.
So like their
Mini boo's been
the double fake smoke.
super dangerous.
Timing of it, no matter what you can cross.
This time, not going to draw blood first.
Gonna watch Party the Shopify game? Nah, I have China, EMEA, and Americas tomorrow, so I need to make sure I get some sleep. So we'll just raid someone that's watching it.
It's very slow here. I like the methodical take a beat. I do think this is something on Pro
We got
generally,
a-
and
we got a lot of
We
regions.
haven't seen enough of beat long exploration.
No rights? That's true. I don't actually. That's very true. I don't even have watch party rights, so I couldn't even if I wanted to.
It is only Mini getting attention here. It hasn't brought over a third man. You can still see Benji just like pivoting around, checking towards that split through, but it looks again like this A finish is coming. They're trying to be a little bit slippery, right? Trying to keep him guessing on it, but Miniboo's disrespecting the util. He's still ahead of it. They still they're not clearing this close
It looks
corner.
so
Minibu's
bad.
confidence is sky
It
high.
looks so
He's holding
dumb.
guard with just the shorty.
We got the most
Kadabra on the
patient
other
person
side
ever,
is kinda
Kadabra,
screwed. He's got the spike.
and then we just have Robbie BK absolutely running it down
Backhanded here.
with the Valorant Leroy Jenkins.
That wasn't pretty. Oh my god, what's going on? What's going on? I'm confused and I'm scared, and I think Zipan is as well. Is it? Is it? Are you sure? Is this one that we skip in the VOD review? Because I think it is.
No, I
Yeah,
think
it was
we
a
voted for this
disaster.
one.
This one?
Yeah, we voted for this one.
Do you think either of these teams will?
I hope not.
No, Zipan does get to live, but that got so messy. What are you meant to say at seconds to, Minnie? You're in this timeout. Okay,
I'm trying to remember what even happened.
Okay, so right, you're back in the coaching booth. Yeah, you got that little orange jersey on.
Little orange one.
That's the one. I think it's kid size, half the price. Brilliant. Timeout's been called.
She absolutely got him.
I called that one.
That's yeah.
me,
You're hitting the button. What are we saying?
Big red button.
That's it. What are you chatting about?
I'm going to talk about the fact that we are being a little bit too simple on some of these mid rounds.
Okay.
I think that we saw the exploration towards B, but apparently that was a full fake is what they had in their head.
Yep.
Whereas I don't think that's a full fake. To me, like,
Oh, that was
Heretics are
good.
giving us enough of the map to work with. I know that there is danger from Miniboo, but as long as we kind of push Miniboo off, we have
got room.
Plenty of time to kind of do what we want on the map. We don't need to kind of stress out.
So you'd like them to re-explore a look towards that B side with a little bit
13
more
to
intent
2.
towards it.
11 to 2.
Well, I would like us to take the map, not get picked by Miniboo.
That'd be nice. Cool. Avoid Miniboo.
And then make a big call.
Okay.
But right now, it feels like, you know, that some of the mid-rounds have been so far a fake towards B long with one player, which would work, and then a 4-man B connector run through. So a few of these mid-rounds haven't been.
Oh, because you didn't like
Obviously,
the choke pusher either, yeah.
The solo KO, I mean, in all reality, it would be all around the KO solo shot, really. But in terms of a general adjustment,
Do we change up? We got a little bait over towards B, whether you would spot one and then you would dash away. Then over towards a turret as well.
He's a bit of a fan favorite, and I get why.
Okay, we're straight up sending this over towards us. Again, this is an absolute classic when you're playing against an op and you're getting picked all the time. Just run a set fast strat. Of course, they get picked as well, but so good.
Yeah, we get to see that capability in these crunch situations, which aren't easy. It's where you really get your kind of bread
That was nice though. The nade at the back in pit. Oh my god, the stun wrecked him. Oh my god, the stun wrecked them.
The support system's there.
The stun is fast, dude. Feels exactly like a neon stun. I feel like it's the same mechanics.
They've always got the numbers there because, as I said before, like all they're doing on this B side of the map is either leaving one player jet or a turret, and they're not being kind of pushed off. They're not having to respect the B side of the map too. So good fundamentals from Heretics, but Mate's not doing that.
Damn, he's even turning for the KO flash.
And he looked, what?
Why did we not throw any of our ults this round? We've done an A split. Where is our KO? Where is our
I've got him coaching mode. I'm so sorry. The criticisms are going to be skyrocketing. Toxic Mini is on the way. Here we go. Bring him back. What are we doing? Yeah, but we do have ult, and I'm quite surprised that in that situation, it felt like it could have been one to go for.
I thought they were going for the ult.
Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah.
Not the case.
Guys, there's an
On the
eco.
other side. If we're going to mention one, I'll mention the other.
Relax.
What Gentleman's going to do here? Because, yeah, I just had some real flashbacks to seeing Rien's in tears on the stage in Korea. No, because he looked sad on the stage. It was like, obviously he's happy, but he looked a bit sad. And then
Heretics doing that thing where they insta-re-clear the info as well. And we do have a rotate, and I don't know what the cause of it is. Yeah, we're switching. Oh, we're heavy switching. So the KO can flash. Keep an eye on the KO flashes.
And I can't tell you why.
No.
Are they seeing something I don't? Now, I don't know if you can
Oh,
hear
well,
it.
he eats
We
the,
can. And
eats
oh
the
God,
ult, so.
Benji got spotted,
Very
right?
nice,
Benji
Asher,
got
son.
checked. Okay, 2-for-1 trade. Sight under, I want to say control, carefully. Plants in. Miniboo's on the way.
They got a lot of ults. And then what do you reckon? Like, ult here. Are they going to pop the ults? This retake could be incredible. Table back of sight. Astra ult close.
Here we go.
Well,
Click,
definitely not
nice.
ulting now.
Takes away Miniboo.
Oh my
That
god, they're
should-
ulting.
I don't say that's enough. Wow, they went.
They kind of decided before the pick
That's gotta be a
came in.
missed call. That's a mistake here.
Well,
And it's going to be punished. Robbie letting them
feel like they
know,
clicked the
but
button as the kill probably came in almost.
I'm gonna call that one.
That has to be, right?
That's not.
That
that's
can't
not
be.
Good. I want to point out again though, like on Fracture when I was a bit critical of Heretics over inside. I felt like when we
This
have
little exec was nice though. They had so much good detail.
the full site Astra ult up and retake. Again, we see Heretics commit.
I'll probably spam a B head again after this. Look like one of their better.
Heretics, I want to see them use the win conditions of the round.
But the problem is obviously the op is probably going to be here now. I would for sure think the op is here.
Look, we get to ask these harder questions of these teams, right? These are the teams we're sending forward to the big internationals. We get to ask a lot. Here we go. A little bit of a fight, a little bit of a biff, underhand.
Yeah,
flash,
like that
hello,
though.
and
One away from Killjoy. They don't want to give it to him.
Okay,
Benji Fish is an absolute savior, by the way. That would have been both of them dead.
This idea, using the kind of Teo A main control to get the orb.
Yeah, the Teo is so good for taking A main on both sides. You like pretty much secure it.
Okay.
Especially with an Astra.
Still be around. There's got to be a Woot remaining. Bye-bye, Mini. Yeah, Woot has just controlled so much of this. We've been hyping this man up. Give me a round, Robbie. 1v3. Oh, that's made it harder. Quick kill on Benji, perhaps? Perhaps not. 40 seconds, though. There is playtime here.
Yeah. Just send
These are the
it.
sort of rounds that can make you an absolute icon, but it is not easy at all.
I mean, he's making the correct decision, in my opinion, to instantly go to the other side. If you're ever in these in your ranked games, this is exactly how you play it. Don't mess around waiting too long. Don't overthink it. Just run to the side every single time.
I believe I'm getting mini ranked advice.
There is ranked advice gonna come in sometimes.
Every now and then.
That's part of my casting personality. I've
Got it.
decided.
Perfect. I love that. One of the most decorated coaches, but will tell you how to play in your absolute dog water ranks. There he is.
The fans are they're great Valorant players, I'm sure.
Okay. Okay.
Right, they're actually all coming from the same
get me
area.
back on track
Doable.
here. Robbie, let me focus on this game. Give me something to shout about.
Not when he does
That's
that.
not bad. Take away
There's some
Mini
lovely
Boo.
movement from Mini. Ooh, dude, honestly, kind of got close. I thought Mini Boo did enough to distract. There was a trade. Felt like the smoke actually came a little bit too late. And almost wrecked him. Kushoy with the prime. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I thought Mini Boo had owned it. If that smoke doesn't come out, I'm pretty sure he gets traded.
Is HERETICS. Remember, this team is one of the greats. We've sent them to those internationals. You can't doubt their capabilities.
Benji, yeah, he just didn't really
So for Gentlemates,
give him a chance to even get a pick on him ever.
It has to be now. Do not miss this second half. It is going to be
What you want to see from your Killjoy player?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Challenge him yet. Save the vote again. It was oh sorry, chat leaked the desktop. Leaked CS2. Yeah, it looks like Dust 2, doesn't it? Dude, honestly, it looks like where I spawn in Rust. How do I show you? How do I even do what I just did? This work? There you go. Like where you spawn in Rust. If anyone's played Rust. I just have random backgrounds, by the way. It's not picked, it just scrolls through them. Raid Mimi after this shot. In the hypothetical situation where Ardis is the only streamer doing the SR game, do I raid him? Yeah, dude, I raid Ardis all the time. It's not my stream he's going to get banned if it's on his stream.
And
that's fine.
It's an uphill struggle. I'm not going to lie to you,
You gotta
folks.
keep him at
This
arm's
one
length.
is going to really prove
Just
the
make sure he
value of
doesn't.
Gentlemates
Just
and really
make sure he
go
doesn't start
toe-to-toe with the
wrecking
big
your
boys,
own
'cause
stuff.
HERETICS have woken up, right? It felt like a sleeping giant at the start. They looked out of it on Abyss. It looked kind of sloppy, a little unprepared, and then Fracture happened, and now Pearls happened. Did Gentlemates get more than 3?
On Pro?
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, now?
Did they? Yeah, right now.
Said, did they get more?
Do they?
Oh, do they? Apologies.
No.
Yes. Okay.
I think so.
How many more? I don't know.
A bold assessment.
Yep.
Knife
really
goes
hit that
in.
one confidently.
They reactively
came in
already.
No offense.
Do they push middle after this, or do they just hold the whole time?
Ridiculous, both.
Drone goes in, they save all their damage, and they go double damage pit.
Exploring middle so heavy here. I thought they'd kind of
The KO flash, pop through and flash back off. Oh, knife goes in, they'd have to use an E2 at the back. Yeah, that's still a nice hit though. Smoke, stun, pop flash close, dash out, damage pit. I think the damage was pit, I'm not 100%. I was looking at the minimap.
Okay. Let's see what this retake has got. Getting it started now, but HERETICS want a little bit of the action themselves, playing towards CT. They're going to find Kadavra, but they're going to try and pick up the pace on this. Kadavra's already taken away Mini Boo. That's a man up to the good here. Rien's, he's so blind, and this is a messy
He
fight.
tanked
So
it.
scrappy towards Pit. A 4v2, and hey, they knew what they were doing. Benji's been an absolute monster so far, but this would take a lot.
Oh my
And the
god, there was a
shots.
chance to like kill the diffuser through. Alright. I think it's 3 for 3. Again, I wasn't 100% with the 3-2, but someone in chat said it was right, so I'm sticking with it. Is it doable with a pistol? Sure.
But it feels difficult.
Do they have to have a mad half? Yeah. Do they probably need to win the bonus? Probably.
Right, so I'm Gentlemates, am I? We've played rank together, Mini. We both know that's not true. You've forgotten about me
Pretty.
Wow, dude, he really got it back though. Fair play.
But I did also like Heretics adjust like that plant. I don't think I've seen that plant before. Kind of like open for our A main and for the dugout.
God, did he play dragged with her?
So
that's savage.
I thought that was going to be the kind of round win off of that plant, but Nate's with a good flood.
Knife for knife, and Click has a chance to farm. One, two. Get a little reload in, pop your dash, go for another.
I know it's just the eco, and we wouldn't use a drone anyway, but this is a kind of win condition for mates against this comp. Heretics don't have the Sova drone. They got
they got to hold down long. But at the same time, the drone is kind of nice for taking out B if there's an op holding it, because you don't see it until it's like here.
I'd imagine they don't. It doesn't though. I'd imagine. With this
And it can literally run all the way back and clear this.
Yeah, it does remove some of the options. It doesn't remove them, I guess. But I like to see how they get around it. Right? It's just, what's the plan
It'll
now
be
for
interesting if mates read into that and adjust
Nice shot.
in the game. Like during that half, did the coach say, "Look, they got
Yeah, give him a bit of confidence. Keep this one clean. Japan gets his ult early.
We get to find the answer, hopefully, right? As we're going to see probably 5 alive here for Gentlemates.
He can't help it.
In zone flawless.
He can't help it.
So the 3 Bulldogs, the Outlaw, and Sheriff for Mini going to be carried on in. And yeah, I guess that's something we'll touch back on. Is does that become an issue that they, for Heretics, they can't take that B side as comfortably? So we actually might get to see it now.
Maybe the answer for it that is a bit different.
Well, this will be the test of what they have in mind, right? 'Cause we can see them lining up over there.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of conditioning towards A with that AO knife potentially.
What do we do in the middle here? Because these two are either going for a bait play or we're sending it. Flash over the top. Oh, sorry, it was knife over towards B main.
Already kind of pushing up towards that divider in middle. Oh, this could be timing hell or heaven. Benji now knows there was someone around, but the turret gets taken away. But you can see the progress here. So Rien's sending him down.
Yeah, that clears a lot. We don't have to worry about left. Honestly, they should pop the smoke now anyway, just to create the pressure like they are crossing to the left, in my opinion.
Grouped up towards the A side of the map. It's going to have to be a massive hold here from Zipan and Mini.
I wonder where those salvos were going to head towards as well.
Especially with A control.
Plenty of options. Okay, towards backside. KO's
Because now they hit so early that they don't even need to check there.
There and Mini going to try and slip through towards the back. Zipan going to get one, but tries to maybe find some
big play.
Smoke, but there's so many players nearby. Mini.
Damn. That's incredible how we got the recon.
That's so lucky.
Another?
But does he know about the player who's already crept through? Benji? He's whiffing it. Gentlemates, where the hell did
Fair
that
play,
just
man.
come
Fair
from?
play. They got the bonus. It's actually on. This is for sure
That
on.
was all back off of that really awkward smoke I believe Kadavra put down. Just
Yeah, the one to
right
Larkon's
side of the-
site.
you
It
see
was
the ping
nice.
here from Heretics. Heretics immediately pinging the exact spot in which the smoke has come out from. Like they know that is a problem for these later rounds. They're going to have a problem. So Mini's stayed alive for so long there.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah, just saw him.
You
It's
know
a
something's
solid
frustrating
replay.
when you see a team ping
instantly
exactly
just
there. That's where that smoke was. Someone said, "How have we lost that round?" And someone's gone, "There." That's where we've lost it.
That one bloody smoke. So Sheriff's now coming out. Okay. 6 rounds. I'm getting more lively now. We're off to the races, as they say. So Sheriff's classics. Any ults? None. Yeah, none to be looked at.
Do any more
yet.
bonus rounds winning this year? People are just better at anti-ecos at the moment. They're buying some outlaws. People have learned from Pacific, the BBL Pacific, the EMEA team, the tier 2 team. You've gone from about 4 teams using the outlaw heavy last year to honestly most of the teams using it. That everyone's anti-eco is better and everyone's bonus is better because the outlaw is kind of unreal.
Here he is. Mini, the one towards that back of B. Still holding space here, and they've got an extra body. Last time it was only the 2 of them.
Just the understanding of how to not get eco'd has gone through the roof.
Everyone, it still wasn't enough.
Which means that you have clean anti-ecos, so you've got the full buy-in, and then you've got a decent gun for it.
Posted towards the back of the side, but they didn't expect maybe the adjusted dash. Suddenly Miniboo's up towards heaven.
Okay.
Robbie has to fly in, get
He
2
might have
for
done
himself.
enough here. Let's
But
see.
they don't have the numbers this time. Miniboo, that's 1 bullet. I know you're good, but
Because
man,
they're all
there we
one
go.
shot
Hits
from
the
this
reload
gun.
on it. Click coming closer. Cadaver still around. Trying to find the player towards the back of the site.
Nice,
oh, that's
dudes.
big. Nice from Click. Gonna get that rifle upgrade, and they don't know about this one just yet. Miniboo's got his own Vandal as well. Click.
Really nice. Robbie BK did great to actually manage to make this a doable round for these two.
Perfect. It may not be flawless, but you take them when you
Oh,
get them,
it's
and
going to
that's
get
7
close.
rounds.
Yeah, the post plant there, I'm surprised by such a safe plant. Like, maybe I didn't see it, but I feel like if we're getting open plants there, I think that's an instant win.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Like, they had the... Rians was alive as a tail.
Yeah, and I think the smoke was still up spawn.
Fight with it and then use our salvos, but
But
we have
it's-
to be in an awkward position there where we're
I mean,
kind of fighting next to
I think the
spike.
smoke would actually go spawn.
Quite honestly, I think that mates are going to love the fact that Mini on that site is having to do so much. He's getting KO knifed as a Killjoy in like a kind of obvious spot. Like when you're in that position, you're thinking, thank God my team's like bailing me out here. It's not
Not
his
getting the
fault,
Ashes
like,
are
he's
all
on
up for the
weak
defuse
side
yet.
against a
Just
VS.
kind
It's
of
Probably hard to hold. It's incredibly
too
hard to
pumped
hold.
celebrating.
But at this point, they forced Heretics into a timeout. Yep. You know, it's got them a little bit nervous, a little bit sweaty. They don't, whatever's been happening, they don't like it.
So this is the rhythm thing I was talking about last time. The rhythm from Heretics is to kind of go towards that B side a few times now. And you would
Although
expect
Heretics
now
almost
them to
ecoed
go away from
mates.
that and mates to adjust
Just
to.
talking it,
But
yeah,
then
I
the
mean,
mind
true.
games come
But
in. So
if anything, it proved my point because the
one
Outlaw
team
saved
doesn't,
them.
then I'll
Take
probably
away the
have
Outlaw,
both.
they don't kill
That's the kind
the
of layer
Killjoy
of
as easy as that. They don't kill Benji.
approaches. At
If anything, it
highest
was the most
level, you're
perfect
gonna
round
see them play,
to
like, double fakes and
promote
stuff,
what I
but
was saying.
In this kind of game, I feel like just the move away from the B side
The
would
real
help for both
fiery
teams.
immortal with the 6 months. Thank you for the prime, mate. Appreciate you doing that. Who looks like the best EMEA team so far? I would still say it's Heretics, but I'm impressed with what Genomates is doing. They're way up in my opinion.
As well. One off from Miniboo.
Like they're in the top 5. Like I would love to see a Genomates
I want to see
Fnatic.
something juicy with this tail.
Something for us here. So Click is going to go walking through Art, take maybe a little bit of a look down middle. So early control towards that A side. Something you were liking earlier as well. Gives you that freedom to push up. There you go. Setting up Miniboo to comfortably clear this. Spots nothing. So that's an ult orb there if they don't decide to get it on Miniboo, actually.
Yeah, they'll probably leave it for KO. I think in this instance, I would leave it for KO. It's a much more important ult in this kind of round if we end up getting it.
Yeah, and you can just see him before.
That man knows his angles. Takes out Click.
Okay, normally we would see some kind of reaction. It's hard to react in mid on this one, and honestly on this map you can kind of turtle a little bit. You don't have to be proactive.
Interesting that Robbie didn't
I
just
do think that the info though might be the one.
alone. You want to make it feel like there's more pressure there.
Like this drone's probably coming out towards B in like 10 seconds to actually clear all of this. I mean, he's kind of holding a strong angle. Maybe they don't even need it.
We see the pings coming in. Reigns is probably going to ult the pit now. It's going to be a big fight for this front side.
It's all going to come down to Kadavra, really. Maybe Zipan's got a good flash for him.
To this. Zipan just behind. There's the ult. You are locked in. You are forced forward. Ah, he just whiffs it in the end. Mini, though, the next string on the bow does beautifully. 2 big kills, but then Heretics push further forward. We know where Robbie was pretty far away, but he's got here fast. But they're aware. They've got
It's a
Rienz on
shame.
the case. Heretics
Didn't think he needed to go for it, but I think because of the molly, he thought he was going to get
Kind of
spammed.
individual just brilliance and probably a little bit of luck there.
Yeah.
You saw Woot do it on the other half.
Yep.
Front A, it felt like Heretics a bit more aware. But yeah, that angle, the kill Benji got. I don't understand.
Yeah, he's close to the wall though, so that's why I didn't see him.
He is a Noah.
Noah.
Nice! Let's go! Huge round for them there as well.
Yeah, same thing again from Heretics, just using the knife and the tail salvos probably take a main. Not using the salvos this time, interesting.
Wait a little bit longer.
Where's the money at?
Okay, so drone instead.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think they were more worried.
Hey
that
chat,
they
this
were
is a big
pushed
one.
up in
This
front
is a
of the
big
salvos
rounds right here. This is a swing
salvos would
rounds.
end up doing with
Gentlemates win it. It's doable comeback.
And this is the kind
You,
of stuff that Click is
you
gonna
lose
get
this,
away
you're
with
pretty
now.
much sitting at
This
12,
adjustment
12-7.
away from the B side of the map for Heretics. So a good read from mids.
Got alarm bot.
Similar setup, I
Once
guess.
that goes, we have flash.
Pop flash and do what have you, but for now though, Aldrin going to be sent through. Just spots Benji again.
It's kind of nice for Gentlemates though. They got really early B control.
They don't need too much.
We got
information.
turret here as
It's got
well.
more than
They can
enough
stick
to
3
roll
so strong
the
on
three
A.
towards A.
Got to be cautious. G
Damn, okay,
Oh,
well,
look at the gap on the
that's
map
completely wrecked anything.
obviously
And now Heretics needs to wait for
but
like
it puts you
5
under
seconds, 7 seconds or so, just to make sure that the rotate actually happens and the pressure is
It looks like they do.
is
Absolutely
applied.
they do. And Zipan, the one at the back of the site here, gonna have to try and hold his own somehow. Miniboo trying to navigate through the smokes, the
Nice
layers,
shot.
and he finds a player. Cadavra goes. Zipan
No
did
flash for
drop
back
one,
of
though,
sight.
managed to
Boo's used all his util. It's going to be very hard for them to
but they're
plant. And they
losing
go
out
round.
numbers now, and they fall away. Look at the spike.
Ooh, they got time if they go through mid.
Call being made.
All
Not sure.
down from Benji's kill earlier, I
Yeah,
think.
you got to have knife out though.
Opportunity, finding Mini there.
Praying no
Just
one's
to see
here.
where Woot's heading through is just stunning. It's dreamy. And it's a
My
bold
God, he
call
even
to
has
go
the
for that
confidence to put the
Mini
smoke
Boo,
down.
catching the rotation as well. This is dream stuff.
And they get
You don't
Astra
get
ult
that
as
sort of
well.
thing often. So Zipan and
Is it
Click,
worth using the
do you
Astra ult
even
here?
go
In
for
my
this one?
opinion, it
Really, to your
is
left?
just purely
You left
because
tab,
of
maybe if Click gets a
the
quick
fact they
kill.
have the eco.
No one's going to be giving you fair
And we
fight.
have
So
jet
already
knives.
invested the ult too. Yeah, go for it, I guess. Make something out of nothing, but a 1-1 trade is not good enough. Zipan, legendary player, but you got players right, left, down on long. I think he knows it when
Alright,
he
nicely
sees
done.
it.
This was a great mid round.
gonna be
And now they
winnable.
put the Astra ult in. I mean, it's fine.
Tough spot
You
for
got to
Mix now
secure
with
it.
the economy in the state it was. Really, they needed
It is worth just purely. I would have liked it earlier, but it is worth just purely because
Oh, this is
they're
tough for
wrecked.
Gentlemates.
They set themselves up so nicely with the kind of the push down B long, setting up the jet. I think that Mini felt he had to kind of.
You're
duel
playing a
Benji little
tournament
bit more to
soon.
push
Any
him away
tip
from
for
that
map
B-link. He didn't
bans?
want
Dude, I
any
have
pressure
no
coming down that
idea.
B-link to click on
what would you want me to say? I
But
don't have no
ultimately
idea what
costing
you
him
guys
his
play.
life is
It's not
a
like I
little
can
bit
look
too
at your
much of
name
an
and go, Luna Val. That sounds like you're good at Haven, Lotus, and Bind. Try and get those. Like what do you want from me, dude?
Gentlemates' money is in that really weird spot where you've still got a little bit of cash, obviously, but not much. Couple of ults as well.
I think they just have to buy.
You got to,
Ban
right? You can't
Abyss.
let it get to
Honestly,
12 at 12-7.
I think banning Abyss is actually right.
And it's for the players.
And that's no matter what always the right move.
Okay. The issue is, though, they're going towards... Well, I mean, it depends which side. The benefit for Heretics is they're going towards the right side here. They've made the right...
They're one step ahead again. Mates have adjusted and tried to punish the A main, and Heretics aren't there this time. So it feels like luck on some level, but these are the kind of little things in the back of Boo's
Yeah,
mind
we
that
got the
I'm sure
luck
is-
on this one. As long as Wu doesn't overstep, they're pretty much fine.
and they're trying to
Rotate
get
does come in.
rotations in,
Zipan's got a
I
gun.
feel this is already feeling uphill, difficult, tricky.
Holy hell, the whole floor's a
Miniboo
stun.
hungry as well, pounces, but
Wait.
it's Zipan. He's
Wait,
found
he's
two
done
there.
really good.
Dealt with eventually,
He's done
but Robbie
really,
takes him
really
down. They're
good.
making a fight out
And
of
they're
this.
on
They're
top
not gonna
of the
lose
fact
just
there
yet.
might be a
They're
luck,
trying
but they
to
got
hold on to
very
it
unlucky with
now.
this
Robbie,
timing.
Cadavra and Click.
Yeah, there's so
Wu's
much
gonna
pressure
find
here
one
that they
little
could be
lingering
pushing.
through that connector.
Keep an eye on Click though.
Flank here, though.
Yeah,
Why
Big
not?
Joe.
Oh, Benji! That could be game.
Oh,
In
man.
that moment, that
It's
could
such
be
a
12.
round winning shot.
But Robbie has to respect the ult. He wasn't able to secure a weapon either.
The plant's good enough to play offsite. This is going to be,
Really
I don't want to say impossible, but very, very difficult for Robbie now.
Can
Needs
he
to-
at least get a gun?
That is step one.
We start there. We'll start with, is there a weapon down? There's got to be one. Yeah, there's plenty.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's loads.
cool. Weapon picked up.
Needs to tap the
But
spike
in a
fast.
post-plant,
Ooh.
you've got Woot, you've got Benji, you've got to try and
Okay.
make it happen for yourself. And Robbie calling up his own number.
Nice.
Woot just
Still, they played it well
toys
though.
with him.
Shout out to
Benji, the
Benji,
one
that
to
shot
deal the
is
final
everything.
blow. It's 12 now
Zipan
for
gave that a
Heretics,
really nice
just
go though.
one
I think he
round
hit some
away.
nice shots.
Yeah, Heretics making a great call towards the B side of the map. Mates did a really good job considering their economy situation to flood in and get some of
But
those
yeah, it's
kills.
just a
But
good pop flash as well.
ultimately, Woot was the linchpin towards this B link, as we can see here.
Yeah, just tilted those scales, didn't it? Just that little bit. Benji even finding that on towards Click was huge.
Yeah, I'm kind of shagging him on mid.
Dude, they didn't mute that?
Someone who
That's
was
allowed?
meant to mute that didn't understand what that word meant.
I think someone not native
Is
to England.
that a language barrier? That's incredible. Dude, that's also a team that is getting coached by Nilzinho. That guy always says that.
Anyone who's not English do enjoy finding out what that means. However, Click gonna at least trade out the earlier kill that Woot got trying to vie for this control over towards A. And they're throwing everything into it. Kitchen Sink's coming out next. Robbie trying to post this one down. Doesn't get what he needs. Controls the space a bit, but already look at where Benji's slipping off to. Oh, he's ahead of where they expect as well. Do they, oh,
Whoa.
oh, it's Messi, but he's won it again. Takes away click. I thought he almost had that one. Robbie now filling the gap here, but he's got pressure coming again.
Important duel. Yeah, I mean, that's Spike.
Beautiful from Robbie. Holding on here, Gentlemate's
Oh, I love that little play.
Unless Wu decides
I love
to go
that little
nuclear.
flash
Not
left
to
peek right.
be 12 to 8.
Okay, they convert a 3v3.
But I do want to highlight the fact that this happened in the Apex game too. They had a good read that A main was going to be where the team was going to default. In the Apex game, they tried to punish that A main. Here, they tried to punish it again. And the initial punish was not really successful again. So something that mates need to look into is how do we deal with teams that are just going A main everywhere? Can we even punish it with this comp? But this comp is
Chat, if you don't know, you don't know. It's fine. You have to apologize for asking.
So they might need to look at different angles in the future.
Something to work on for sure. 12 to 8. How many more rounds can they give us here? Robbie. Waiting as long as he can.
Mates are on a very far away rotate, sorry.
Yeah, he knows what he's got to do is fall the hell away here. I mean, does he even try and stick around for a quick pick? We've been seeing the Minigun's been pathing up towards heaven after those salvos.
Flash dash at the back as well. This is going to be hard, but they got the Astra ult, so everyone's going to play on site. It's kind of, in my opinion, all down to if Mini gets a kill. So the Killjoy ult is going to be everything.
In my opinion, all the players on the site need to do is delay long enough. Hopefully you see Rian's pull back. He's got the salvo is going to come back online. I think this
Benji still has a molly.
But never mind. He's ahead of me. Rian's is smarter. He knows he needs a downside against this Astra ult.
As the Astra ult coming in.
Wow, Mini didn't even look at the Astra ult.
Disproving Mini kill by kill.
Oh.
What do you know about Rian?
Well, there we go. There we go. Lovely from Heretics. Okay, got us a little bit scared with the first map though, and honestly, shout out to Gentlemates. I really like their Abyss. It was cool. Heretics on the other maps though, pretty drilled. Fracture more so than Pearl, obviously.
Yeah, this has been. I think map 1 got us worried. You know, map 1, any scoreline like that is going to make you worry. And the team that put them there, Gentlemates, a very respectable performance here. It takes a lot.
Saying you can't be covering all the bases here.
From them. Map 2 and 3, you got a little bit closer, but it's got them so much more tape to go through, Mini. Looking back
Gentlemates, yeah,
so
man,
dude,
because it's nice because it means they can get their Abyss. So they can get other maps as good as their Abyss. So they're
this is the first
the roof is pretty high.
This caliber.
Yes.
So it's very different in
We did say that Gentlemates could win a map on Plat Chat.
Having this kind of footage is going to be good for them.
I'm glad I said that.
And as for Heretics, yeah, I think that a slight blip in their map pool potentially.
All right.
Yeah.
But overall, they're still.
Who plays who now? Heretics plays BBL.
As kind as they can.
And
Don't be
you said loser plays
being
who?
respectable in that one, but all love between the guys. But give it up for Heretics. They did so well in the end. The resilience to come
Koi?
back in on map 2 and map 3.
Poor Koi.
Map 1A.
Apex? No, Liquid plays
Let's
Apex.
look at those vetoes in the future, but the others looked solid as a rock. Exciting to see them back here. Did they live up to your expectations? Just quickly, yay or nay?
They got a bit of work to do.
Okay.
But they're still good.
All right, we'll leave it at that one. We do have the post plant coming up next. Yinzu
Okay, chat.
and
I'm not
Kikuko
gonna
will be
stick
standing
around
by.
for the interview. Who did we wanna raid?
Welcome to Post Plant, the first one of this week. We'll be joined by
I'm gonna go
Coach
eat some food. I'm
Neil
kind of
Senior
hungry.
in just a moment, but for now it's me.
Mimi, is she live?
Here. Do you agree what Mini said there? They still have a lot to work on, but they look good.
Absolutely not. I hate when Mini does this little
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making it a fun place.
And just being like,
And,
but they're so good. They
fun
just need more
day.
time. Come on.
You're calling him out.
Of games.
Yeah, I'm calling him out.
Tomorrow's so stacked. We've got China, we got EMEA, we got Americas.
He doesn't
So,
know what that feels like.
if you're awake at some part of the day tomorrow, I'll probably be live.
Everybody
So
else,
come
being
check it out if you want to. With some games. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Gets that point where he's lost also.
Right, peace,
and
everyone.
he
Have a good
knows
rest of your
what
day,
it
right?
is,
We're just flaming Mini.
Yes.
Oh no, not Gentlemates Mini.
Of course, guys. Thank you for the kind words.
Exactly. You should keep doing what
Shout out to the mods
I
as
think
always.
we should go back on the Euro.
Peace, peace,
I
peace.
think that I want to see more of that next week. I think that
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank
Thank you.
From this loss, the way that Team Heretics was able to turn around after what we saw on that first map.
YouTube chat. I'll see you guys soon as well, yeah?
Ask Neil about it
Thank
now
you so much,
because
guys.
I want to check the compositions and what they think about every